at Cassette for tonight's Facebook record sale. Who was watching last night's sale? Are you, Jake? Okay, here's the whenever you get to it, here's the Van Halen lots. Not all of them sold, but there should be 10 or 11 left. You'll understand when you get to that part, or whoever does. Okay, wow, here we go, folks. What time is it? 6:17. Okay. All right, let me take a moment of reflection. Oh gosh. About time for that monster. I better go ahead and fix it right now while everybody's getting on. I got a Diet Coke back here, but that's basically drinking water. That's what cousin Steven used to say. Well, that's like a Coke to me is just like drinking water. We got a lot of characters in our family. Bud, man. Okay. And then he kissed me. And then he kissed me. All right, welcome everybody. There's probably some new people watching because this is an advertised sale. And what does that mean? That means there's some ads running on Facebook saying we're selling some records tonight. We're selling some metal stuff tonight. And it's going to be a fun, beautiful morning. It's morning time for me. Probably some of y'all that are a little confused by that. I'm nocturnal. I run this sale at night, sleep in the day, work at night, run this at night, work at night, and sleep during the day. Got a lot going on. I got to text a couple people back that's honestly pretty dang important. All right. I got to pet Otis. Boy, I'm jealous. Donna Bertram. I got to pet him. Well, did I ever get to pet him? I had a visitor here. Old friend stopped by and his family. Austin Vaden. I'm waiting for him to tune in so I can really roast him. Oh, thank you. I'm wearing my Cassette Godfather shirt. All right. Look at all this right here. Holy moly. All right, I'll do that. I got 2 messages I have to hit send on. I was proofreading them. Professional text messages. Professional text messages. I proofread. Oh gosh, it's kind of dirty back here. I need to sweep right quick. I might do that here in a second. Star Wars Episode 1 trading cards. That looks like something we can auction. Okay. Jerry Stone is celebrating his 20 years of marriage. Did you tell her, honey, I love you? I got to go up here and watch Chad all night. Say, honey, I love you, but you know what? I got to watch Chad, so see you later, honey. Congratulations, Jerry. What a milestone. You've been married 2/3 of my life. 2/3 of my life, you've been married. All right. I got to price these for John. I do, don't I? I didn't do that for him. He probably thinks I hate him. Let me lay these over here somewhere safe then. John's probably like, that idiot. And then he kissed me. Van Halen lights. Somebody asked, I didn't see it, but Van Halen lights are $59.99. I think these sold last night. Chat looks good so far. Yeah, I hadn't seen anybody say anything bad. But these sold last night. Where's last night's stuff? It was one of the last two things.
That's a good question.
Looks like a lot of this right over here. Yeah. Just, I know at some point those were claimed. That's why they're laying there. Okay. All right, here we go. So let me get off some of this other miscellaneous. All right. Let me move that. And this. Oh boy, I gotta be careful of this stuff. Yay, 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 yay. Ay, yay, yay, yay. Okay, please don't fall. I just laid all that on top of a $1,000 Zeppelin poster. We gotta get some of those top loaders to protect this stuff. All right. All right. Okay, so welcome everybody. If you're new here, welcome. The sale is pretty much begun or about to begin, and we're going to be showing stuff from our 6 a.m. video first. I'll be explaining that. I'm going to redecorate the wall. Let's see. Ozzy's on deck. Ozzy Lights on deck, I should say. And still got sent a couple of those messages. I'll do that momentarily. Let me put that there. Wow, John's got 5 crates, auctions, bonus auctions. Whoo-wee. A lot going on tonight already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, and then Krugerrands. Let me make sure Tanner knows that. It's 6 rolls of prospectors. Excuse me. All right. Let's get started with some of these cassettes. Big night for cassettes. Crazy cool stuff here. Metal, thrash metal stuff we don't get too often. I think we'll start with something simple and easy. It's the hottest band in the land. And this is a German, or probably West German. This, it's got a little bit of wear and tear on it. Like, it needs cleaning. But I think it would be very nice after that's done. It's Kiss Killer's cassette. And that's a Holland. Made in Holland. $10 start. The show is beginning right now. The advertised auctions will begin in 25 minutes. That's going to be our first auction, Kiss. Now, I guess that was kind of technically advertised, but I'm talking about advertised LPs. I'm going to go get the first crate of the night, which is up front, which was posted in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Mike Massey has already shared the link. Thank you for doing that. If the link doesn't work or you didn't see the link, we'll get it shared until we have it figured out for you. We do this every single night. It is $8 unlimited shipping, as much as you want to buy, any day of the week, any night of the week. And welcome to the machine. That's Coletco, kind of like the Pink Floyd song. Jake's over here doing some shenanigans. All right, 2 crates of new vinyl. An order that I submitted yesterday that would add probably 2 more crates didn't go through. So honestly, if everything's shipped, you can expect a lot on Friday. And I did a deal. They're going to ship our orders FedEx today and Monday so we don't get interrupted. So 2 of our distributors do offer FedEx, and FedEx delivers on MLK Day. So we should be getting deliveries on tomorrow and Monday, even though that UPS and of course the post office doesn't run. So with that being said, I don't think we'll have an interruption in deliveries, thank goodness. And let's get started. And I'm gonna go crate up some stuff from the racks up front, because there's some pretty good stuff up there I want to go through again. And then we'll go through all of our new vintage stuff. All right. Let me see what's going on over here in these comments. So first thing I want to do is get everything shared. And Kiss Killers is our first auction of the night. It is a $10 start on that cassette. Let's get this shared in our group. I just shared the link in our group. I just shared it in another group, a local Nashville group I share the links in. Okay. And then here is this. Y'all want a random, just totally random auction? Star Wars Episode 1, Wide Vision Trading Card Series 2. A sealed box, $15 start. Now, talking about a random auction for tonight. No, wait a minute. Tanner had it priced for me. Here we go. Let's just straight price it. Okay, that's probably more in line. We'll say $49.99 or best offer. It was already marked. $49.99 or best offer. I'll get that out of the way if no one wants to go ahead and buy it. But I would love for somebody to go ahead and buy it. That would be ideal. Right, Jake? He just said right. Okay, and then here's the post. And then over here, holy moly. And jazz tonight. Where's the link to the auction? Okay. Let me share this. How much for Pantera? And then over here, there's this link. I'm going to say Facebook. I'm going to put link to tonight's live stream, exclamation point. Okay, and then let's go over here to our email. And I get an email every time we go live. I just open that up. The Star Wars cards, Kelly, are $49.99. It's an unopened wax box. You know, an unopened retail box. So you can open that up, and it's got packs of cards to open. How fun is that? Okay, let's hit share. And breaking boxes. A lot of people do that. There's probably, I don't know how many people are live right now across America, probably open up packs of cards on live streams. If you combine Whatnot, Twitch, eBay, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, I bet there's thousands of people opening up packs of cards right now on live streams. One of the biggest things in collectibles. All right, and then I shared those links. This is a Holland cassette, Holland, made in Holland. Just a couple warm-up auctions here right quick. And I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to share our group. And I'm going to share our group in the comments of the ad. That gets a lot of people joined into our group that don't follow our page. So share, copy link. Actually, all that junk wax from back in the day, it actually has some value now. People they like opening it. You know, a lot of kids that grew up in that era that lived through the junk wax era, they kind of want to go back now and open up some of those worthless packs. And some of them have pretty good pulls. What is it? The Kirby Puckett Fleer update from 1985 or something? That's like a $2,000 or $3,000 card in a 9, I think, which you can pull it pack fresh for a 9. Okay. All right, I got that done. I'll worry about these 2 text messages. Let me see here. Let me finish this one. Okay. Craig, I'm going to put my phone upside down. How about that? So the Kiss Killers cassette is the first auction of the night. John Mincemoyer has it for $25. Sarah Wyberding, just so you know you're out. Sarah says she's done. We're going to be running a lot of cool cassettes tonight. We have Kiss, but not only that, a lot of metal over here for sure. Let's try another one right quick. Bolt Thrower. Some of these have got to be pretty dang good. I have a feeling some of these, if we have the right cassette buyers on, some of these should be 10, 20, 30. 40, 50, I don't know, but there's some pretty dang good ones in here. Bolt Thrower, and this one's called War Master. I've never even seen that on vinyl before. Bolt Thrower is a $10 start, okay? We're about to sell the Kiss, which is Killers, which is Holland. And over here, we're going to get started with this video. So every morning at 6 a.m., I post a recap of all of our new vinyl. And, okay, I'm not looking. Jake's got something going on over here. I'm very distracted. It looks like they're, well, anyway. So let's see, Thursday. Here's Thursday's videos. And let's see, we're going to go newest. Okay, so here's some stuff we sold. We sold Def Leppard, Johnny Cash, Korn, Shrek, Yes, Yes, Jimi Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Smashing Pumpkins, Obituary, Vicious Rumors, Foreigner, Vicious Rumors, Lenny Kravitz, Rolling Stones, Jamiroquai, Hendrix, Fugazi, Jet, White Zombie, Bowie, Hendrix, NWA, Offspring, Muddy Waters, White Zombie, Foreigner, Three Doors Down, and Fugazi. Wow. All that stuff I just read is already sold, but the good thing is most of it I have duplicate copies of. Okay, I've got duplicate copies of most of it. First auction of the night and the first sale of the night is sold for $25 to John Mincemoyer. I will slowly redecorate our back wall with probably more metal-themed records, but right now Van Halen is $59.99. That's a 3D light box. Van Halen's $59.99. And then we got Peter Criss for $36, Steely Dan for $36, Paul Stanley for $34, and the Iron Maiden's A Puzzle for $24. Right now, our only live auction's Bolt Thrower, and that's at $16 with Stephen Hill. Anybody new that's watching, all you got to do is bid in the chat. That's all you got to do. You got to bid in the chat. Now, first thing I'll say, it is metal night, but just so you'll know, we have a lot of other stuff that's not metal. Most of our auctions are metal. Okay, most of our auctions are going to be metal. Most of our auctions are metal. It should be almost exclusively metal auctions tonight. The crate could have anything. Literally, we could have Nat King Cole and Henry Mancini. You could also see Lamb of God and Slipknot. So the crates could have anything. I'll probably have to remind that to people relatively throughout the show. But not only that, the auctions though will be exclusive metal or metal related, okay? We got one Van Halen light sold to Jamie Sotar. So what we'll do is we'll keep a running tally. Whoever's watching, let's just write down these names, and we should have 10 or 11. Whoever's watching this sale tomorrow, we should have 10 or 11 extras. And when we get to that point, we'll start pulling them tonight. And I'm going to keep a running tab over here. I'm actually going to write down some names. Is there a pen over there I can grab? I'm going to write down the names myself that way. Because I got to keep up with this. Y'all know these lights are serious business. I think I'm going to write some of them down myself, okay? That way we know, because we wasn't for sure. We're waiting to see if somebody got one on the last order, or somebody might have got tagged twice. And so this is Jamie Sotar, okay? And that's going to be Van Halen lot number 1, $59.99. Right now we have Iron Maiden self-titled. This is a 2014 U.S. reissue. It is near mint minus, and Iron Maiden's a $25 star. It does have a crease up here up the corner. It does have a crease. The vinyl's near mint minus, and that's $25 star. Van Halen Light is $8 in limited shipping. That's right. Anything you buy, Van Halen Light. Oh my gosh, Otis is on the screen. How'd you do that, Jake?
He'll come back.
Does he just randomly animate?
Yeah, he'll come back.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Did y'all see that? That was like a little surprise. Okay. That was amazing. Okay. Wow. I'm speechless. Okay. We have Iron Maiden at 25, Iron Maiden at 25, and over here we have Bolt Thrower at 45 with Stephen Hill. Stephen Hill has Bolt Thrower for 45. Let's get started with Fugazi. And I know we sold some, so Fugazi is called 7 Songs, $24.99 for Fugazi. And one is sold to John LeBeatty. Thank you, John LeBeatty. That's sold to you. And there's one extra if anybody else wants one. We sold 2 more repeaters, but we have one extra copy of 7 songs. Fugazi's $24.99. Iron Maiden's already got a couple bids. Let's pick out another metal cassette. Let's jump back over here to Kiss. Let's do another Kiss. Actually, how about Lizzie Borden? Let's go ahead and run Lizzie Borden for a $10 start. This is Lizzie Borden, Terror Rising. And that's going to go up for a $10 start as well. Rolling Stones Live Steel Wheels. Rolling Stones Live Steel Wheels. This did get sold to somebody. It's a 4LP orange and blue vinyl, $59.99. Big night tonight. I need everybody liking the post. I need everybody subscribing, liking, sharing. This is one of the biggest nights of the week. It might be one of our biggest nights so far of the year with all this crazy stuff we have to auction. Holy moly, this is going to get wild. The Rolling Stones here. I know I read it off earlier for somebody. It was Cynthia Herdren. Thank you, Cynthia Herdren. That's sold to you. And then next thing was Bolt Thrower has a high bid with Stephen Hill at $56. Terror Rising, which is Lizzie Borden, is a $10 start. Van Halen lights are $59.99. We've got like 10 in stock. One of the few times we have lights in stock. Matt Nichols on Fugazi, that's sold to Matt Nichols. And then the last bid on Iron Maiden over here. Mitch T bid first at $25, and Matt Nichols, you tied him. Matt, I do have you down for a Fugazi, but just so you know, you are tied and out technically on Iron Maiden. Bolt Throwers at $60. I got Lenny Kravitz, and this is called Lenny Kravitz Greatest Hits. It's a 2LP. Are You Gonna Go My Way? His cover of Guess Who's hit song, American Woman. Lenny Kravitz is sold over here to Slammin' Alvin. Slammin' Alvin, thank you on that one. Gerald, I would be honored to put you on a wait list. I would be honored to put you on a wait list for the Rolling Stones. Put Gerald Whitworth on the wait list for Rolling Stone Steel Wheels Live. 4LP, that's at a great price too, well below original list price. If anybody else wants one, just let me know, okay? If anybody else wants one, just let me know. We'll take care of you from there. What is the next record? It's Lenny Kravitz's Greatest Hits. I do have another copy. So one was sold over here in the pre-sale video for this morning. And I have one more left. That's a double LP gatefold. Where are we on Bolt Thrower? The last bid on Bolt Thrower was John Bensmoyer at 60. If anybody's new and you want to bid, and you can bid right now, you can say out. If you say out, you can't bid again, but that lets me know you're done and we can move on to auctions. Iron Maiden's at 37. Are any of the auction titles like Marilyn Manson Mechanical House from that massive haul you got today that was like 20,000 plus records? Paul, our main buyer, along with Henry and Tyler, they just got back this Monday on a 7-day buying trip. They started in South Carolina. They went all the way up to, I guess, New York, Albany, New York. We purchased over 50,000 records. About everything we've been putting out the last couple of days and everything we're going to put out this week is from those new collections. So, yes, it was 30,000 jazz albums and then 20,000 other albums of just greatness. We bought some high-end, high-caliber type collections, just FYI. We'll be having those all night, every night, starting tonight and last night, and we'll have them tomorrow, and then we'll have them the next day. This is the kind of time you don't want to be missing watching Coletco if you can't. Daryl Johnson got NWA. Thank you, Daryl Johnson. NWA was sold to Daryl Johnson. This is called NWA and the Posse. We sold one, and we have one left. NWA is $29.99. Iron Maiden's at 45 with Matt Nichols. That's going to be a final call. John Mincemoyer, you get Bolt Thrower. Thank you on that one. That one's got to be pretty scarce. Like I said, I've never even seen that on vinyl before. Bolt Thrower sold to John Mincemoyer for $60. Lizzie Borden is a buy it now for $10. That's a no bid. Terror Rising, Lizzie Borden, $10 buy it now. That's a no bid if anybody wants that. We have Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, $29.99. Are they getting punk rock? We have punk rock. There's so much punk rock, Chris Bryant, your head's going to spin. $29.99, The Nightmare Before Christmas. This is Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. It's on bone and aqua colored vinyl, $29.99. Lizzie Borden is sold to Tom Kelly for $10. There's that. Iron Maiden over here is a final call, and that's with Matt Nichols at $45. I told Paul, let me know for sure. We're going to try to get this set in stone, but maybe not chiseled, maybe just set in stone. We're going to try to let everybody know the nights he's here, and the nights he's here, you can probably count on jazz or jazz-related titles being put out for sale. With that being said, I've got Anthrax, Attack of the Killer Bees, a $10 start, and I got Cyclone Temple, I Hate, Therefore I Am. Those are $10 starts, Anthrax and Cyclone Temple. All right, the price on Rolling Stone Steel Wheels Live, the price on Rolling Stone Steel Wheel Live was $59.99. $59.99 if you want to go on a wait list. It's a 4 LP. I think the original list on that was over $100. Okay, 3 Doors Down Greatest Hits. I had one left, and I think it's sold. Once again, anything you see me sell out of, let me know. We can put you on a wait list, okay? 3 Doors Down is sold to Joe DeGaldo. Thank you, Joe DeGaldo. That's sold to you. That's a 3 Doors Down Greatest Hits. I can get anybody else a copy of that if you want it. I think we're done over here for Iron Maiden, and Iron Maiden is officially sold to Matt Nichols for $45. Thank you, Matt, on that. We got awesome cassettes. I don't know if y'all saw the hot post, but the hot post, I took a picture of a crate, you know, like one of our record crates. It's got 5 layers of cassettes, and on top, just, it was insane. I haven't got below that bottom layer. So y'all are going to see them with me. I mean, y'all seen some of them, that top layer. It's posted on Facebook. It's posted on Instagram and YouTube, but I am very curious what's below this layer because, I mean, some of these are extremely difficult to get metal albums on vinyl, and some of these I've never even seen on cassette. Bolt Thrower was a prime example, and Cyclone Temple's another one. I don't know if those are even on vinyl. If they are, they've got to be scarce. All right, moving on. So we have Fugazi Repeater, and this was sold. Fugazi Repeater is sold over here to whom? Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott Dwallow, on that. Whoops, I accidentally gave you a thumbs down. How about a thumbs up? That's sold to Scott Dwallow. That's on blue vinyl. There's Paul. Thank you, Paul. We got bonus crate from Seth. Do you want to give him any credit for that? No. Credit not goes to Seth. You're out, Seth. We have our next auction. Jill said she'll give him some credit. She falls into Seth's little lore of being a nice person when we all know he's pure evil. He's evil. You're the devil. Don't mess with the devils, buddy. That's on Seinfeld. 2018 US, that's red vinyl. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. 2018 on red vinyl, $25 start on that. Next thing, we have Muddy Waters, Checkerboard Lounge, red and white vinyl. This is Muddy Waters live at the Checkerboard Lounge with the Rolling Stones, $44.99. So they actually went and attended a Muddy Waters concert, got up on stage and started playing with them. And this is $44.99, red and white vinyl. I still got 2 of those. That's pretty sweet. And then over here we have LA Forum live, the Rolling Stones. This is a 3 LP and DVD. And Cynthia bought the steel wheels. Let's go ahead and give her the LA Forum. So this is sold to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you, $34.99. And we got one more of the LA Forum. Let's update all these auctions. So I left off over here, Any Jazz. There's 1 crate so far from Paul tonight. It's going to be mixed in. Of course, like I said, we're heavy on metal tonight. Auctions. Anything could pop up in the crates for sure. Anything could pop up in the crates. Put down Jerry Stone for the Rolling Stone Steel Wheels Live. Okay. And then Anthrax 10, Cyclone 10, Cyclone 10. We have Anthrax 10, Cyclone 13, Cyclone 15, Cyclone 25. Make sure Jerry Stone's on the Rolling Stone Steel Wheels. Anthrax 15, Anthrax 16. And then over here we have Poison at 25. There we go. There's some of the most recent bids. Smashing Pumpkins Adore. This is a double LP, $34.99 for Smashing Pumpkins Adore. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. There was a Smashing Pumpkins sold, but not this one. So I still got 2 crates of new vinyl to go through after this new stuff. And then, of course, John's price 5 crates. Laura's working on auctions. Then she'll mark some stuff. And Paul's marking stuff, too. We got a lot of stuff to go through tonight. A lot of stuff. Okay, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. That's an Analog Productions. That's a 33 1/3. That's a gatefold jacket, $44.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. And this is Analog Productions. It's a single LP, 1 sold to Chad Snyder. So this is cut from the original Analog Master tape, Crossfire, $44.99. So there's 2 of those left there. Okay, first is Anthrax. Let's do a final call. Awesome. Really high-end cassettes tonight. Red Cave Collections has Anthrax for $16. Red Cave Collections, $16 on Anthrax. I think John Mincemoyer has the Cyclone Temple. John Mincemoyer on Cyclone Temple at $25. Okay, and then over here, Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah is a 2018 red vinyl, near mint minus. It is a 2018 red vinyl. It has 1 bid for $25. Here in a minute, we'll go 2 wide on our auction LPs. I'll have 2 auctions going at the same time, and then we'll do 1 cassette at a time. Otherwise, it could probably get pretty crazy. And then just so you'll know, whatever doesn't sell tonight, we'll finish selling them tomorrow or the next night. But I'll be here for at least 6 or 7, 8 hours selling auctions. I'm usually here 8 hours every night. We'll be on here streaming until at least 1 or 2 a.m. tonight. Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain. Miles Davis Sketches of Spain is $44.99. That is a MoFi pressing. I still got 2 Stevie Ray Vaughns, and we sold several of the Foreigner MoFi copies, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. The first one here, Double Vision, is sold to Joe Salamone. Thank you, Joe Salamone. That's sold to you. And then Miles Davis Milestones. That is a MoFi pressing, $44.99 on that, and I've got 2 of those, okay? Freddie Milford wants Miles Davis. That's probably for Sketches of Spain, right? Thank you on that one. And we have another Miles Davis, Bags Groove, 44 on that. So I still got Milestones Freddie, and I got Bags Groove as well. And then I got Steeman. And these are analog productions. The Bags Groove and Steeman, those are analog productions. They're $44.99. Also, John Coltrane, Standard Coltrane, 100% analog mastering, $44.99 on that one. I'm still looking for Def Leppard, Cash, Corn, Shrek, Yes Yes, Hendrix, ELP, Siamese Dream, Obituary, Vicious Rumor, Foreigner, Vicious Rumors, Jamiroquai, Hendrix, Jet, White Zombie, Bowie, Hendrix, NWA, Offspring, Muddy Waters. Stan McNessie wanted a Muddy Waters and Rolling Stones. Thank you, Stan McNessie. That's so to you. I got that taken care of. Appreciate that. And let's go down here. Anthrax has a new bid for 16. So we're not done on the Anthrax cassette. There was a new bid, but Cyclone Temple is sold, and that is sold. Cyclone Temple is sold to John Minsmoyer for $25. Thank you, John Minsmoyer. That's sold to you. That one's done, and let's go ahead and start another one. How about we go ahead and put up Atomic Opera? That sounds like something I've never heard before. For Mad Men only. Atomic Opera for Mad Men only. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck bidding. Over here we have Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. And then Kiss Music from the Elder. I haven't sold Elder. We sold Kiss Killers. We sold Kiss Killers. None of the advertised auctions have sold. Did Otis appear on the screen again? Well, Jake just chuckled, so Jake just cracked up in the back, so that must have been. I'm not even looking at the monitor. That's going to sneak by me. Okay, is it on a timer? Okay, it's on a timer. Okay, wow. Okay, we got Foreigner. We have Foreigner self-titled. Foreigner self-titled is $44.99. This one for sure is sold to Joe Salamo, and I think we got 1 extra copy. I'm glad I ordered these. These are great. I know it's a very common OG record. but these MoFi pressings are the ones that own it, looks like. And $44.99. Another one sold to Carl Berger. We're sold out of self-titled. We have a tie, it looks like, on Anthrax. I may have messed up on that one. Red Cave Collections already had it for $16, okay? He bid $16 on this actually 6 minutes ago, and there was not many people that said out. Jerry Torres did say out. John Bergenstorm, I need you to let me know if you can. You can say out, or you got to bid more than 16. I got to go ahead and sell that one. It's been up for a long time. Atomic Opera is at 11 with Dwayne Colwell. And we have 1 Hall & Oates left. And then more Foreigner, MoFi. This one here is Head Games, $44. Y'all know what you're going to get from MoFi. Really high quality stuff here, $44.99. Another one sold to Joe Salamo. And then we have Foreigner Head Games. And this one was also sold to Carl Berger. He got self-titled in Head Games. So those are sold and sold. Over here, Atomic Opera is at 15. I think we're done on Poison. The last bid was Alan Hagen at $28. David Tate, do you want back in? Alan does have it for $28, okay? Alan Haggett does have it for $28. And then Cindy Lauper, True Colors. That's a MoFi pressing. A MoFi pressing as well, $34.99. That one's only $34. And then Hall & Oates over here is sold to David Dole. Red Cave Collections is back in already on Anthrax at 20. We got Anthrax at 20, Atomic Opera at 16, a final call on Poison, and then Emerson, Lake and Palmer, self-titled. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. This is sold to Clifford Umstead. That's a fairly new release. This one just came out back in November. I think is when they pressed that one, and I never did have it till right now. $44.99 for Emerson, Lake and Palmer. We got 3 of those left. All right, I'm still looking for Def Leppard, Johnny Cash, Korn, Shrek, Yes Yes, Hendrix, Siamese Dream, Obituary, Vicious Rumors, Jamiroquai, Jimi Hendrix, Jet, White Zombie, Bowie, Hendrix, The Offspring, White Zombie, and we have some waiting lists to take care of. So everything in here is still available, and I've pulled everything. So we'll do one quick read-through here. Now he's out on Anthrax, so let's go ahead and sell that to Red Cave for $20. Atomic Opera's at $20, and he is out on Poison, so this is sold to John. This is sold to Alan Hagen for $26. Now, what y'all need to know is there's a lot of advertised auctions. We also got some crazy stuff that's not advertised, and I'm going to be putting some of that up here. I'm going to be putting some of that up there, and I'm going to be mixing some of it in here, and I'm going to be mixing some of it in there. Like Van Halen, the 2005 180 gram remastered from the original analog tapes. Diver Down, $25 start on Van Halen. And then we got 2 Emerson, Lake and Palmer sold, Mitch T and Jerry Stone, okay? Thank y'all and thank y'all. There's 1 Emerson, Lake and Palmer left. Let's read through these again quickly. Lenny Kravitz's Greatest Hits, $34.99. Gatefold 2 LP. NWA and the Posse, $29.99. Tim Burton's The Night Before Christmas, $29.99. Rolling Stones' Muddy Waters, Checkerboard Lounge, red and white vinyl, $44. Rolling Stones' LA Forum, $34.99. 3 LP with DVD. Smashing Pumpkins' Adore is $34.99. And then getting to the audiophile stuff, Stevie Ray Vaughan in Step, Analog Productions, $44. Miles Davis Milestones, Mo-Fi, $44. Miles Davis Bags Groove, Analog Productions, $44. Steamin' with Miles Davis Quintet, Analog Productions, $44. John Coltrane, Standard Coltrane, Analog Productions, $44. Cyndi Lauper, True Colors, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $34. And 1 Emerson, Lake and Palmer left for $44. Atomic Opera is at $25 of Ed Riviera. Let's grab another cassette. Let's try not to do another one that has an A in it. So let's do E instead. Let's do EZO Fire Fire, and we'll put that up for a $10 start. EZO Fire Fire, $10 start on that. Van Halen's a $25 start. And then over here, The Nightmare Before Christmas was the Urban Outfitters exclusive Bone and Aqua 2 LP. That's vinyl, $29.99. And then over here, we got amenities on Coltrane, Standard Coltrane. We got Jamie Sotar on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I don't have a waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan. I have one still in stock, Danny, so I can give you one right now if that's okay. I can give you one right now, which is sold to Danny D. La O, if you still want one right now. And then Ivan R. said sold, and Ivan R. asked about the Nightmare Before Christmas soundtrack. Okay, awesome. That's always been one of our best sellers. EZO, $10 start. Van Halen technically doesn't have a bid yet. Make sure if you're bidding, you put the title or abbreviation like VH, and then you put a numerical. You got to put a number so I know you're actually bidding and everybody else can see you're bidding, etc., etc. Then Atomic Opera, the last bid was $25, and that was with Edwin Riviera. And I'm going to go grab the second crate, which has great stuff in it that was posted this morning. And then we'll show our new stuff that came in from today. Then we'll start going through all the new pre-owned stuff. A lot of people's here to bid on auctions. The good thing is, while you're sitting around watching the auctions, there's a chance you could see something in a crate that you might want to buy. So some people get so focused on the auctions, they don't even see the crates. Some people get so focused on the crates, they don't even see the auctions. Let's go ahead and go through these right here. And then I have other stuff up here like Slayer, Megadeth, Suicidal Tendencies. I got some stuff up here I need to crate up. And actually, even when we think we're done showing new vinyl, I might go up here and grab some of this stuff, some of those Black Sabbath Rhinos, etc., that I hadn't shown here in about now a week since the first of the year. Okay. So Stevie Ray Vaughan, we're now officially sold out of. They're $44.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. Okay. $44.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. So Danny D. La O gets the last one. All right. Couldn't stand the weather. I can get those, I think, from Analog Productions or maybe even Music on Vinyl. Van Halen first got a bid with amenities for $40. Amenities is at $40 on that. Okay. So first thing is Atomic Opera did not get another bid, eh? No. This is sold for $25 to Ed Riviera. EZO did not get a bid. If they don't get a bid right off the bat, we're going to go ahead and make them a buy it now. So EZO is a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on EZO. All right, what else do we have over here? We got Dark Angel. Whoops. We got Dark Angel and whatever one that almost fell out of the case here. Dark Angel, and let's do Bang Tango. Dark Angel and Bang Tango. These are $10 starts. There's Dark, let's show them up close first. Dark Angel, Time Does Not Heal, $10 start. And Bang Tango, Psycho Cafe, $10 start with the Sound Shop guarantee. Sound Shop guarantee still on it. Easy O sold empty map for $10. Okay? Let me check my messages from Tanner over here right quick. We was working on a silver deal. Okay. All right, good deal. Okay, I think we might, like all of our prospectors and Cougar, I think we almost have all of our silver sold. And then we just got Morgan's, and I'll be showing some of those late tonight before we do them on Sunday, okay? So let's go back to the top. Van Halen's $59.99, by the way. We've sold one, the Jamie Sotar. If anybody else wants one, the Van Halen 3D light boxes. They change colors, they light up. They're $59.99. Empty Mat got Easy O. And then over here, we have Ed and Riviera next on EZO. Dark Angel 10, Dark Angel 10, Bang Tango 10, Dark Angel 11, Dark Angel 12, okay? Here we go. And then let's see what's going on over here. We have what Van Halen got. Yes, Van Halen lights are in stock, and they're being billed this week. Yes, Van Halen lights are in stock, and they're being billed this week. Okay, Limp Bizkit. This is $39.99. $39.99. This is Limp Bizkit Significant Other. $39.99 for Limp Bizkit. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, and I still have this one left. It was not claimed this morning. I don't think anybody else bid on Van Halen other than Amenities, right? So this is so, well, there was, but no one bid higher than 40. This is sold to Amenities for $40. Let's put that away. And now we have Dark Angel at $14. Dark Angel at $14. I've never heard of Dark Angel. I think you meant Death Angel. This is, in fact, Dark Angel, Time Does Not Heal. Dark Angel, Time Does Not Heal. $14 is the high bid, now $15. And then Bang Tango, the last bid on Bang Tango was Terry Lee Watts, and he's the only bidder at $10. Paul Stanley, I've got 3 left. I've got 2 left, $34.99. That's a 2014 remaster. I have Friday the 13th soundtrack. This is from Waxwork. Really cool colored vinyl, and that's only $34.99 for Waxwork Friday 13th. The original score, that's $34.99. I've got 2 of those left. And I also have David Bowie's Scary Monsters, and David Bowie's $33.99. This was sold to Joshua Hepburn. Thank you, Joshua Hepburn. That's sold to you, and I got 1 extra left. This is remastered. David Bowie, $33.99. Kenny Begley over here on Paul Stanley. There's now 1 left. Paul Stanley solo album, 1 left, $34.99. And then we have Mother Love Bone, 1 available, Shine, $33.99. Originally released in 1989 and never reissued until then. Hey, look at it. It's right at the dot, 7 o'clock. Let's go ahead and put up some of our $15 round $15 start stuff, like Sheriff. Sheriff is a 1982 Winchester OG Capital Purple label. This is EX, a $15 start on that. Let's go ahead and put up Sheriff. And I'll tell you what else we're going to go ahead and put up. We're going to go ahead and put up another record over here from the bonus crate, and this is Bush. And Bush is a 2013. This is a 2013 180-gram VG++, 16 stone. Everything Zen. Come Down is on this one. $45 start on Bush, okay? Now, let's go over here. And the first thing I have is this. We got Dark Angel at 15. We got Paul Stanley, so Dark Angel out. And then Bang Tango has a new bid for 12. Stuck 73 takes the other Paul Stanley. Thank you on that. Behind Paul Stanley is the Godfather soundtrack. That's on Cannoli Cream and Mo Green swirl colored vinyl from La La Land Records. $54.99. Def Leppard Adrenalize. This one's sold to James Young. If anybody else wants one and wants on a wait list for next week, let me know. $33.99 for Def Leppard. The Offspring Conspiracy of One. Last copy, and it's sold. If anybody else wants on a waiting list for next week, let me know. This is sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you on that one. And we have Jamiroquai Traveling without moving. And Jamiroquai is $49.99. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. If anybody wants on a wait list for next week, let me know. And then Jamiroquai Live at the BBC, this is $33.99. And this one is still available if anybody wants it. It's on green vinyl, okay? So the last bit on Dark Angel over here, the last bit on Dark Angel that I had was the following. Red Cave at $15. Anybody else? And then Bush has a bid for $50. And then what about Sheriff? No bid yet. Brad Waits has it for $15. And then over here, Bang Tango. The last bid was Terry Lee Watts at $13. Put down John Bergenstorm for a wait list for Def Leppard. That will be in next week. And then somebody asked the price of a cassette. Living Sacrifice tape price. That must have been something you saw in a preview picture. How about this? I will put it up for auction, and I'll let you determine the price. We're going to be selling the cassettes one at a time for $10 start auctions. One at a time for $10 start auctions. They'll all be sold, and then we have probably... in the picture, there's 5 times that many that was not shown, so you probably don't want to go anywhere if you're interested in really cool metal cassettes tonight. This is Thursday Night Metal Night. Jimi Hendrix Blues is sold to Mike Moore, and this is a Gatefold 2 LP. I think we got the other one sold too. There's one sold to Mike Moore, and the other Jimi Hendrix Blues was sold to John LaBeatty. We're going to have some waiting lists on some of these just from the video, but if you also want one right now, let me know. I've got Korn Issues. That's a double LP, and Korn is $33.99. One sold to James Young. That's sold to James Young, and there's 2 left. Okay, Dark Angel did not get another bid yet, so let's go ahead and sell Dark Angel. That's sold to Red Cave Collections for $15. Bang Tango out, and that's a final call to Terry Lee Watts for $13. Jerry Torres was the one that bid against him, so let's go ahead and sell that to Terry Lee Watts for $13. Sheriff got one bid for $15, and that's sold. Anything that was posted on Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram, cassettes or vinyl, everything pictured will be put up for auction, and I'll do it as per your request. We have a 2013 U.S. reissue, 180-gram VG++++ condition. This is essentially a VG++ EX record. Danny D. Lowe has it for $50, okay? I still got 2 copies of Korn left. This is a 2 LP, $33.99 for Korn. There was no other claim, so both of those are still available. And we have Johnny Cash, The Man Comes Around. That's American Recordings Volume 4, $44.99. Now, this is one of those crazy nights where just about everything requested or everything photographed is probably going to be requested, okay? Literally about everything that was photographed and posted on social media, there's probably at least one person here saying, Chad, I'm here, and I'm here to buy that record. Whatever it takes, put it up, and we're going to have to go to war. So throughout the night, especially over the next couple hours, I will be kind of taking requests, but if y'all know, if I ask for requests right now, it would probably be literally just about everything that was posted. So we'll start knocking them out 1 at a time, 2 at a time. If you keep begging me and pleading, we'll probably eventually get to them sooner than later. I'm going to go ahead and put up a couple more. We've had 2 people already ask for Living Sacrifice. That must be a really rare one and a really highly desirable one. Over here first, though, is Hades. At First You Don't Succeed. Hades is a cassette, of course. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And we have Blessed Death, Destined for Extinction. That's a $10 start. So Blessed Death and Hades, those are $10 starts on that. The Jamiroquai we sold out of was Traveling Without Moving. Double LP, $49.99. The Jamiroquai we still have left in stock, the Jamiroquai we still haven't left in stock is live at the BBC, a Record Store Day edition, green vinyl, $33.99. Everything in here is brand new sealed records. Bush has a new bid for $55. We have Bush at $58, Bush at $60, Blessed Death 10, Blessed Death 10, and then Yes Singles, Volume 1 and Volume 2, so to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford. That's Yes Singles, Volume 1, Volume 2. Rocktober's on splatter vinyl, $29.99. Bush is a 2013. Matthews Hendon has it for $60. Cameron Lingefeld, You've Been Outbid. The Godfather is on Cannoli Cream and Mo Green Swirl Colored Vinyl. Limited edition to $750, $54.99. Next thing is David Bowie, Live and Sessions 1970. David Bowie is an unofficial Live and Sessions 1970. So I bet that's going to have some live stuff, and I bet it's going to have some studio stuff, all from the year 1970 for David Bowie. We had this one last night, and this one is $29. $34.99. We have one left. Also, Smashing Pumpkin Siamese Dream. We sold one last night. We have one more sold to Monica Malley. Thank you, Monica Malley. That's sold to you. And then Def Leppard, Rock Until You Drop. Def Leppard is $39.99. As you can see, it's on clear vinyl. The record has literally busted through the plastic sleeve and the inner sleeve. No, wow, this record isn't even in an inner sleeve. Yes, it is. It's in a clear inner sleeve. Okay. It has busted through this plastic baggie, though. No biggie. $39.99 for Def Leppard. That's a live unofficial. And James Young got Johnny Cash American Recordings Volume 4. Thank you. This is sold to James Young, Johnny Cash 4, yes. And that completes your order. You got Korn, you got Johnny Cash, and you got Def Leppard. Thank you on that one. And then Brandon Bartlett, you bought from us before, right? We got you down for the Godfather soundtrack. Thank you on that one. That's so to Brandon Bartlett. What about Bush? The last bid on Bush over here was Matthews Hendon at 60. Cameron and Danny, y'all are both out. Let me know if you're done. Danny says he's out, and we'll leave it up to one person. That's Cameron, if you want to bid again. Over here, Hades. The last bid was Ed Riviera at $10 on Hades, and that's with Ed Riviera. That's the only bid on this one. It's called At First You Don't Succeed, and right behind that, or right next to that, is Blessed Death, Destined for Extinction, and the last bid on that was Jim Cooper at 18, okay? Next thing is Jet Get Born. This was my only copy, and Jet Get Born was officially sold to Joshua Hepburn. Thank you, Joshua Hepburn. If anybody wants on a wait list on that, let me know. And then Friday the 13th, Part 3, 3D on blue and white from Waxwork. Very cool lenticular cover. That is $59.99. $59.99 for that. Rush Moving Pictures is $36.99. $36.99. Def Leppard is live. It's an unofficial. It doesn't say when or where. We just know it's live. We've sold several. Somebody spoke last night, said it was great sound quality. I just don't have a lot of info for you. $39.99 for that. Bush is at $65. And then the Shrek soundtrack. Hey Now, You're an All-Star. This is sold to Rydell Martin, and Rydell gets one, and there's one left. Thank you, Rydell Martin. There's one Shrek soundtrack left, $34.99, and then Obituary, Slowly We Rot, and this is sold to Paul Cruz. So thank you, Paul. Now, we're going to have a wait list already from the video on this. Somebody else wanted one as well. I'll do that in just a second. But if anybody else wants one, Obituary definitely sold to Paul Cruz, CWEZ. And then we have One Vicious Rumors, also sold to Paul Cruz. We for sure can go ahead and put Darren Wortman on a wait list. This is a music on vinyl, numbered 1500 on blue vinyl. Darren Wortman, you're first on a wait list. And if anybody else wants one, this was $38.99. Okay, $38.99. Tim Floyd also wants on a wait list for Obituary. Also put Tim Floyd on wait list for Obituary and Vicious Rumors, okay? So the last two I just showed, he also wants one. This is White Line, the best of, limited edition 1500, $54.99 on clear vinyl. And White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, $38.99. And the first person who claimed White Zombie over here, was Joshua Hepburn. So thank you. And then we have somebody on a waiting list. Joy Fino. Put down Joy Fino for a wait list for White Zombie. That's one of our best-selling music on vinyl titles, okay? Let's go back up to the top. Brandon Bartlett got The Godfather. He's bought from us before. Thank you. And then over here, we have Bush at $65. And then what tracks are on Def Leppard? And then Stanley wants Def Leppard. Def Leppard tracks are Rock, Rock Till You Drop, Foolin', Animal, Photograph, Rocket, Work It Out, Slang, Armageddon It, Pour Some Sugar on Me, and Let's Get Rocked. And if you want to go on a waiting list, if you want it, Hoopy, it's yours. If not, let's sell it to Stanley Richmond. Also, Stephen Hill on the wait list for Obituary. Red Cave on the wait list for Obituary. Evil Riddle on the wait list for Obituary. And The Police Greatest Hits. This is $34.99. None of the advertised auctions have been sold except Sheriff. And I don't even know if that was in the hot picture. Nothing has went up for auction yet. Y'all are tuned in and ready to go, and I'm ready to start selling them. We got Def Leppard sold to Stanley Richmond. Thank you on that one. We had 6 air horns last night. That means 6 transactions for more than $500 each. Let's hopefully we can break that record tonight. There's some big stuff going up for auction. Bush is sold to Cameron Lingefeld, and this is sold to him for $65. Let's update these 2 cassettes. Insane cassettes going up tonight. Here in a minute, we're going to get We got 33% focus on albums. It's about to go to 75%, and then we're going to have one cassette auction going, okay? So those are sold. And then Hades, I think, only got one bid, right? Hades only got one bid, and that was sold for $10 to Ed Riviera. Thank you. And then Blessed Death, the last bid that came in on Blessed Death was Jim Cooper at 18. Thank you, Jim Cooper. That's so to you. And then Stephen Freyu on White Line. We got a waiting list going for Obituary, Music on Vinyl Press of Slowly We Rot. Also for Vicious Rumors as well. That was some titles that I keep in stock now and then. Okay, Stephen Freyu on White Line. We have almost obliterated this crate. We're about to go into new stuff for tonight. We got Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero on the Police Greatest Hits. And then Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. If anybody wants this, it's $36.99. That's Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. The first record I got for you is Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. That is $39.99 for Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. $39.99. I still got the Friday the 13th soundtrack from Waxwork, and that's only $34.99 on really cool colored vinyl. Let's see what's going on first over here with the decline of Western civilization, part 2. Oh man, the metal years, the original motion picture soundtrack. Unfortunately, though, it's in G+ condition. Really low grade, good early auction for tonight. It's just got a lot of scuffing. It looks like somebody left it out of a sleeve. No gashes or anything, so it's going to play with noise, but we're only going to put it up for a $1 start. We're only going to put it up for a $1 start. The decline of Western civilization, $1 start on that, okay? Let me pick out one more cassette, and for our, not one more, we'll put up our next cassette. There's a bunch over here. I'm trying to figure out that one that keeps getting requested. Y'all see little peaks of stuff, and I'm like, man, where did they see this stuff at? Y'all see little cassettes. Here it is, Living Sacrifice. This has been asked by 3 different people. I've never seen that before, even on vinyl. Living Sacrifice. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, there's that. And we have David Bowie's Scary Monsters. David Bowie's $33.99. Mother Love Bone was $33. Korn, and that's called Issues, a double LP for $33. Johnny Cash, one left at $44. Jamiroquai Live is $33. David Bowie Live and Studio Sessions 1970, $34. Rush Moving Pictures, $36. Shrek is $34. And Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $36. Are you reeling in the years? Stow away the times. All right, 2 crates of new stuff. We've already filled up a whole crate just from this morning's video. That's why I do that. It's worth my 7 minutes every day to bring those crates up there and film those videos for sure, as y'all can see, because we just sold a whole crate of vinyl, and that was from a 7-minute video. That's why a good time to be saying this while there's 312 people watching. If anybody is knowledgeable about records, pricing them, talking about them, I need somebody to basically run a whole lot of records every day and post stuff on our website. That's posting pre-orders, posting flip videos, posting pictures of cassettes, tagging them, interacting with people in the group, posting pre-orders, requesting pre-orders. And if you're local and that sounds like it's up your alley, we basically have a group that's just as popular as what we do live here every night, and I need somebody basically to run it all day during the day. So you have to make videos, post pre-orders, and then of course get stuff listed on our website, post products, these blankets, cleaning cloths, just make lists all day long and just post stuff and a whole lot of records, Jill. That's what we need. That's what we need, because that way we'd be selling stuff while I'm asleep every night or every day. During the day while I'm asleep, that's when we could be selling a lot more, is through that. So that's our next move, but we got to find the right person. We have to have somebody pretty knowledgeable about music and vinyl, and it would be a full-time job. So if you're out there, you might even want to move to Lebanon for a dream job like that. You might even want to move to Lebanon for a dream job like that. Okay. Tony Evil Riddle does not want on the wait list for Obituary. Scratch his name off, okay? All right, first thing we have is this. We have the metal years decline. It got a bid for 5, it got a bid for 6, it got a bid for 10, and then LS. LS is 15. That was Live and Sacrifice. 15 on Live and Sacrifice, decline 15. Sacrifice 16, Live and Sacrifice 15, Live and Sacrifice 20, decline 16, decline 15, decline 17. Brian C on Friday the 13th. Brian C, do you want the Friday the 13th 3D or do you want the first movie? Let me know which one you want. Decline 12, decline 20. How does waiting list work? Pay up front or no? Stephen Hill's a new buyer. A waiting list, you're only billed whenever it comes in. So our invoicing cycle stops this Saturday night and then you get billed on Monday. So anything you buy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday is $8 in limit shipping. You don't get billed for waiting list until they arrive. So because this is Thursday, you probably won't get that record until next week and you won't be billed the following Monday. So if you go on a waiting list tonight, unless it miraculously pops up, you probably won't get billed until the 26th, which is my mom's birthday. So you probably won't get billed until the 26th if you go on a wait list tonight. So you almost have, well, you're probably going to have more than a week before you even have to pay for it. Waiting list is, it's kind of a promise to buy it. So don't go on a waiting list unless you sure want it because it really sucks when one comes in and then we get a cancellation. So only go on a wait list if you're okay waiting and you're okay paying for it whenever it comes in. Decline is at 26, Live and Sacrifice 25, and Brian wants Friday 13th 3D, okay? So that is over here. We have Friday the 13th, that's so to Brian C. Thank you on that, and if anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. Moving on, we have 2 more copies of Smashing Pumpkins Adore. Now I have 4 copies in stock. $34.99 for Smashing Pumpkins Adore, and we also have Robert Johnson. I haven't had this one in a while, Volume 2 of King of the Delta Blues Singers. That's a music on vinyl press, $38.99. Let's put up another LP. Boy, do we got some cool ones tonight. Let's go ahead and put up Metal Church. We got Metal Years. What about Metal Church? Metal Church is a oh my gosh, a test pressing. Whoa, this is something pretty unusual. The disc is the test pressing of the 2016 Music on Vinyl reissue, okay? The jacket is the 86 Mexico press. There are 0 listings for the test pressing. So the test pressings typically don't come in a jacket. They usually come in just like something like this or like a cardboard jacket. So this is the test pressing for the 2016 Music on Vinyl press. And we do have a jacket for it. It's the Mexico press. So this is just like a bonus item. This is the value here. It's a 2016 test pressing of the Music on Vinyl press for Metal Church self-titled. Near mint, a $50 start. By the way, shout out to Scott Leach. If you see Scott Leach in the chat over on Facebook, we bought about everything tonight from his personal collection. Thank you, Scott. And for anybody watching, we buy record collections. You can just ask Scott. We drove from Tennessee and bought his collection. We went to New York, Pennsylvania. We was in Jersey, South Carolina, North Carolina. We went all up and down the East Coast. So anybody watching that's ready to sell your collection that's just kind of tuned in, you might have seen one of our ads today. These guys are pretty good at this. I might want to sell them my collection. Contact us and we'll take care of you from there, okay? But a lot of test pressings don't even come in jackets. So Metal Church test pressing, $50 start on that. There's that. And then over here, we have 2 auctions over here. The Decline of Western Civilization, which is low grade. It's G+, but playable, no feelable marks. It was at $26. Live and Sacrifice got a bid for $25. Decline, $27. John LeBeatty wants 2 packs of outer sleeves. 2 packs of outer sleeves for John LeBeatty. Those are $29.99 vinyl style packs of outer sleeves. Tom Kelly got Smashing Pumpkins Adore. George Jones on Robert Johnson. Those are sold and sold. And then over here, we have Merciful Fate, Melissa. Thunderstorm colored vinyl, black with yellow marbled. Merciful Fate, $34.99 for Melissa. We got 2 of those in stock. Who chooses what is on the wait list? Can we make requests? The waiting list is if we sell out of something. So let's say 2 people buy these Merciful Fates and a 3rd person wants one. That's a waiting list. We can also do special requests, and that's when you can message Ed or email me or let me know right now, and we'll get something ordered for you. Like last night, I was chatting with you, Rock Show, about your special records. They'll be here by tomorrow, okay? Except for Budgie. I went ahead and ordered that picture disc. but Budgie was out of stock. I can't get it. I'll have to check on that other one. Moving on, we have 3 copies of Merciful Fate. Make that if 4 people want one. We'll have to do a wait list. And then Cannibal Corpse is Hammer Smash Face, and this is on colored vinyl. I think it's clear and red splatter, $39.99. All right, Living Sacrifice. Final call for Living Sacrifice. This is a cassette, evidently pretty desirable. Dwayne Caldwell has it for $25. Final call. The Decline of Western Civilization. G+ condition. It's scuffed but playable. The last bid was King Fluffy at $27. I've got King Fluffy at $27 and everybody else out. Final call on the test pressing for Metal Church. That is a music on vinyl test pressing. That is a $50 star. So the disc is near mint. Those were the first pressings they would have done to test, okay, to test that record. Mayhem. Mayhem is $39.99, and this one is called Death Crush, I think. Yeah, Death Crush. Mayhem is $39.99. And we have Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot. Smashing Pumpkins is $34.99. Over here, we have a new bid on Living Sacrifice for $27. New bid on Living Sacrifice for $27. That means Metal Years is a final call. I was going to make sure Stuck 73 said out. You was the one I was waiting on. And then over here, we have Metal Church. Does have a bid for $50. There's another Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot. And then over here, we have Now That's What I Call Country, Volume 17. Opaque Coral Colored Vinyl, $29.99. Luke Combs, Jelly Roll, Chris Stapleton, Jordan Davis, Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Morgan Wallen, Kane Brown, John Party, Megan Maroney, Cody Johnson, Tim McGraw, Jason Aldean, Parker McCollum, Gabby Barrett, Chase Matthew, Riley Green, and Connor Smith. That is Modern Country, $29.99, Volume 17. The band has reissued several new albums. Bless you, Jill. I was trying to get through my speech first. We had Brandon Jones on Country, and then Evil Riddle said SHIT. I don't think that's a claim. And then Metal Church has a new bid for $60. Lenny Kravitz, this is one of his studio albums, Are You Gonna Go My Way? $38.99 for that. And we have Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains, of course. Degradation Trips Volume 1 and Volume 2 with 12-page book. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4 LP, $76.99, okay? So Living Sacrifice is... Dwayne Caldwell went out. This is sold to James Chilcott for $27. The Decline of Western Civilization is sold, and The Decline of Western Civilization is sold to King Fluffy for $27. Metal Church is between 2 people, Gerald Whitworth and Carol Puckett. So it's a test pressing for music on vinyl, and it's been Frankensteined with this jacket here. Now, like I said, typically a lot of test pressings don't even come with jackets. Scott just matched that up with a Mexico OG jacket. And we have Screaming Trees Dust. Mark Lanigan, Screaming Trees, $38.99. I called it Modern Country. It was actually called Now That's What I Call Country. But I got you. That's sold to Jason Thomas. All right, that's that. So you ordered those new ones. They will be in by tomorrow. They should. If not, I'll go ahead and say they're on this week's invoice and you'll be billed for them. So yeah, they're going to be on the way. They're ordered and they're on the way. Okay, I need to take a drink of Monster, very badly. Hey, there was Otis. I saw that one. I saw that one, Jake. I was actually looking at the monitor. Wow. Okay, next is, so you ordered the new ones. I did. They're on their way. They're on their way. They're on their way. Metal Church is at $63, okay? And then let's read through these again, and I have a whole nother crate. And Jason Bees wants Dust. And then, that's a Country. Jason Bees wants Dust. Let's put that right there. Thank you. Music on vinyl. And then what about Metal Church? It's between Carol and Gerald. Gerald's out. Solarplex is in, though, at 65, okay? So let's put up another cassette. Boy, do we got some cool ones. Let's do one right off the top here. Atrophy. And this one is called Violent by Nature. $10 start on that one. $10 start on that one, okay? And then over here, we have Now That's What I Call Country, Volume 17. Opaque Coral Vinyl, $29.99. 1 Smashing Pumpkins left, but I do have 2 more, $34.99. Merciful Fate Melissa, 3 copies in stock. Black with yellow marbled. People always rave about that album. $34.99, and Cannibal Corpse is $39. All right, let's pull up another auction. Laura's working on, not everything's up here. Laura's working on some, but how about we go ahead and do Danzig? This is unofficial. This is unofficial. This is Danzig 2, Lucifage. Lucifage. It's an unofficial from 2014 with the Danzig poster, and it's near mint, a $35 star. Of course, y'all know OGs are pricey, okay? There's that one. Next comment is Black Sabbath request. If it's up here, I'll run it next. If it's up here, I'll run it next. And then Metal Church is at 65. Atrophy has a bid for 10, and then another bid for 10. And then Stanley Richmond wants the David Bowie from the last crate. I got that. The live sessions, 1970, right? I've got that right here for you. I've been selling a ton of David Bowie this week. We can be heroes just for one day. That is sold, and that's sold to Stanley Richmond. Robert Johnson on ST, and ST was for something, maybe. And then over here we have another Cannibal Corpse. That's $39.99. Mayhem, Death Crush. No Sean Fairweather tonight. No Sean Lee Hooker. I bought that just for him. $39.99. Let's make that back wall decoration. Black metal doesn't get a lot of decoration in the back. $39.99 for Mayhem. And then Smashing Pumpkins is $34.99. We have Lenny Kravitz, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Lenny Kravitz is $38.99. I have two of those in stock. Jerry Cantrell, $76.99, 4 LP. And we have Screaming Trees. That is Dust, $38.99. So Metal Church, I was going to make sure Carol Puckett didn't want to bid again. Solarplex had it for 65. Carol Puckett, let me know if you want back in. He has it for 65. And then Robert Johnson wants that last Screaming Trees. The Atrophy cassette's at 15. And then over here, Danzig is a $35 bid with Terry Lee Watts. If this was OG, it would be up into the hundreds. Is the Pantera Power Metal and an unofficial? I don't think so. I think that's real. Let me see if it's up here. It's real. It's real and it's spectacular. It's up here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's an air horn. That's an air horn, right, Paul? Yep. That's an air horn, right, Jill? Yeah. Right, Jake? He says he don't know. Okay, we have over here Bob Doan on Lenny Kravitz. Bob, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and I'll give those instructions to you in just a second. Bob Doan, maybe. Bob Doan or Bob Doan. That's so do you, Lenny Kravitz, okay? I believe I'm the high bidder. Let's see if you bid again. I got Solarplex at 65. Carol, I had you at 65. Solarplex bid 65. Or I had you at 63, Solarplex bid 65. I got Solarplex Studios at $65. That's on the test pressing and then with the Mexico jacket, okay? And then the Atrophy cassette, Violent by Nature. The last bid on this was Kendall Hill at 15. That also might be a first-time buyer. And then Danzig's at 35. Just joining. Any Ozzy, GNR, Motley Crue, Pink Floyd on cassette tape? Very possibly. And Bob's a first-time buyer. While I'm swapping out crates, if anybody wants anything else in there, just let me know. $8 limited shipping. And if you're a first-time buyer, make sure you message our page. If you're on Facebook, you can send us a DM. I just need your email address and your mailing address. I just need your email address and your mailing address. Paul's heading out. I'll see you Monday, probably Monday. Wow, that's right. Saturday.
Are you going to be here Saturday?
No. I'll see you Monday then. Okay. Maybe. You never know. I might not see you ever again. I may banish you to an island. Funeral. Brittany's funeral. Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. I was giving Paul a hard time. I love giving people a hard time. Thank you, Paul. Okay, and then over here, I've got new crate, new stuff. Erasure, Victims of Love, Live, England, 1987. That's on yellow vinyl, $29.99 for Erasure. $29.99 for Erasure. Okay, so Bob's a first-time buyer, and then over here, Kendall Hill gets Atrophy for $15. Thank you, Kendall Hill. That's so to you for $15. And then, let me remind everybody, if you're a first-time buyer, just say, if I don't catch your name, we've already had like 3 or 4 tonight, just say, yes, first-time buyer. Send your email, send your mailing address. If you just found out about our company, congratulations. You're going to get a lot of opportunities over the next years to buy a lot of cool stuff. Collectibles, records. I'm here every night from about 6 up until 1 or 2 a.m. 6 nights a week, and sometimes I'm here on Sundays too. Okay, so Erasure's a live unofficial. Victims of Love, 1987, yellow vinyl, $29.99 on that. Metal Church is officially sold, and that is sold to Solarplex for $65, okay? That was for the test pressing of that. That's sold for $65. That is done, and then Danzig. The last bid on Danzig over here was a new bid for $36 of Clay Mullins. Whoever the first bidder was, You've been outbid. It was at 35. Now it's at 36. And I have one copy of Madonna. The Party's right here, live. Dallas, Texas, 1990. Madonna's $29.99. And Depeche Mode's Best Of, which is a 1, 2, 3 LP, $69.99 on that one. I'll do Pantera momentarily. There's some people on standby. It will be going up soon. It will be going up soon, and then it'll be over, and everybody will be like, dang. Okay, next auction is Chastain, the 7th of Never cassette tape. That's going to go up for a $10 star. Do you have any more of those Ted Nugent volume? If two, how much would it be? I don't have them. I think they were 34, Mike, but I'd have to check. I don't think I have any more in stock, though. I have 3 copies of Back to the Future, and this was a waiting list. I'll have to go get my laptop in just a second. I know for sure somebody was on a waiting list, so there's 2 extra copies of Back to the Future. Huey Lewis, It's the Power of Love, $33.99 on that. Danzig has a new bid, so anybody new, if you're on Facebook, just make sure you send us your email and mailing address to DM on Facebook. If you're on YouTube or anywhere else, you can go to our website and fill out the contact first-time buyer form, okay? Masters of Metal, Metal Rage, Rush, Stryper, Bon Jovi, Priest, Twisted Sister, BOC. Folks, this is a K-Tel hard rock metal compilation. 1986 OG, a $25 star for Metal Rage. That's up for a $25 star, okay? Danzig has a new bid for $40, and then Danny D. LaO on DM for the Depeche Mode. Thank you, that's so to you. And then Chastain's a $10 star, the 7th of Never. Danzig is an unofficial pressing. It's a bootleg from 2014, near mint with the poster, okay? And then in front of Back to the Future, we have Iggy Pop live at Paris Palace. That's a red vinyl, $29.99 on that. I'm going to step up front and get that computer that I'm mentioning. And welcome, everybody. So tonight's featured auctions are metal. In the crates right now, we're going through our newest new stuff. This is new stuff. And this is brand new from distribution. We got pre-owned records tonight, new vintage. In those kind of crates, like I said earlier, you could see literally anything. I think earlier I said you could see Nat King Cole and Henry Mancini. You could also see Lamb of God and Slipknot. So those kind of crates, a little bit of everything, a lot of vintage OG type records tonight in the crates. And we got a whole cassette collection over here. I did post the pre-order. Speaking of Lamb of God, they've got a new album coming out. I did post the pre-order for that, just FYI. Mike Torres was on a wait list for Back to the Future. Thank you, Mike Torres. That's so to you. I'm going to take your name off right now. So Mike Torres was on the wait list for Back to the Future. That's for this copy right here. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then Danzig's moving to a final call. No one else has bid higher than 40 since Terry Lee Watts bid 40. And then Chastain has a bid for 15. And Metal Rage has a bid for 30. Moving on, I've got Yes, the Rhino Reserve, all analog, 90125, $38.99. Owner of a Lonely Heart, $38.99 for Yes. And then Kraftwerk Live, 1975, King Biscuit Radio, Kraftwerk, that one's just $24.99. That's also a live unofficial. And then Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues Singers. We had Volume 2 yesterday, or tonight. We had Volume 2 tonight. We already sold one, and Samuel Kopich, this one is sold to him because he was on a waiting list. So for those that's been asking how a waiting list works, this is how it works. So we sold out of these the other night. Somebody else said, Chad, I want one. I ordered it for them. It's in. There was only one left in stock, and now it's sold to him. So whenever it comes in, he's tagged for it automatically. Robert Warner on Kraftwerk. Chastain's about to sell. So is Danzig. I'm going to show one more record. Another Yes album, Big Generator, orange vinyl, $29.99 for Yes, Big Generator, orange vinyl. Thank you, Robert, on the Kraftwerk. And Danzig is 3, 2, 1, and sold for $40. And that's the Terry Lee Watts. Thank you on that one. Let's put that away. And then Chastain over here is sold for 15 to Ed Riviera. Thank you on that. And then Metal Rage. Mark Lane has it for 35. Really cool K-Tel comp there. There's that. And let's go over here and pull some other auctions. I have Mass. Didn't somebody ask for me to put that up? Laura's working on bringing the rest up right now. We're going to do some of the crazy high-end stuff here in about 10 minutes. Probably about 7:45. We're going to do some of the crazier high-end stuff. Make sure you're watching. 1985 USOG. This is Mass. It's sealed with hop sticker. It does have a little bit of a notch up here, but that's going to go up for a $30 start. Okay, moving on. And this new crate is another live Iggy Pop, live in New York City. That's at the Ritz, 1986, $29.99 for that Iggy. And we have Smashing Pumpkins Gish, which there was a waiting list for. Smashing Pumpkins Gish, is $36.99. $36.99. And we have a gatefold jacket, and this is Smashing Pumpkins. Okay, and this was Adam Baumann, Baumann. I hope I spelt that right, but our taggers know who that is, right, Jill? All right, thank you. And this means we got 2 copies left, $36.99, $36.99. And then over here, what did we leave off? We got 2 more Smashing Pumpkins. So we got Metal Rage. I think we're done. I'm going to go ahead and get that off the board so there's no confusion. Metal Rage is Mark Lane at $35, okay? And that was done, okay? Metal Rage, that is $35. And that's so to Mark Lane. Thank you on that one. Everybody else went out after his $35 bid. Now we have Mass. We have Mass left, and Mass is at 30 with Brad Waits, okay? What was the Iggy Pop? There's 2 different Iggy Pops. There's Live in New York City, 1986, and the other one's at Paris Palace. It doesn't really say when. Yeah, 1979. That one's on red vinyl. 2 different unofficials there. Freddie Milford on Smashing Pumpkins. There's that. I guess Otis popped up on the screen again. Jake's doing some cool shenanigans over here. Very, very cool. And let's grab another cassette right quick. We're going to have 2 metal albums and a cassette going pretty much all night. How about this one right here? Let's do King's X, Tapehead. That's pretty interesting. Let's put up King's X for a $10 start. That's now going up for bid. King's X Tapehead. And let's do the Ramones as our next auction. The Ramones is Triple J Live at the Wireless, Capitol Theatre, Sydney, Australia, 1980. Our Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 13,000 copies, $25 start on that. Next, I got 3 copies of Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. So, as y'all know, we also deal in silver and coins. We was working on a private deal, the buyer not to be named, but we did just sell 80 prospectors to 1 buyer, and Tanner just sent me that details in. So I guess we won't blow the air horn, but we'll say big thank you to our buyer. 20, 40, 60, 80, 4 rolls of 1-ounce prospectors. I'm going to go ahead and lay these so they know to tag these tonight during the sale. And that was a private deal, and it just came through the wire, and we've got these sold. Big sale. I want to show this to let everybody know 2 things. We buy silver and we sell silver. These are 1-ounce silver prospectors, $92 each, $7,360. Thank you. We'll call them Mystery Buyer A. These are sold. I'm going to go ahead and lay them in here on the table. I'm going to make this the first transaction of tonight on the miscellaneous table. 7360. Thank you. That's a big air horn. So if you have anything for sale silver, you can mail it to us. You can drop it off by the store. You can set an appointment with Tanner. If you're lucky, you can set up an appointment with me on a Sunday, but it'd have to be a lot. And I've done that before. I've spent a day and a half before going through a guy's coin collection. So thank you. Big sale on some silver. That was 80 ounces, and appreciate that. And I still got a whole nother roll. I've got a whole nother row of Engleharts, and I've got a whole nother row of 1-ounce silver Cougarans, okay? So thank you on that. We got 40 ounces left of the 999 bullion right now. That's done. And then let's jump back into here. I think there's a wait list for Pantera. Yeah, James Chilcott. Thank you. I don't even have to get my laptop out. That's sold to James Chilcott. And I've got 2 extra. Cowboys from Hell, white and whiskey brown marble vinyl, $29.99. Michael Jackson Off the Wall, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, $24.99. King's X has 1 bid for $10 with MT Matt. And then Mass. The last bid I have on this is Shane Lando at 40. Or was that something else? Shane, you put Met 40. You put Met 40. Was that supposed to be for Mass? Brad Waits had it for 30. It was sealed. I got to confirm what Shane's Met was. And the Ramones 25, King's X 10, and Ramones 30, Ramones 32. Kevin LeBady on Michael Jackson. Thank you on that. And then over here we have Joe Steels on Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. Thank you, Joe. I think you're a first-time buyer. I've never seen many people with the last name Steels other than Steven Steels, one of my favorite musicians. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Thank you, Joe Stills. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, and then we'll get you registered. And then over here, I have more analog. I think there's a wait list for Charles Mingus. Let me pull it up. $38.99. This is from the Rhino Reserve. Speaking of jazz, Blues and Roots, Charles Mingus. And this is $38.99. Adam Bernardi was on a waiting list. Thank you. Yes. Thank you on that. And then my waiting list for Pantera, let me go ahead and take that off, make sure nobody else was on it. Yeah, James Chilcott. Thank you. James Chilcott, I got you right there. Boom. Cowboys from Hell. Done. Thank you. Thank you on that, James. And this one sold. First-time buyer. Appreciate it. Sorry, Metal. Okay, that was Metal Rage. All right, so this is sold. Mass is done, and Mass is sold, and Mass is sold to Brad Waits for 30. King's X 11, now 12. The Ramones is at 35. Robert Barnett, you're out, and so is Sean Miller has it at 35. Robert, you're out. Kendall Hill wants a Pantera Cowboys from Hell. Thank you on that. Now we're sold out. If anybody else wants on the wait list, let me know. And Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish. We're gonna have 2 extra copies, and we're gonna have 2 extras, and one is already sold here. Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep rolling. Limp Bizkit is sold to Jason Thomas. Thank you on that one. This is on silver and brownish colored vinyl. Limp Bizkit is $44.99. I got 2 extra copies there if anybody else wants one. And same thing for Michael Jackson Bad. We're going to have one already sold, and there's somebody on a wait list. I think it's Moses. I just seen it over here. And the wait list for Michael Jackson's is Mo Loco 36. Yep, Mo Loco 36. Thank you on that one. Now there's 2 extra copies. Let's put up another auction, but first, Amenities wants to Charles Mingus. Thank you on that. King's X is at 15. I'm going to make sure the Barnetts are done on the Ramones. High bid's 35. And let's put up another auction. Oh, man. Here we go. Dio, Evil Eyes. Hope everybody's ready. This has been requested a lot. It's an unofficial press. Dio is live, and this is in West Germany, 1986. It's an unofficial. What a cool one here. VG condition. Dio is a $35 start. $35 start. Michael Jackson's on black vinyl. King's X is at 15, and then we got Forrest Gump. Haven't had this in a while. One of my favorite movies, and of course, one of the best soundtracks of all time. 32 songs on here, $39.99. And they do it, of course, as you know, in the movie in chronological order. So it starts off with Elvis and Dwayne Eddy. It goes all through the 60s and the Summer of Love and the Motown scene, all through the psychedelic age, and then the early 70s, like with Skinner and the Doobie Brothers. Really cool. That's the Forrest Gump soundtrack, $39.99. King's X is sold to MT Matt for $15. Thank you on that. And the Ramones over here is sold, and the Ramones is sold to Sean Miller for $35. So Dio is an OG VG bootleg. It is a vintage bootleg. Evil Eyes, it's a $35 start. There's an opportunity for that. Let's also put up Crocus. Crocus is a 1983. This is a 1983 US Hot Pog OG. It's still in shrink with the hype. A nice, and the inner sleeve. A nice copy of Crocus Headhunter, $25 start on that. No one on MJ. Are you saying you don't need a Michael Jackson Bad, or am I misreading your comment? Let's also go ahead and grab another cassette. And the next cassette we are going to do is going to be, let's do another, let's do this one here, Atrocity Hallucinations. Atrocity is going to go up for a $10 start, okay? All right, so there's that, and let's jump over here and read through this crate one more time. Yeah, we got some pre-owned crates. I do have other new vinyl. I want to go up front and show you some. I'm going to grab a crate and fill up some stuff from up front that is probably pretty good, desirable titles. Seems like we got a lot of new buyers on. Probably some stuff up there they want, but first we're going to go through some of the pre-owned stuff, which will be sticker price, okay? Now, Solarplex Studio says bill him for MT Matt's cassette. And he wants to pay for it. So Solarplex wants to pay for the cassette you just got bought, MT Matt. Well, that's nice. Mo Loco says he doesn't want MJ. Okay, so let's put back Michael Jackson Bad. I'll make that the first record in here. This is $24.99. Scott Leach, who owned this Dio, he says it sounds great and the set list is solid. There you go. So Michael Jackson Bad is still available. That's a gatefold single LP, $24.99. That is available, $24.99. Dirty Diana, Smooth Criminals on that one. And we get OGs of that. You know, it's a platinum album, multi-platinum, but we just don't get them like every day. It's kind of bizarre. Dio is at 35 of Mike Straw's. Atrocity 10, Atrocity 10. MT Matt wants a Michael Jackson Off the Wall. That was our last copy of that one. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. No bid yet on Crocus. Looking for a $25 start. Atrocity is 16. I have Erasure Live, 1987, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Back to the Future soundtrack is 33. And I skipped something there. I skipped Madonna Live in Dallas, 1990, $29.99. Yes 90125, $38.99. Kraftwerk is $24.99. And then Rocktober exclusive, Yes, Big Generator, $29.99. And that has the Rhythm of Love on it. And we have Smashing Pumpkins Gish, $36.99. Chad, I didn't claim a record just now. He wants to pay for the cassette auction. He is saying he wants to pay for the cassette auction. This one right here, Matt Nichols off the wall, Chad. I've already got it pulled for you. I'm so fast you don't even see it. We have Iggy Pop Paris, 1979-29. Iggy Pop Ritz, New York, 1986-29. Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish is 44. Michael Jackson Bad, now there's 2 left. Now there's 3 left because I had 1 on a wait list and then 2 extras. And then Forrest Gump soundtrack is 39, okay? What is the Crocus? Dio has another $35 bid. It was already at 35, so Jamie, we would need 36 or more. This is Crocus Headhunter. OG, shrink wrap, nice with hop sticker and inner sleeve, $25 start. And then Atrocity over here. Atrocity over here is at 18 with Hessen Session. 18 with Hessen Session, and we have Evil Eyes, Dio. So this is at $35 right now, tied. It's live in West Germany, 1986. April 26, 1986. And it is an unofficial, it's a bootleg, 2 LP, overall in VG condition. It's on this North Lake Records label. It's a bootleg, aka unofficial. Now Dio has a new bid for 40, and let's lay that right there. That's now up for bid. The Atrocity cassette, the last bid that came in on this is a final call, Hessen Session 18. A lot of cool metal cassettes tonight. Some I've never seen on vinyl. Don't know if they even exist on vinyl. And then Crocus is at 25. Can I swap the Police for Limp Bizkit? You can. So you want Chocolate Starfish, right? So sell him a Chocolate Starfish, Metal Guy Guerrera. And I think over here in our last record in the first crate was his Police Greatest Hits. So we're going to put this back, okay? This is going to be put back for Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. If anybody wants the Police Greatest Hits, $34.99. New bidder on Dio at 42. Thank you for letting me know. If you end up being a first-time buyer, you can bid even without buying. You can bid without being registered. But if you do end up buying something, if I do say sold to you, then I just need to get you registered, okay? Now, after you get registered, you won't hear back from us unless you're here talking to me live the next couple nights. We will invoice you on Monday. We will invoice on Monday, and Laura is delivering the rest of the auction. So it's about to get busy. I said, Limp Bizkit me, I want Starfish and Significant Other. Devious John. Yeah, by the way, Limp Bizkit OG albums, really, they do exist. I know this one does, but it's a limited edition pressing back in the 90s. It's on red vinyl. It's pretty tough to get. Hey, there's Otis. Now, Jake has come up with something pretty cool here. Can we also get an image of Seth popping up as a clown? We have... We got Limp Bizkit sold to Devious John, and Limp Bizkit also sold to Devious John. Thank you on that one. Chad, bill me for MT Matt's Easy O from the beginning of the show for $10. Okay? I can do that. We'll take care of it. Anybody wants to pay for anybody's purchases, just let me know, and you can pay for everybody. There might be somebody big step up tonight and be like, I'll pay for anything anybody buys tonight. I'll go ahead and wire Chad the money in advance. Boy, would we be busy, Laura. There'd be like... we'll need a $100,000 cash wire in advance, and just everybody can start claiming whatever they want. This show would go off the hook. Joe DeGato wants Off the Wall, and Brad Waits wants Off the Wall. 2 people on Off the Wall waiting list. Michael Jackson. Brad Waits is first. Joe DeGato second. That will be a waiting list. I still got Bad in stock, and I didn't order Thriller because I feel like we show that almost every night. But if anybody wants a new Thriller, I can order that for you. Okay. All righty. Here we go. Let's go through our first crate of pre-owned stuff for tonight. These are going to be sticker price. And how about Chad Fire and Seth? Yeah, a picture of me just like pointing my finger at Seth with a thought bubble. You're fired! Exclamation point. All right, let's see what John's got us here. Oh, boy. So like I said, in these crates, especially for some of this new stuff we've been picking out, there is no telling what you're liable to see. Liable to see. This is all sticker price, and thank you on that. And let's keep going. We're about to put up some heavy hitters, okay? All right, Alabama 1 point. Yeah, let's get a hold of the Powerball winner. Say, hey, send us let's see. Send us a $250,000 wire. We're going to let our customers have a heyday just claiming stuff one night as fast as everybody can. Just knowing everything's paid and free. That'd be a boost to the economy. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. I had to grab a bite of brownie. I need some sugar for tonight. Here we go. Atrocity. We're done. Atrocity is sold to Jim. Well, that was kind of a new bid. $19. Hessen Session got outbid. Hessen Session went out. Sold to Jim Cooper for $19. Thank you, Jim. That's sold to you. And then Crocus Headhunter. The last bid, I think it was only one for $25. Richard Bradshaw bid $30. Clay Mullins, you got outbid. Richard Bradshaw has Crocus for $30. Clay Mullins, let me know if you want back in. The Vintage Dio bootleg, Evil Eyes, West Germany, 86. Jamie Sotar has it for 46. Okay? Jamie Sotar has that for 46. Let's put something back there in the middle for decoration. Jake, when I had my mic muted, Jake was like, give me some more suggestions for some cool pop-up stuff. Yeah, we'll do one that's like, we'll have one that pops up and it's like, okay. Let's decorate with some 80s right quick. Back to the Future. $33.99. That's awesome artwork, if anything. Okay, these are all new vintage pre-owned records. Anything could go in these. All sticker price, okay? We're going to make sure we're done on Crocus. I'm going to go ahead and go another cassette. And the next cassette is going to be Les Rocket. And Les Rocket is City's Gonna Burn. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? $10 start on that. Les Rocket, City's Gonna Burn. First thing I have over here is various artists, Summer Coolers. This is a compilation promo, $19.99. It has John Waite, Russ Ballard, Lamal's on here, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Kim Carnes, Jason and the Scorchers. $19.99 on that. Summer's Best Music in-store play sampler. Another promo sampler. Allison Moyet, Cock Robin, Hooters, Paul Young. $14.99 on that. New vintage stuff here. And that's Eric Clapton. And this one's called Clapton. Wow, the jacket. This one's really known for having a lot of wear. I mean, I've never seen one this clean. It does have a clip corner. $34.99. Mike Massey wants Summer's Best. That's sold to Mike Massey. Dio 48, Dio 50. Last Rocket's a $10 start. I hope we were done on Crocus. I got to go ahead and sell it. 5, 4, Richard Bradshaw 3, Richard Bradshaw 2, and Crocus is sold for $30 to Richard Bradshaw, okay? Thank you on that. Laz Rocket does have a bid for 10. Mike Massey got Summer's Best. There's Clapton for 34. The Doors Greatest Hits, another one. I bet this is phenomenal. It is phenomenal. $34.99. And then Bad Influence, the Robert Cray Band. Robert Cray, $14.99. Danny D. LaO on Eric Clapton. Thank you on that. That's so to Danny D. And then let's see what we got over here. I think all the auctions have been delivered. We got Poison. We got Chris Poland. We got Quiet Riot, Queensryche. We have Monster Magnet. Michael Monroe was requested. Let's do it. Crocus. I have Merciful Fate. Yngwie Malmsteen. I don't want to read them all off. If you've seen the pictures, you know what's coming. We have a white label promo, Master of Puppets. The last time I had one of those, we sold it for $800, I think. I don't know if I want to take any less than $5 for this one tonight. We'll see what happens. We got Marilyn Manson. Oh, man, it's a real one, too. Manson's real. Pantera's real. Most of these are not bootlegs. Metal Massacre. Good gosh. Okay, we have Michael Monroe, Not Faking It. Michael Monroe is a 1989 USOG, and it's actually marked a promotion copy, not for sale. It has the original on her sleeve. EX edition, Michael Monroe, a $30 start. $30 start on Michael Monroe. Tonight is going to get a little wild. Hopefully everybody has their calendar, their schedule cleared for about the next 2 hours, especially next 3 hours. Laz Rock at 10, Laz Rock at 11. Will Smithson passed on the Doors. Dio's at $50. And before we left, we agreed that I would get auctions ready for Saturday since he's supposed to sell. Since I'm going to be off on Saturday, I'm going to go ahead and do Saturday auctions night. Then tomorrow I'll do Friday auctions and price some regular crates. Okay, good deal. Yes, I have to go to a funeral on Saturday. Paul will Paul will be hosting the show, at least the first third or first 2/3 of it. My business partner here, Henry Woodard, his daughter-in-law died suddenly earlier this week. She was very young, had 2 young kids, and we got to go to their funeral on Saturday, her funeral on Saturday. So she was 35 years old, had a kid 8, had a kid 4, died in her sleep. She's had heart problems most of her life, ever since she was young, and just suddenly just died in her sleep. And it's tragic. She had 2 kids, 8 and 4. That's my business partner here, Henry, his daughter-in-law. So I gotta go to that funeral on Saturday. Paul will be taking care of the show, okay? Stanley Richmond, Robert Cray, thank you on that one. Tim Roy requested Dawkin, another Monster Magnet request, another Monster Magnet request, another Monster Magnet request. We have Dio at $52. We have Monster Magnet. We have, Michael Monroe at 30. We have Michael Monroe at 30. Laz Rock at 13. Laz Rock at 15. Michael Monroe 31. Laz Rock at 16. And we have Laz Rocket at 17. Okay? So, first thing we have is this. We only have one doors left for 34. We have the Summer Coolers compilation, and we have Volunteer Jam 6. Volunteer Jam 6 is $34.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And Spencer Davis Group, Galugo. Spencer Davis Group is $19.99. Spencer Davis Group, $19.99. So right over here, we got 3 live auctions right now. Dio has been up for a long time, but kind of every time I glance up here, there's either a question or a bid because Dio, super desirable collectible artist, and this is a live unofficial. West Germany, 1986. Jamie Sotar has it for $52. If you're not Jamie Sotar, you don't have it for $52. So Dio is going once and going twice. Now it's at 55 with Tracy Beach. So that's still getting bids, okay? That's still getting bids. Dio is at $55. Dio's at $55. Jamie, you're back out. We have Laz Rocket over here. Laz Rocket, Hessen Session 18, Mark Lane 18. So that's tied. A lot of cool metal cassettes as well tonight. Hessen Session has that for 18. Michael Monroe's at $35. We're in a new vintage crate. These are all priced as marked. Spencer Davis and Volunteer Jam was the last two. Introducing the Doobie Brothers, recorded in 1970, featuring Tom Johnston. $14.99 on that. Bob Seger Live Bullet. And most of these records, same thing. If John's pulling from new collections, he goes after beautiful, super clean copies. I want y'all to look at this. That is a beautiful copy of Live Bullet. Great live album, one of the best ever, $24.99. Doobie Brothers is sold to Michael Butler. We have Laz Rocket at 20, Michael Monroe 37, and Dio 56. Heavy hitters going up right after this one. General Public, In Conversation. This is a 12-inch single, gold stamp promo, $19.99 for General Public. And Todd Rundgren, Acapella. We sold one of those the other night. Here's another one. A Gatefold jacket, $14.99. Derek Clark says the Spencer Davis is on the rare Vertigo label and has the die-cut jacket. That's true. Galugo has the die-cut jacket, and it's on Vertigo, $19.99. Brian Call on the Minty Live Bullet. That's so to Brian Call. Thank you on that one. And then Rock, ROC maybe, $12.99 on that one. And Comedy Caravan, Andy Griffin, Yogi Jorgensen, Stan Freeberg, $12.99. I think John got into some of the stuff too. I pulled some stuff out when I was sorting for $2 records and stuff, really cool stuff I found in the back. Some of this looks really familiar. Wow, Laz Rocket still getting bids, 22. Wow, Dio still getting bids at 60. Wow, Michael Monroe still getting bids at 40, now 43. I'm going to have to put up a 4th auction. It's going to be hard to keep up with, but every time I've looked up, all 3 of these auctions are still getting bids. Michael Monroe 40, Dio 60, Laz Rocket 22, Michael Monroe 43. We have The Boys Doing It, Muscella, Hugh Muscella in Shrink Wrap, Casablanca Records, $19.99. Smokey Robinson, Love Breeze. Smokey Robinson is $14.99. And George Jones, my very special guest. George Jones is $9.99. Hubert Law's Family. Hubert Law's is in Shrink Wrap, $19.99. And the Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street, $24.99. Gatefold, Original Under Sleeve, and super duper clean. If you're done on the Dio, be sure to let me know. Tracy Beach has it for $60. Michael Monroe's now at 50, and Laz Rocket's at 22. As soon as some of these people say out, I'm going to go ahead and sell these. So if you're waiting for the end, I would go ahead and bid right now and go ahead and get your name in the mix. Brandon Jones on George Jones. Will Smith and you were second. Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp is $24.99. And we have Volunteer Jam, the first one. And this one is $24.99. Look over here. We have new bids. Laz Rocket 25, Michael Monroe 55, and Dio 61. No one's saying out. Everybody's putting up 5s tonight. I may regret this, but let's go ahead and add a 4th auction, okay? I'm going to try my best to keep up with all the bids. And let's go ahead and do a Grail Among Grails. Pantera Power Metal. Pantera Power Metal. This is a real 1988 USOG. If this doesn't get to an air horn, we'll all be disappointed. This is real. It's not a bootleg. It does have the original under sleeve. This album's out of print. It's never been reissued, and it even has the Pantera merch insert. And then it gets even better. It gets even better. It is EX++ near mint minus. We have nearly a top copy here. It is beautiful. EX++ near mint minus with the fan club insert, with the original under sleeve, and the jacket is also nice. It just has a couple of light stress creases. I'll show those in just a second. I like this. $450 start. Leave some room for bids, but it could get to an air horn quickly. A real OG power metal fan club insert, inner sleeve. It does have a little bit of a stress crease here. It does have a little bit of a stress crease right there. $450 start on Pantera. There you go, $450 start on Pantera. Next thing is Laz Rocket at $25, Michael Monroe $55, Dio's at $61, Michael Monroe $70, Dio $65. We have Pantera out. It's real and it's spectacular. Pantera is a $450 start. I would start bidding right now like you want it. You know you do. Throw it out there, own it, scratch it off your list. Whew. Charlie Daniels Band, $24.99. Rodney Dangerfield, No Respect radio shorts, special radio version. This is little clippings of Rodney Dangerfield doing little comedy bits. $14.99 for it's a promo. And we have the Waterboys, A Pagan Place. The Waterboys is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Dio, still getting bids. $66 with Jamie Sotar. Michael Monroe's at $70 with Sean Drake. Somebody's outbid. Sean Drake has it for $70. Laz Rocket. The last bid on Laz Rocket, Ed Riviera went out. MK Lane got it for $25. That is sold. Pantera is a $450 start. Final chance for me to do the final warning before I make it a buy now. I would expect if you definitely want it, you would have already placed a bid by now, and you're not waiting. We have Nick Galletti on RD for Rodney Dangerfield. Al Cox on Waterboys, that's sold and sold. And we have Was Not Was, Born to Laugh at Tornadoes, $14.99. Jimmy Z, Anytime, Any Place, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. And What Is This, 3 out of 5 live, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Dio is still getting bids. It's at $70 of Tracy Beast. Michael Monroe is up to one person. Sean Drake had it for $70. Devin Reese, do you want to bid again? It's up to you. Final call. James Rayner on Was Not Was. That's going right over here. And we have a cassette that I'm going to put up. Somebody asked for me to run leather, Shockwaves. This cassette leather is a $10 start. $10 start for leather, Shockwaves. Okay, and then What Is This is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Thank you on that one. And then Lenny White, Attitude. Lenny White is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Little Feet, representing the Mambo. Little Feet is a $19.90, $29.99. That one came out in 1990. BJ Dickmere has Pantera from $450. That's what I wanted to see. I was about to do a local applied rule for when high-end records go up like this, and there's about 24 people that want to bid on it, but no one wants to put in the first bid. I usually say, well, I'll do this. You can bid on it, but there's not going to be a buy now. You have to place a bid. And I didn't even have to say that. BJ Dickmere has bid $450 on Pantera. If you want it, you got to go through him. It's now at $450. Lenny White is sold to Danny D. La-O. Leather has a bid for $10. We have Michael Monroe out and Dio out. These are sold. Dio is sold to Tracy Beach. That was a new buyer, $70. Now Michael Mendick is at $455 on Pantera. A couple of people went, dang it. I thought I was going to be able to get it for $450 and nobody else was here watching. I promise you, there's a lot of other people here watching that wants to bid on that. They're just waiting for the right time to type in their bid and hit send. Now's the time. We have Michael Monroe over here. Michael Monroe, this is officially sold. And this is sold for $70 to Sean Drake. If you're a first-time buyer, make sure you DM us as soon as possible on Facebook. We need your email address and mail address. We'll invoice you on Monday. Here come the Pantera bids, the no sniper rule. Yeah, I have to do that on some of this high-end stuff because everybody's like, they have their bid literally loaded into their chat. I know they do. And they're like, man, oh my gosh, here's the moment I've been waiting for 5,000 years. Over here, Pantera's at $460. Beautiful. OG copy, super clean with insert and the original under sleeve. Let the bidding begin. Let the bidding begin. Loud George, thanks, I'll eat it here. $19.99. What about leather? What about leather? MK Lane at 10. Thanks everybody for bidding. Now we have an auction. Now we have an auction. Little Feat, the last record album. Little Feat is $26.99, and Pat Travers, Crash and Burn. Pat Travers is $19.99 for Crash and Burn. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We had Poison in the hot picture. We already sold one tonight. It was a red vinyl pressing. And we have an uncensored OG cover. Open up and say, ah, nice point out there, Jake. Jake just noticed there's 340 people watching. That's the most I've seen in a while. Wow, that's the most I've seen in a while. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. This is what happens when you have OG Pantera, OG Marilyn Manson, OG Merciful Fate, OG Megadeth, OG Rats, OG Metal Massacres, OG White Label Promo, Master of Puppets, a lot of masters and metals and stuff like that. Uncensored Poison, open up and say, ah. Uncensored cover, 88 USOG. This is a real, uncensored OG with the inner sleeve, a $45 start. Leather is sold for $10 to MK Lane. Thank you on that one. And now Pantera's at $475, the BJ Dickmere. Man, we're so close to that $500 air horn. We need it tonight. I think we can beat last night's record. We did 5 or 6, especially if I bring out some more silver. We have Crawler at $14.99. We've already got one. I just didn't blow it. This could be air horn number 2. The Best of Tom Rush, $19.99 on that. And the Rolling Stones, get your yayas out. The Rolling Stones, $34.99. Let's grab another cassette over here, too. Boy, do we have some cool ones over here. Let's go over here and grab Exodus, Force of Habit. I don't see this one too often on anything. Exodus is going to go up for a $10 start. There's that. We also have the Evita soundtrack. That's $19.99. And we have the Long Hit Summer on Epic Portrait and CBS. That's another comp. Jeff Beck, Beach Boys, John Cafferty, Carly Simon, Goonies soundtrack. Till Tuesday, Youthquake, Dead or Alive is on here. You Spin Me Round. Sade's on here, Dan Fogelberg, and Luther Vandross. $19.99 on that one, okay? All right, we have P, Poison, or Pantera. That won't be hard to do. That won't be hard to determine because Pantera is at $500. Pantera is at $500. That's a new bid with BJ Dickmere. $500. Exodus is at $15 and Poison's at $55. Now Poison's at $75. We got 3 live auctions, Pantera, Poison, and Exodus. I'm going to read through these again very quickly, and then I'm going to go right into another crate, okay? I'm just going to read the titles. Poison is OG EX++ Near Mint Minus. It's at $75. Pantera is OG, also EX++ Near Mint Minus, inner sleeve. It's at $500. It still has some room on that one for sure. Various Artists Summer Coolers. Volunteer Jam 6, The Doors Greatest Hits, General Public, Todd Rundgren Acapella, Spencer Davis Group, Galugo, Rock, ROC, Comedy Caravan with Andy Griffith on there, Mascala, The Boys Doing It, Smokey Robinson, Hubert Laws, The Doobie Brothers, Charlie Daniels Again, Charlie Daniels Again, Charlie Daniels Again, Jimmy Z, these are all sticker price. We got Little Feat, we got Loud George, Little Feat, Pat Travers, Crawler, Tom Rush, Rolling Stones, Evita, and Long Hit Summer, okay? So Pantera going once, going twice. Nobody set out. BJ has it for $500. The Exodus cassette's at $18, and Poison is going once, going twice to Steve Little at $75. Poison's already at $75. Now it's at $80. Exodus at $18. Pantera has stalled at that magic number of $500. That magic number of $500. Now, I've got something else really cool Pantera related I'll share with y'all tonight. It'll be several months before we sell it. It's got to get authenticated, and it's got to go through the whole authentication process. It's already been pre-checked, and it's authentic, but coming this summer probably, coming this spring or summer, it depends on when we get the letter back from JSA. I actually have a fully signed Pantera Metal Magic. So while I know I have some Pantera fans on here, I better go ahead and advertise this for a future sale. I have a fully signed, including the whole lineup here. It is in really bad shape, but it is signed. That will be coming this spring or summer. It's got to go through the whole JSA process. It's got to be inspected in person, of course. We'll have to wait for the letter. It has to go get notarized and all that. So that's coming this this spring or summer. By the way, we just got a bunch of letters back. We just got a bunch of letters back from JSA. I got autographed Motorhead, autographed Slayer. I have some really cool high-end stuff that we are going to definitely be showing probably this week or next Thursday for Metal Night, okay? All right, so let's go over here. I think I missed some questions. We haven't had one all week. This is a check condition bin. These are sticker price. This should be really popular here. This is check condition stuff, okay? First thing I have is this. I got the following. Exodus was at 18. Poison got a bid for 80. Cameron Lingefelt wants the Doors' greatest hits. Let's do it. Cameron Lingefelt wants the Doors' greatest hits. We also had a request for Monster Magnet. Believe me, I'm trying to auction as much as I can, as fast as I can. The Doors over here, so to Cameron. Poison got a new bid for 80. And then which Laws was that? Hubert Laws, give me 1 second. Poison 90, Poison 85. Empty Matt bid 22 on Exodus, now 23. Now Poison 81. Poison out, Exodus 23. And then L for 10. I'm not for sure what L10 was. And then over here, Poison 93, Poison 95. Price on Charlie Daniels Band is Poison a promo. Green Day Exit is 120. What is the Ride the Lightning? How much is Van Halen? How much is Hubert Laws? And how much is the Doors? Wow. Okay, first of all, somebody wanted Long Hit Summer, I think. Let me go over here and pull out all the Charlie Daniels. That's what happens when I step away from the chat for 60 seconds to swap out crates. You can't step away from the chat for more than 60 seconds when you're swapping out crates, or you're going to get behind, and now I've got about 30,000 things to answer. But I think I can skip some and just have some people ask some stuff again, okay? The first thing is this. There was a claim, and the claim over here was the Doors' greatest hits, and James Rayner wants Long Hit Summer. This is so to James Rayner. Thank you on that. James Rayner got Long Hit Summer. And then I need to update Pantera. I haven't seen another bid, so we're going to move that to a final call very soon. Okay, so first thing over here is this. We have Exodus and we have Poison. The last bid on Exodus cassette that I see is $26 of MT Matte. Poison's at $120. It's not a promo. And then Pantera's at $500. I'm going to show that in one more second in just a second. All right, Charlie Daniels Band High Lonesome was $24.99. We also have Volunteer Jam, Saddle Tramp, and Volunteer Jam 6. I also had another comp called Summer Coolers. And then I had Hubert Laws, which is called Family. Hubert Laws Family is in shrink. It's $19.99. Okay, so those are available if anybody changes their mind. I also got 2 crates that Paul marked for us. We're about to sell the Exodus cassette. Let's look at Pantera. Big auction, got to give it plenty of time. It's a final call to BJ Deckmere for $500. $500. It has the original merch insert. It has the original under sleeve. It is OG, and it's EX++ near minus. It's got a little bit of a corner stretch right here. It's very clean, though. Very nice. Or a little bit of a crease right here in the corner. I showed those. Called that VG+. And this is at $500 with BJ or DJ, and that's a final call. Now, Exodus is sold. Exodus is sold over here. Exodus is sold over here. Exodus is sold over here to MT Matt for $26. And then over here, Poison. Poison, open up and say ah. The last bid on Poison was the following. Poison was with Corey Ross at $120. It's an uncensored 88 OG, the real deal, and it's really nice. $120 on that one. So Josh Brown wants High Lonesome. And then Danny D. Lo on Hubert Laws. Let's pull those, and these are sold, okay? Sold Josh Brown, sold to Danny D. Done and done. All right, and then everybody that was bidding says they're done. 500 was probably their ceiling. All done. We got to bring out the air horn. Let's go ahead and introduce another cassette right quick. Forced entry. Forced entry is going to go up for a $10 start. This is called As Above, So Below. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. Forced entry. That's now up for bid. Here we go. I'm going to read 3 titles, and I'm selling both of these auctions. Cream off the top. Cream is in EX. These are all sticker price, new check condition. That means these have been graded. The grade I'm saying is the grade EX $27.99. Bo Diddley, Have Guitar Will Travel. A 1960 Deep Groove Mono. That's in VG condition, $39.99. We've hit another new high, 364. Wow. If everybody keeps liking and sharing, we might get to 400 viewers tonight. 364 right now, Jake. I think everybody's just sticking around to see when Otis is going to pop up again. Corey Ross gets Poison for 120. That is sold, and we have an air horn moment for Pantera. Big Grail, thank you, DJ Deckmere. I think it's BJ Deckmere. I better get his name right, right? The BJ DJ messes me up. BJ Deckmere, thank you on this. $500 on Pantera. And we have this, a final call, $500. And let's put on my headphones. Jill, fair warning. If any of y'all are new, you might want to adjust your volume. Just FYI, if we ever sell a record or any item for more than 500, the air horn is coming out, and this is sold. Thank you, BJ. All right, that is done. Finally got an out from all the other bidders. Everybody's like, okay, we're done, Chad. All right, let's put up some new stuff over here. First thing, the leather shock was sold. It got a bid. I was waiting for you to bid, Edwin, and it didn't get a bid, or it got one bid and I sold it. It got one bid and I sold it. Danny D on cream. Forced entry has a bid for 10 and another bid for 10. And then Nick Bargeron got Bo, and Danny D was next on Bo. Okay, forced entry is already at 15, now 16. All right, here we go. Let's put up something else. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Holy moly. A white label promo of Black Sabbath's debut album. White label promo of Black Sabbath's debut album. We have a flag on cream. A flag on cream. The first person to cream was Michael Butler. Danny D, you were second. Michael Butler was first, and then you were second. The feed moved too fast on me. Everybody's saying wow and congratulations. Okay, that's sold. That's sold. And we have over here, we have Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath. Whew. Man, this is a 1970 US OG white label promo copy of Black Sabbath's debut album. A 1970 US OG white label promo, VG Plus condition. Black Sabbath. Now, it's VG Plus because of two marks. There's a scuff that runs across right here. And over here, there's a kind of a little bit of a scuff right there. Other than that, it looks pretty nice. A couple there. I mean, it's solid. It's a US OG. This is a white label promo, 1970. So one of the earliest pressings offered here in the United States of their first debut album with the timing strip. The only other pressing that's worth more than this would be the UK Vertigo, which now easily hits 4 digits in high grade. And that's not even for a promo. That's just a standard white swirl Vertigo. That's a very tough record to get. VG Plus, solid for what this is. $250 start. Black Sabbath is now up for bid. $250 start. It's that time of the night to put up back-to-back crazy records, Jill. The next crazy record is going to be Marilyn Manson, one of the most requested artists every night. One of the most requested auctions every night. 2 people last night. Do you have any Marilyn Manson? Do you have any Marilyn Manson? And then I think he asked 3 more times in less than 10 minutes. Very desirable here. Mechanical Animals. A 1998 US OG limited edition. White and blue. This LP also serves as the decoder for the secret messages on the inserts. It has both inserts with the secret messages encoded in disc 2. Something I didn't know about until the last time we had one of these. 1998 US OG, and this is near mint. So what you got to know is it's real, it's official, and it's near mint. Sounds like a perfect storm. $450 start on Marilyn Manson. $450 start. Scott Leach, who owned this record, we bought it from him. He says none of the marks make noise. It plays very clean. A white label promo, Black Sabbath. Marilyn Manson, a $450 start. Let's go back up to the top. We have, what about Bo? Bo Diddley was sold to Nick Bargeron. He was first. Danny, you were second on Cream, and you were second on Bo Diddley. Nick Bargeron was ahead of you. Now, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss anything. We've only shown 2 records out of here, and they've both been sold, and they both had flags. They sold so fast. Steely Dan, New Asia, and Can't Buy a Thrill. TSO Houston wants Asia. and Can't Buy a Thrill. I better pull those right now. These are sold to TSO Houston. I got your rush order last night. It may be in tomorrow, if not Monday. These are sold to TSO Houston and TSO Houston. Working my way down. Forced entry was at $20 of MK Lane. $20 on that one. I think everybody's went out. Final call on that for $20. Moving our way down. Austin Vade said, hold the fort down. Friend, I'll listen to you tomorrow. Thank you, Austin. He stopped by and visited earlier. Nice to see him. Black Sabbath 250. Black Sabbath 275. Black Sabbath 290. Black Sabbath 300. Black Sabbath 325. Black Sabbath 300. Black Sabbath 350. No bid yet on Marilyn Manson. $450 start. Okay, here we go. Back to the check condition stuff. Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos. VG condition, $12.99. $12.99. Richard Nixon Superstar, David Fry. EX edition, $12.99. And we have Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. A white label promo. White label promo, EX edition with the promo strip, $27.99. Black Sabbath has a bid for $325. Marilyn Manson's at $450, and Forced Entry is sold for $20. And this is sold for $20, and this is sold for $20 to MK Lane. All right, thank you on that. That's done. And now let's add a third LP. Let's add a third LP. Let me see what we got. We already have MM for Marilyn Manson, so we'll go ahead and put this up right here. Give me 1 second. Let's grab another cassette. Let's grab another cassette. In the meantime, we have Helmet Meantime. In the meantime, we have Helmet Meantime. I've never seen that on cassette. $10 start on that. Over here, Deep Purple, Made in Japan. VG, $14.99. VG, $14.99. Don't forget, Black Sabbath is a white label promo. Black Sabbath is a white label promo, okay? Black Sabbath is a white label promo. Marilyn Manson is an OG pressing. OG pressing. Most people find out, they're like, I need a Marilyn Manson. Then they get online and they go, holy crap, I don't need a Marilyn Manson. $450. Cameron's the only bidder. It's the colored vinyl, going once, going twice. Sean Sam on the Charlie Daniels promo, thank you. Helmet has a bid for $10. And then Brian Call on Deep Purple. Al Cox was second on Deep Purple. These are priced as marked, graded as marked. Harry Nilsson, this one has a promo sticker on the front. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Cheech and Chong and Richard Pryor, or Richard Nixon. EX $12.99 and VG $12.99. EX and VG, those are both $12.99, $12.99. Black Sabbath is at $3.75. It's up to Chad Sauls. Corey Ross is in. It doesn't look like anybody else is going to bid on Marilyn Manson. I should have went ahead and made that a $500 minimum so we could bring out the air horn, because it doesn't look like Cameron's going to have any competition. Final call on that for $450. Matt Shirley on Harry Nilsson. Nick Bargeron was second. We have Bob Weir. Nice. Rest in peace, Mr. Weir. VG just $9.99. Heaven Help the Fool. Bob Weir. VG $9.99. And Mary Wells' Greatest Hits. VG with her hit song My Guy. VG $9.99. Hey, Otis. Nice to see you. Those shirts are for sale. People have been asking about them. Those shirts are for sale. We should have extras. We should have extras. Just FYI. If you're interested, I'm wearing one right now. I've got black and I've got gray. I don't have white. I've got black and I have gray, okay? And we'll basically just have to take down your size and tag them later. But we should have extras, okay? I think they start at what? I think small through large is $19.99, and then every plus size you can add a couple dollars. So 2XL is a couple dollars more, 3XL is $1 more, 4XL $1 more. So you can go from there. If you want one, that's approximately. We have black and we have gray, kind of like what Otis is wearing there. By the way, that's Tanner's dog. That's the store mascot, though. Blind Faith, Eric Clapton, Steve Winwood, VG condition. I do not have any Green Day autographs. No. Kelly, I hadn't forgot about you. Sorry, just really difficult to answer questions right now. VG $14.99. And then John Earl and the Jordanaires, My Way, VG Plus $14.99. And Jerry Clower, The Mouth of Mississippi, VG Plus $9.99. Okay, so here's an update. We sold Harry Nilsson, Nick Barger second. Black Sabbath got a new bid for $376. Kristen Barnett was first on the Bob Weir. Okay, and then Marilyn Manson got a new bid, $455. Robert Warner second on Bob Weir. Black Sabbath got a new bid for $400. Matt Nichols next on Bob Weir. Black Sabbath $410, and then Coletco says, or Solarplex, I'll take Coletco shirt extra large and a small in black. Extra large and small in black. Put Solarplex down. Okay, Brad Waits on Jerry Clower. Cody Wright was next, and then Tony McDaniel was third. Okay, Marilyn Manson, Cameron Lingefeld has a new bid for $460. Helmet just got one bid for $10, and Helmet is sold to William Drugovich for $10. That's done. Thank you, William, on that one. And we have the band Cahoots. The band is in VG condition, $14.99. And we have a whole stack of incredibly crazy cool cassettes we've sold tonight. I got to go ahead and take these right over here. Where do we want to put these? Do we have a good spot? Let's start. Well, I'll put them right over here where we sold the silver tonight. Started out with a boom tonight on a big silver sale, 80 ounces. All of a sudden, that took a big chunk of our inventory. Still buying, should be buying a bunch tomorrow. And I need to send a text on that actually right quick, but not right now. There's way too much stuff. I've actually put my phone over here behind me upside down so I couldn't see any notifications. That's how busy we are tonight. Sean Miller on the band. Marilyn Manson 460. Holy moly, I just glanced over 385 viewers. We're getting up there to that 400 mark again. Back to this. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, EX $32.99. It does have the inserts with it. And we have Denise LaSalle, Trapped by a Thing Called Love. That looks interesting. Cover's a little worn, but that's VG $24.99. And now update. Black Sabbath, Corey Ross, $410. Chad Sauls, you're out. A white label promo. Chad says he's done. Marilyn Manson's between two people, Jason Bees and Cameron Lingefeld. Jason just came back in at $460, so we might be done. We might be done over here on Black Sabbath. One more time, a white label promo, a true rarity over here. This has the promo time and strip on the front. Somebody marked out the not for sale right there. A lot of people that got these, I was like, uh-oh, we better mark out not for sale so we don't get in trouble, even though they would probably never have gotten in trouble. And now we have a new bid for $450. We're not done on Sabbath. I don't think I've ever had a promo copy. I've had Paranoid as a promo, but not their debut. That would have been one of the earliest pressings that I've made here in the U.S. And, of course, y'all know Marilyn Manson, how rare that is. And then Denise LaSalle is sold to Danny D. LaO. Danny D. LaO. We have Danny D. LaO on Denise right here. We sold 80 prospectors at $92 each. 80 prospectors at $92 each. I have about 40 left, and I got 20 Cougarans if you're interested in 99999 silver. Let's go ahead and get a third LP going. Let's go ahead and get a third LP going. Let's pull something else out over here. And I have going up for auction right now, the Dogs D or More. The Dogs D or More over here. The Dogs D or More is a 1988 white label promo, limited edition putrid lime green vinyl. This is a white label promo, a $35 start with the hop sticker on the green vinyl. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Marilyn Manson's at $470. Black Sabbath's at $450. I'm going to make sure who else was the other bidder. I got to make sure that Corey Ross doesn't want to bid again. Okay? Corey Ross does want to bid again. They're still bidding on Marilyn Manson. We're so close to 2 air horns. I know we can get these to $500. Mother's Finest, VG, $9.99. We have Aftermath, the Rolling Stones, VG condition, $14.99. Blue stereo label, Stones, an older copy for sure. VG, $14.99 on that one. And we have On the Road to Freedom, Alvin Lee and Mylon LaFever, VG, $9.99. Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash, VG plus $19.99. We're in a check condition. Most of these in here are going to be EX to down to VG or VG minus. The covers do have some wear and tear on them, but they are nice copies overall. They've been cleaned. You don't have to worry about grade unless you don't like maybe a little noise. These are what we call check condition records. So they're priced a lot less than what a minty copy would be priced. We have April Wine, Harder, Faster. April Wine's VG $9.99. And we have Band, On the Run, Band on the Run. Unfortunately, somebody wrote their name on the cover, but that's a VG copy for $12.99. As you can see, it has some wear on the jacket. And Alice Cooper, School's Out, VG Plus, $24.99. Black Sabbath has hit $500. We're at $500 on Black Sabbath. This is a white label promo on Black Sabbath. White label promo. Marilyn Manson is the OG blue and white vinyl. The last bid on Marilyn Manson was Cameron at $470. I got to make sure Jason Bees doesn't want to bid again. That is the OG. He does. He's at $475. I have a feeling Cameron's next bid is going to be $500, and then the Dog's D or More, I think it still just has that first bid. Chris Martin, $50. Duke Norman gets the Rolling Stones. Thank you on that one. Let's go ahead and pull Aftermath for Duke Norman. Tony McDaniel wants MF, and that stands for Mother's Finest, not the other F word. And then over here we have Nick Serenjenko, a new buyer from last night. He wants the Cheech and Chong and David Fry. That's sold to Nick Serenjenko. And then what was the Mile on the Fever? That's Mile on the Fever with Alvin Lee from 10 Years After. On the Road to Freedom, VG $9.99. Black Sabbath 500. Jeff Litz on Wings. That's Band on the Run. Richard Bradshaw, you were next on Mother's Finest. Marilyn Manson, $475. Solarplex Studios on April Wine. Black Sabbath, $510. Jason Morris next on Wings. And over here, we have this Far Out, Near In, Johnny Eaton. This is VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. And City Boy, Young Men Gone West. City Boy is VG Plus, $14.99. Okay, so Black Sabbath's at 510. Michael Butler says he's done. We might be done on the Black Sabbath. Marilyn Manson's at $480 with Cameron Lingefeld. Now, I didn't even see what the dog. Chris Martin's the only bidder on the Dog's D or More. A white label promo on green vinyl, it's at $50. Black Sabbath's at $550. Too much? Magic Bus, The Who. The cover has tape around the edges, has an old retail sticker, VG, not an easy one to get, $19.99 on The Who. Too much? Magic Bus. Mamas and Papas is VG $9.99. And we have 80 in the Hot Rods, Life on the Line. That's VG Plus $9.99. And AC/DC, this one's pretty destroyed, okay? Poor condition cover. The vinyl's VG $12.99 on that. Michael Butler on The Who. Too much. Magic Bus. Let's put up another cassette. Don't forget about, I'm curious what's under this first, we're not done with the first wave that was advertised of cassettes. I'm curious like what's underneath these. There looks like some pretty crazy stuff in here. So let's go ahead and put up one of these other ones over here. Let's do Fear Not. And Fear Not is self-titled, and that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Shane's out on Black Sabbath. Corey has it for $550. Next is Brian Call wants Eddie and the Hot Rods. That's so to Brian Call. Also, we have Buddy Miles, A Message to the People. Buddy Miles is VG Plus $17.99. And Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits. That one doesn't look too bad. Nicer jacket, and the vinyl's EX $12.99. All right, Chris Martin, you're the only bidder on the Dog's D or More, the white label promo and green vinyl. That's so to you for $50. Fear Not just went up for a $10 start. Let me lay it right there. And now we're going to move Marilyn Manson. I'm going to make sure Jason Bees is done. Jason, right now, Cameron has it for $480. This is the 1998 limited edition white and blue vinyl with inserts, and it is near mint. It is a real one, and it's near mint, and it is at $480 right now. It's sitting at $480. Unless somebody else gets in on this last wave, it's up to Jason Bees. Fear Not is a $10 start. It already has a bid for $11. Brad Waite's got Richard Pryor, James Rayner second, then Nick Bargeron. Joseph McCormick going to go ahead and grab the AC/DC. And then one more look. This is definitely worthy of another look. Rare. We're talking about one of the most influential bands of all time. Their debut album for here in the United States on Warner Brothers, a promo copy. Pretty dang cool. Final call. The last bid, $550 of Corey Ross. $550 of Corey Ross. Black Sabbath, their self-titled debut, a white label promo. Hammers up. The clock is ticking. Fear Not, and then Marilyn Manson still getting bids. Moving on. Johnny Cash sings Ballads of the True West. VG, $12.99. Storytellers. This is a compilation. EX, $16.99. I see Rod Stewart, Maggie May, Gordon Lightfoot, Edmund Fitzgerald, Harry Chapin, Vicki Lawrence, Roberta Flack. Coven's on here doing Billy Jack. It's a 2 LP compilation, $16.99 on Storytellers. The Rugbies is VG plus $12.99. And Fleetwood Mac Mirage, VG $9.99. Chic's Greatest Hits, VG $9.99. Duke Norman on the Johnny Cash, that's sold. We have Stacy. I knew Stacy was going to get the Storytellers if she's watching. And then over here, Danny next on Johnny Cash, Will next on Storytellers. Are we still tied on Fear Not? Nope, it only got one bid. It's sold to James Chilcott for $11. Thank you, that's sold to you. And then Steppenwolf Live is VG plus $14.99. And Johnny Guitar Watson, this is VG plus $14.99. Johnny Guitar Watson, I Don't Want to Be Alone. Hold on a minute, let me get that title again. I Don't Want to Be a Lone Stranger, Johnny Guitar Watson. The cover does have some tape, poor condition cover probably, maybe VG minus $14.99. Jamie Sotar on Fleetwood Mac. Did I already pull that? Timeout right there on that claim. Let's get Black Sabbath off the table. It's had its due diligence. Black Sabbath is sold to Corey Ross for $550. Folks, go ahead and adjust your volume. I'll give a fair warning to Jill and Laura here inside of the building. We're about to bring out the boat horn, okay? That one's done. Plug your ears, and then we have another incredible, crazy auction to put up right after this one. So first thing I'm going to do is bring this out. Thank you. Some true rarity collectible stuff tonight. Holy moly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Buzzer. All right. That won't be the last time because Marilyn Manson just got a bid with Jason Bees for $500. That definitely won't be the last air horn tonight. And plus, this next auction here, I've only ever had this one other time. Oh my gosh. I've only ever had this one other time. It came from one of our first big metal collections ever, probably about 5 years ago. When was the Knoxville metal collection? That was the first time I ever bought a huge, serious metal collection. It pretty much changed the forecast for our business at that point. At that point, it was a game changer. I think we had 5,000 new followers after that collection. It was mostly because of records like this. This is Metallica's Master of Puppets. Not just any copy, not the highly coveted club copy. We're talking about a white label promo copy. Do what? A white label promo copy. Master of Puppets. Wow. 1986, white label promo, original inner sleeve, and it is solid. VG++ EX, conservatively graded. You're going to love it. It has this original inner sleeve. 500 smackers minimum bid. Gold stamp promo, and it has this really cool sticker on it. I'll let y'all read it. The only track you probably want to play is Damage Inc. due to the multiple use of the infamous F word. Otherwise, there are blanks and blanks and blanks and blanks and blankety blanks or blank blanks anywhere on this record. That's a pretty cool hype sticker. The starting bid, please put Master because we have another M up for bid. This is a $500 start. $500 start. So Jeffrey got one, and then I sold one to Misty a while back. That was the one Misty Wires bought. So that might have been, this could be the third copy. And then I have one. So I guess in my possession that's come through here, we've had 4 different copies come through here. That's the 4th. One is stashed away somewhere, locked away in an undisclosed location. The other one I know I sold to Misty. Jeffrey bought the other one, and then this one's up for bid. So 1 million records bought and sold, and there's only ever been 4. Wow. Okay, so now we have first. I got to get caught up here. Jamie Sotar on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Jamie. Stephanie Hill was second. Solarplex on Chic. That's sold to him. Danny D, you were second on Shink. Tim Voldness on Johnny Guitar Watson. Marilyn Manson, 500. Solarplex, third on Fleetwood Mac. And then over here, Marilyn Manson, 510. Marilyn Manson, 525. We've busted through 5. Now it's going to keep rolling. Master of Puppets, 500. Master of Puppets, 550. Marilyn Manson, 530. Santana, Moonflower. VG, 1499. And Grand Funk, the Red Album, as I call it. It's technically Grand Funk self-titled. A little bit of a pen scribble right there. VG, 1299 on Grand Funk. Chess Checker, June 1968. Wow, that's going to have some cool stuff on it. That's Chess Checker label. So that's going to have stuff like Pigbeat Markham, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, it looks like. Interesting. Meditation Singers. That's VG Plus, $29.99. And Traffic, the Low Spark of High Heel Boys, EX, $17.99. And John Cougar, American Fool, EX, $17.99. What's even more impressive is our guy, our customer. I'm going to call him my guy. Scott Leach, you're now our guy. You're now part of the Colecco family. This is the Scott Leach collection. I think it's worthy of a name. He said he's okay with it. He's tuned in right now. Marilyn Manson, Metallica, all these incredible records, the Black Sabbath, they came from the collection of Scott Leach. He curated all this stuff. What an incredible collection to have acquired, and now all going to all other collectors all over the country. Thank you, Scott Leach. The Scott Leach collection. I think it's worthy of a tag. You know, I call stuff. I got Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I got Fred Goodwin's collection. I got the Knoxville Metal collection because that guy was like, don't use my name. so some people don't want to know they're selling records. Some people's like, yes, I want people to know they came from me. I put all this together. It took a lot of time and effort and passion. Amazing. I'm going to drink some Monster right quick. Okay. I don't know either. I'll be here tomorrow for sure. Okay. Thanks, everybody. I grabbed another piece of brownie and some Monster. Amazing. All right. So first thing we have is Master Puppets opened at 500. Master Puppets 530. Master Puppets 550. Master Puppets 555. Master Puppets 575. Danny D on Chess. Master Puppets 580, Master Puppets 550, Master Puppets 600, Master Puppets 560. It's already, no, excuse me. Marilyn Manson's at 560, okay? That MM 560 was for Marilyn Manson. Master's at 6. So we got Marilyn Manson MM and we got Metallica Master of Puppets, okay? So over here, we have Marilyn Manson. Cameron's at 560. It's up to Jason B's. And then Master of Puppets is at 600. Wow. Let's add a third auction right quick. We'll do another cool cassette. Let's do Extreme 3 sides to every story. Let's put that up quickly for cool cassettes tonight too. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm just going to read these titles quickly. I still got 3 more pre-owned crates from John. I got 2 more pre-owned crates from Paul. Laura's got to work a day ahead on auctions. Laura's got to work a day ahead on auctions, and then she'll be pricing a ton of stuff tomorrow night. And the reason is because I'm not going to be here Saturday, and we got Laura getting ahead of the game for us, okay? These are incredible auctions. This is the kind of stuff we dream about buying when we get leads on collections. This is the stuff y'all dream about buying. This is the stuff y'all dream about watching me selling. Very cool stuff here. Very, very cool. I'm excited, if you hadn't told. Traffic does have Steve Winwood. Yes, this is a classic. Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Many Mile to Freedom is a great song. Rainmaker is a great song. EX 1799. Rainmaker, Rainmaker. Many Mile of Freedom. That's a good one. Steve Winwood. Over here, we have Mary Wells, VG 999. Here's another one with Steve Winwood and Eric Clapton, Blind Faith. I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. We got Marilyn Manson at 580. Master of Puppets, $650. Folks, we're talking about Leper Messiah, Disposable Heroes, a white label promo, amazing. A quintessential game changer for the metal genre. Master of Puppets, some say the best ever. Battery, The Thing That Should Not Be. Sanitarium, Orion, that awesome instrumental. They played that in Denver the last time I saw them. We have John Earl and the Jordanaires, My Way, VG Plus $14.99. Venus and Mars, EX $23.99. Edgar Winter's White Trash, VG Plus $19.99. Alice Cooper, VG Plus $24.99. On the Road to Freedom, VG $9.99. We had that Black Sabbath album, a white label promo. Leads on, about a decade and a half later, you got something like this coming out due to the fact that Black Sabbath probably put out that first album. And then the rest is history. Master of Puppets is at $680. Marilyn Manson's at $600. And then Johnny Eaton, Fear Out, Fear In, or Far Out, Fear In, VG Plus $14.99. City Boy is VG Plus $14.99. Mamas and Papas is VG $9.99. Buddy Miles is VG Plus $17.99. The Rugbies is VG Plus $12.99. Steppenwolf Live, VG Plus $14.99. Santana's VG $14.99. Grand Funk is VG $12.99. And John Cougar, EX $17.99. Jack and Diane. Let's go through another crate of new clean stuff. Stephen Douglas just grabbed the Blind Faith. So BMK, you just missed that one. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other claims, and then let's update these bids. And I got to get a third LP going because these are still getting bids. I think I left off by saying Marilyn Manson was at $560, okay? And then $575 of Jason B's. Then $580. So Manson $580, Master $650, Master $625, but Kaiser already bid $650. The store is closed. Our physical location, we're only open Wednesday through Saturday. Master is at $680, Manson's at $600. And then Stephen Douglas got Blind Faith, Al Cox on John Cougar. Anybody else, let me know. Extreme did not get a bid. That's a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on Extreme, okay? Manson is out. Jason B's, you got it for $600. Master's at $700. Wow. We might be done on Manson. If somebody was waiting for it to get down to a party of one, well, it's now to a party of one. Manson party of one. Final call to Jason B's for $600. Master is still getting bids. This thing might get to 4 digits. Oh, wow. All right, let's grab another crate here. Let's grab some new, and these are going to be what we call non-check condition titles. Pretty clean stuff. Everything EX Plus or better that John's marked. And I'm trying to pick through the crates. Actually, there's another check condition crate. I want to go through that. I try to go through the check condition stuff first. Plus, Paul's marked 2 crates of kind of jazz stuff. I'll probably do those a little bit later. And let's go ahead and get a third LP going, okay? Should be some cool stuff here in this check condition crate. Extreme is a $10 buy it now. Okay, man. How about this? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God. You see, and what's crazy, for those that are new here, my name's Chad. I'm the owner, the founder of CollectCo. Family-run business. Me and my dad and my mom started buying and selling collectibles. It's grown into this amazing business with the help of all of my great staff. 15 people here now. I guess we just hired one more, Hayden, 16, 17 if you count Otis. And we buy and sell all these records every night, and I rarely even get to touch them and hold them until literally I'm selling them. We're so fast-paced here. We got so much going on every day. We're buying, we're selling, we're auctioning, we're tagging, we're figuring out ways to grow, and just every day. These records come through here. Paul does all the buying. I hadn't bought any collections myself in like 2 years. I used to go out on the road like Paul does and buy the stuff, then bring it back and sell it. Well, now we sell it as we go out and buy. So a lot of times I don't get to physically hold these records until I look at them for the first time and I realize that we have another white label promo, Black Sabbath. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, a white label promo. So it's amazing as a record collector and as a collectibles dealer, all this stuff that comes through here. I don't even really get to see it till the moment we're selling it, and I get just as excited as y'all because I'm like, holy crap, another white label promo Black Sabbath. These are not easy to get. These are not easy to get. This is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, a 1974 OG white label promo. A white label promo on Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. That is insane. And it's nice. It's EX and it has the lyric insert with it. And this is going to go up for a $125 start. Very little wear on the jacket. It has the Warner Brothers sticker. How cool is that? Another white label promo Black Sabbath. $125 start. Incredible. Let's go back up to the top. We're about to go through a new check condition. Jason B's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, buzzer, and this is sold to him for $600. You're getting one of the most asked about records on like a nightly basis. If we're selling stuff from this genre, we'll get a question. Do you got any Marilyn Manson? Because these albums are out of print, and as y'all know, a super desirable artist from this era where very little vinyl was being manufactured. Thank you, Jason B's. Adjust your volume right now. We got another air horn moment. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 1. Thank you, Jason. I'm glad I have my earphones tonight, or I would have a blistering headache. All right. Awesome. And folks, that's not the last of the Sabbath stuff. Buckle up and enjoy the show. Thank you, Jason. That's going to go right here. My sister was over here next to me earlier. She's keying in records for us. And she said, is this oyster head thing supposed to be $760? I said, yeah, that was last night, oyster head. Incredible. We've had some crazy stuff come through in these collections, and we're just getting the surface. Paul told me he dug out like 30 crates of auctions today. He was sorting through all the stuff. So what they do is they try to sort. They put out the junk and the damaged stuff. We try to get rid of it immediately. There's not very much in these collections at all. We get stuff ready for auction. We get stuff ready for price. And when we get stuff ready for auctions, that's when it gets insane. That's when it's getting insane. Okay? Now, Master of Puppets. D-Kong's out. It's up to John Kaiser. $750. A white label promo, $750. These promos for records like this are very desirable, whether it's Metallica, Sabbath, any of these big bands, promo copies are up there on the top of the list, okay? So that is available. It's a final call, though, $750. The other big bidder, D-Kong, is out. Now Sabbath is at $190. Here we go. Let's go through more check condition. Richard Betts, you may know him from the Allman Brothers. Highway Call, VG Plus, $17.99. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, EX, $22.99. Traffic, On the Road. Traffic is EX, $17.99. John Mayall, The Turning Point, EX, $22.99. And Jethro Tull, Aqualung, Sitting on the Park Bench. That's the second or third label. No barcode. That's a late 70s press, early 80s. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Back on the Chain Gang, $24.99. All right, time to wrap up the Metallica. Let's go ahead and get the next auction introduced. And holy moly. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Whew. Man, sorry, I'm over here trying to figure out what to do next. All right, let's do, I got to take a peek at some of these and see what's coming up. We do have a Metallica Ride the Lightning A1 Dead Wax OG. There's some other Sabbaths, including, so just so y'all know, yeah, there's some other insane Sabbath stuff coming up. Wow. Okay, let's go ahead and run this. This is crazy too. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business and Business Is Good. This is real. And it's a true OG pressing. An 85 Hop Hog, that's the pressing plant. A1 in Dead Wax, in Shrink and Hop with the original inner sleeve. The hop sticker says Megadeth, featuring ex-Metallica songwriter and guitarist Dave Mustaine. I love how it mentions Metallica on the hop sticker. $275. We got nearly a top copy. We've graded the vinyl EX to be conservative. You're not going to find too many. OG, A1 and Dead Wax, Shrink and Hop sticker, and the original inner sleeve. Megadeth is $275. Metallica is sold to John Kaiser for $750. Thank you, John Kaiser. A Grail. Maybe we can get, I don't know, one. I guess we're averaging, since I've been doing this, we're averaging like 0.8 of these a year. So we might get one a year, maybe. I guess we had two We had one, and then 2 years later, and then one more. So maybe one every 2 years. So that's not going to come through very often. This is Black Sabbath. It's a white label promo, and there's Megadeth. We owe John Kaiser an air horn. Everybody adjust your volume again. A Grail going to another new home. Wowie wow. Plus, we're in the middle of a great check condition crate right here, and I'm about to put up some other stuff. Holy moly. Moly, 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 moly. Megadeth is at 275. Black Sabbath is at 210. Wow. Okay, here we go. The Shadows Greatest Hits. Wow, that's pretty cool. VG, Apache's on here. $9.99. The Shadows, VG, that's a UK copy too. Joe Ely is VG plus $12.99. And the Dale Singh, Dionne Warwick's Greatest Hits. Man, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 dun da da dun dun dun. Wow. High bid on that is $225. Folks, a white label promo if you're just hopping on. A white label promo if you're just hopping on. That's now up for bid. And it's nice. And now Megadeth has one bid with King Fluffy at $275. $275 on the Megadeth. Also, Percy Sledge, Warm and Tender Soul. Percy Sledge, VG condition, $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's go to the front. Let's put up something kind of medium, okay? Monster Magnet. Monster Magnet. Monster Magnet's a 2014 limited edition sealed, and this one is called what's this one called? I guess just self-titled? No, Making the Stars, a reimagining of Last Patrol. Milking the Stars, a reimagining of Last Patrol. $35 start on that, okay? Now, let me make sure there hadn't been any claims over here. And by the way, since we might have some serious Metallica fans on, I've got 2 signed Metallica albums for sale. Fully signed, including Cliff Burton. I've got a Kill 'Em All, and I've got a Ride the Lightning. I'm asking, well, I guess my buy it now price right now on eBay is $15,000 for each one. I don't have Kill 'Em All on there yet. But if anybody's interested, big money, we're talking about fully signed with Cliff Burton. I've got a Ride the Lightning fully signed, and I've got a Kill 'Em All signed. Kill 'Em All is signed on the front, Ride the Lightning signed on the back. We'll just say best offer, okay? It's not really something I can auction. It's just like, let's find somebody who wants one and let's find the right price. I've got 2 for sale. And then we got 2 other signed Metallica albums that still have to be authenticated. And we just got back a backstage pass signed by Newstead, Lars, and Hetfield. That will be coming up soon. I don't know what to do with it yet. So I've got some really high-end Metallica autographs, and I've got some stuff a little bit cheaper. But if you are interested, I've had those for a while. I'm just now getting the letters back from JSA, okay, on Kill 'Em All. Back up to the top, Black Sabbath, $225, Black Sabbath, $240, Will Smithson on Percy Sledge, Monster Magnet, $35, Monster Magnet, $45. Does Megadeth still just have that one bid? Yes, and he's had it for 3 minutes. I'm about to sell it for $275, it looks like. I'm going to show 3 more records, make sure no one's bid. Megadeth is at $275, and I think we're done. And then Sabbath, the last bid was MT Matt at $240. Corey Ross, it's up to you. We have Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain, VG plus $14.99. Joe Ely was called Down on the Drag. That one was VG plus $12.99. And then we had the Woodstock soundtrack. Nice. It looks like it had a promo sticker on it at one time. Let's check the labels right quick. VG, it's a triple LP. That's the original label, the Cotillion label. VG $19.99, triple LP, live Woodstock music. Nice. The Allman Brothers debut album. VG plus $24.99. Oh man, dun, 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 dun. Whipping Post, $24.99. That's amazing. All right, update. We got Black Sabbath at $250 with John Kaiser. You tied Chad Sauls. That means MT Matt's out and Corey's out. Megadeth has a new bid for $280, and Monster Magnet's at $55. Wow. We got Back to the Turntable at Joe Ely. That's sold. And then Sean David on Woodstock. That's sold. And Monster Magnet, Milking the Stars, a reimagining of Lost Patrol, is a 2014 OG limited edition with bonus tracks. Yes. Wow, those are still getting bids. Let's add something new then. Let's go back to the cassettes. And let's do Dead On. I'm not familiar with that one. I'm trying to grab the ones I've never seen or don't know much about, like Dead On. There's another cassette. Hey, there's Otis. That almost scared me. I looked up there. I was like, what's on the screen? Dead On's a $10 start. We got the Checkmates LTD. Love is All We Have to Give. VG Plus $14.99. Vanilla Fudge Renaissance, that's VG $9.99, and the raspberries. And folks, I'm not joking. This is a scratch and sniff sticker. It smells like raspberries. Not anymore. It's gone after 45 years. But there's VG, $12.99. Here we go. We got Black Sabbath at $275. Monster Magnets at $70. And Megadeth did get a bid with Joseph Felicetti. Joseph, I don't know how to say your last name well enough. We'll say Joseph F. $280. King Fluffy says he's out. So that got a last second, like probably buzzer beater bid, and that might actually win it. Joseph F. $280, and King Fluffy says, I'm out. Danny D. Lowe on Vanilla Fudge, sold. We sold vanilla and raspberry. What about raspberry vanilla? Danny got vanilla, Robin got raspberry, and now Dead On has a bid for 10. Danny, you were next on the raspberries, and here's the soundtrack to Born Free. VG Plus $14.99. Fox, that's F-O-X. That is VG Plus $14.99. And one more, James Brown. Oh, a classic. I Feel Good. VG, $19.99. Okay, let's go over here. Black Sabbath. We got to wrap up Megadeth if everybody's done. It looks like somebody was waiting. They bid, and it looks like they've bought it. We're about to do a final call on it. The Black Sabbath. MT Matt's out. There was two people bidding, John Kaiser and Chad Sauls. Chad has it for $275. Kaiser, it's up to you. Jeff Litz 97 on Allman Brothers. That's a great decision. That's one of my favorites. That's so to Jeff Litz. Dead On's at 13 with Ed Riviera. Megadeth 280. Since there's a new bid, we got to give it another warning. Danny D. Lowe on James Brown. And then Monster Magnet. I seen two outs. I see an out from Bob, and I see an out from, no, that was for Mega. Okay, so Mark Stanley has Monster Magnet for 70. Final call. We have Jeff Beck Wired, does have quite a bit of noticeable cover wear, VG $9.99, and Into the Purple Valley, Ry Cooter, VG $9.99 on that. Dead On has a new bid for 15. 280 just got a bid with Black Sabbath, and guess what? That's what we're selling Megadeth for. Joseph, you bought from us before, Joseph Felicetti, or are you new? I don't know. If you are new, or if you are a regular, or have bought from us, I don't think I try to say your name too many times. Wow, that's a cool one. OG. Beautiful hop sticker, inner sleeve, amazing. 280. And by the way, that's the high bid right now. That's the high bid right now on Black Sabbath. Now it's at 290. Let's go ahead and sell Monster Magnet for 70 as well while I'm ending stuff. That's so to Mark Stanley for 70. If anybody's new, yes, but my address changed. Okay, just send us a message and get that updated. You really don't put in your address to ship to until you pay anyway. All right, awesome. So what do we got now? We got Black Sabbath, and we have other Grail Black Sabbaths, just so y'all know. Stand by. But before we do that, let's go ahead and put up this right here. I've got a Metallica. We did Metallica, Megadeth, back to Metallica. Here we go. We have Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Here we go. A lot of information on this one. A 1984 USOG, the real Megaforce label, first pressing. And what's really cool to know about this is they're all considered OG, but if you look right here, just like the Megadeth earlier, they would stamp them A1, then they would change the stampers A2, A3. And what I've always understood is even if you have an A1, 2, 3, 4, or even an A6 or 7, they're all OG first pressings. But here's how you tell if you have a really early one, this A1 right here. That's pretty amazing. There are quite a bit of A1s. Well, sometimes we'll see A2s, A3s. Same thing with Kill 'Em All. Same thing for Master of Puppets. This is A1, Ride the Lightning. Track A3 is incorrectly titled on the back jacket, For Whom the Bells Toll. Look at this. For Whom the Bells Toll. Misprint. As y'all know, it's for whom the bell tolls. Look to the sky before you die. It's the last chance you will. Boom. Okay, and then the grade is G+. The disc looks pretty rough, but when I play tested it, there was strong background noise for about 20 seconds of each side, but once the music comes in, the pops are not noticeable. That is very true. That is very true for these Metallicas. So, I mean, as y'all know, there's a couple quiet moments, you know, the acoustical intros, some of the lead-ins, but when these things get rocking, even if they got a little bit of noise, all that is kind of blasted out. So, but, I mean, if you do get a mint one, they demand super huge money just because of the grade. So, Laura said, no skips. It's gonna have a little bit of noise, but it is a real OG pressing. So, buy it as if you're buying a G+. The cover does have some damage over here, but this is real. First press. We've already got a bid for $200. It was supposed to be a $95 start. We've already got a bid for $200. I don't see a merch insert. No. The last one that came through that was minty with a merch insert, it wasn't supposed to be sold, and Paul sold it on a night I wasn't here. And Gregory Roberts has got it, and I know where it is, and I will get it back one day. And then Black Sabbath is at $310. Are we done on this? Dead Ends at $17. Mark Lane's out. This is sold to Edwin for $17. Okay, here we go. We have right over here ZZ Hill. Let's make a deal. ZZ Hill is VG $9.99. Steve Hillage. This is green. Steve Hillage is VG $9.99. And then Barbara Mason Transistor. Interesting. VG $19.99. What an interesting one here. Transition. Barbara Mason Transition. That's VG $19.99, not Transistor. Okay, so Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. $310. John Kaiser's out. A white label promo. Final call. Metallica over here. Solarplex Studios has it for $200. Going once, going twice. Robert Warner on Steve Hillage. Stereo said, LOL. You know who you are. You're the one who has my Ride the Lightning. Carol Puckett on SH for Steve Hillage. Robert beat you to it. Country Joe McDonald is VG Plus $9.99. Let's add a third LP. Let's put up Rat. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. I forgot about this, too. We got the Real Metal Massacre with Metallica on it. Oh, my gosh. Whew. I'm getting dizzy. I'm going to have to go here and eat some more cookies. Oh, wrong record. I forgot about this, too. Possessed. Oh, my gosh. I'm trying to find Rat. There we go. Rat. Rat, self-titled. A 1984 OG Time Coast Labels. RCA Music Club edition. This album is weird because they still have never reissued it. Not in the Rat reissues, not in the Rat box set. Bizarre. $55 start, Rat, self-titled, their debut EP. Okay? Right now, Metallica's at $205, and then we have Carol Puckett second on that, and then Danny D on Barbara Mason. Okay? One more, then I'm selling Sabbath, so we can put up the other one. Blue Jeans, The Three Sounds, VG $14.99 on Verve. All right, congratulations. Another incredible Sabbath, a white label promo, Chad Sauls at $310. Sabbath people, don't go anywhere. Look what's next. Look what we have next. I know your mind's already been blown with self-titled Sabbath, but man, I want y'all to take a look. Look with me. Enjoy. It's probably going to be a while before we see one again. We got Sabbath, Master of Reality, okay? It has the poster. That's rare enough. I'll show it in just a second. But wait, there's more. A white label promo of Sweet Leaf. A white label promo of Children of the Grave. A white label promo of Into the Void. A 1971 OG white label promo, and this is another solid one. This is VG++ EX. Holy moly. Master of Reality white label promo. VG++ EX. Let's go ahead and say a $350 start. Nice jacket. I mean, it's tough to find one just perfect. That one is pretty solid. There's the original inner sleeve, and then here is the poster. The Sabbath stuff is getting out of hand, honestly. Incredible. With the poster, a white label promo. $350 start. Let's go to Top Cam to see that poster. The poster itself, so tough to get, and this one's crisp and nice. $350 for Black Sabbath. Let the bidding begin. Do I smell an air horn? I can smell the condensed air. I love the smell of condensed air in the morning. Black Sabbath is at $350. Let's go over here to Metallica and look at it again. Ride the Lightning. Oh, man. A game changer for me. First time I ever listened to this all the way through, I was like, where has this been my whole life? Fade to Black, Ride the Lightning. And it's even more incredible when you're watching them play them live. Holy moly. Solarplex has it for $225. Let's go, let's look at the Rat label again. This is Atlantic Time Coast. This is Atlantic. It says distributed by Atlantic Record Corporation, 75 Rockefeller, Warner Communications Company. So Time Coast Communications up here, it does mention Atlantic down here at the bottom. And this is billed as an 84 US specialty. And the vinyl on this one was near mint minus. I don't know if I mentioned that. The vinyl near mint minus. We'll grade the jacket VG plus. Pretty solid for a black jacket. Okay? There's that. Here's the back. All right. Now, we've got some crazy stuff up for bid. Let's get back to the buy it nows for a second. Now, we sold Mason. Rat 56. Okay, Rat 56. Metallica 225. Sabbath 350. Sabbath 400. Sabbath 500. Wow. Here we go. Next is Do It Now. That's another compilation. VG Plus $9.99. Zephyr, going back to Colorado, does have some old retail or some old pre-owned stickers on it. Zephyr is VG $9.99. Michael Nesmith, Infinite Rider on the Big Dama. That's Michael Nesmith from the band The Monkees. EX $12.99. Jimmy Smith, Bashin', the unpredictable Jimmy Smith, VG $12.99, and Crazy Horse at Crooked Lake. Y'all remember the other night we had one that this was unpunched? We had one the other night and this horse was unpunched. And I was trying to sell it just based off that. I was like, I've never seen one unpunched end up going to a discount bin and selling there. VG $14.99. Robin Glenn on the Now comp. Thank you. So Black Sabbath's already hit 500. Are we done on Metallica? Who was the bidder before Solarplex? John Bergenstorm. John, do you want back in? It's at $225, just FYI. John Bergenstorm's out. The hammer's up on Metallica, Ride the Lightning for $225. An A1 Dead Wax OG G+, but plays well. Test play to confirm. It's going to sound fantastical. All right, let's go ahead and put up another cassette right quick. Boy, do I have some crazy stuff. This is one I've never heard of before. Oliver Magnum. Never heard of that before. Oliver Magnum. Let's put that up for a $10 start. I'm going for the obscure metal-looking cassettes tonight. Over here, we have Danny DeLo on Jimmy Smith, sold. And we have Black Sabbath at $550. Mark Olson second on Jimmy Smith. Black Sabbath $600. And Manfred Mann featuring Do Wadidi. Manfred Mann, VG $9.99. Hank Williams Jr., VG $12.99, sings the songs of his father. James Taylor, that is his first album. It's on Apple, the Beatles label, VG $9.99, and Johnny Winter and Live. It's two albums in one, essentially. VG $12.99. Oliver Magnum's at $10, and then Rat. What was the last bid? Super Nutty went out. Solarplex has it for $77. Sean Sam, I'm going to make sure you don't want to bid again. And we're going to do a 5-second countdown on Metallica at $225. The Solarplex, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, buzzer, and sold. Okay, thank you. Wow, that's still an awesome one. We've had some minties of those sell for 500 plus here. Jeffrey bought one, Gregory bought one, and over here, Danzig 2's already sold. It was a bootleg unofficial. We sold that one about an hour and 45 minutes ago. All right, let's move these over now. Oliver Magnum 10, now Oliver Magnum 11, and then Rock Show on Johnny Winter. Rat still getting bids, and Black Sabbath still getting bids. Black Sabbath, a white label promo, solid grade, nearly EX with poster and nice jackets at $650. $50. And we're not done with Black Sabbath after that. Let's go ahead and put up this right here. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked for it. It is an unofficial. I'm going to try to tell you an accurate history of this. It's Randy Rhoads, of course, with Quiet Riot. I think they were only released in Japan. Maybe in the other parts as well, but definitely not in the U.S. This is an unofficial. This is an unofficial, unknown year and country. We just know it's a bootleg. The label lists the wrong band. It says Ravers, We Are the Ravers. So it's definitely a bootleg. It does have a slight warp, but it does not affect play. Randy Rhoads with Quiet Riot, $25 start. So it does have a slight warp, does not affect play. I mean, it's like a 1% type deal. $25 start, no condition notes. OGs of that, as y'all know, very tough. So that's an unofficial $25 start on that, okay? Living Sacrifice already sold. I think I put it up, Jacob, after you asked for it, and it already sold. And then Oliver Magnum's at $15, and Mayhem is $39.99. Mayhem is $39.99. Okay, I'm going to make sure JetBlue doesn't want to bid to get on Sabbath, and she did. $651. What about Rat? It was up to one other person. Solarplex, you were outbid on Rat, by the way. The last bid on that Rat was Solarplex at 77, and now they're 78. Okay, here we go. So we're still getting bids, and Black Sabbath is at 675. Man, dun, 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 dun. All right now, won't you listen? That's my best Aussie. All right, very quickly. Richard Betts, VG Plus, $17.99. We got Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, EX $22.99. Traffic, EX $17.99. John Mayall, EX $22.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung, EX $17.99. The Pretenders is $24.99. The Shadows Greatest Hits is VG $9.99. The Dales is VG Plus $9.99. Joe Cocker was VG Plus $14.99. The Checkmates was VG Plus $14.99. Born Free, VG Plus $14.99. Fox was VG Plus $14.99. Jeff Beck, VG $9.99. Rycooter, VG $9.99. All right, so Rat, now a new bid for 80. Black Sabbath is at 750. Quiet Riot's at 50. We're done on Oliver Magnum. MK Lane had it for 15. I was going to make sure Red Cave Collections was done. Al Cox on the Pretenders, back on the chain gang. That is sold to Al Cox. Thank you on that one. And then a few more, then we're going into another new crate. ZZ Hill, Let's Make a Deal. That was VG $9.99. Country Joe McDonald was VG Plus $9.99. And Blue Jeans, The Three Sounds, that's VG $14.99. Zephyr is VG $9.99. Michael Nesmith was EX $12.99. Crazy Horse was VG $14.99. Manfred Mann, VG $9.99. And then James Taylor and Hank Williams Jr., VG 9 and VG 12. Okay, so Sabbath is obviously the big dog right now, 750 on that one. Quiet Riot has gotten up to 55, and Rat's at 81. And if y'all don't know, we're not even through this first layer of cassettes that was photographed. I'm trying to peek at the bottom and to make sure it continues with metal, and it does. Oh, man, there's the M's. Oh, man, and you know what comes with M with Metallica and Megadeth cassettes, so that's pretty cool. And then, yeah, those are insane. We'll keep those rolling all night long. We'll keep those rolling all night long. Did somebody want the Mayhem? I've got two of them. The last bid on Mark Olson S. Yeah, that's Death Crush, $39.99. That's from New Arrivals tonight. So is Back to the Future. And then this is a jigsaw puzzle over here. The jigsaw puzzle is Live After Death. That's $24.99. All right, let's go through another new crate. Okay, here we go. Might be a record-setting night for Coletco. We started off with a huge silver sale, bullion sale. That's always nice. All these insane records. Great job to the whole staff here. I think y'all know at this point, my top priority every day is showing up and doing these sales and making sure I'm rested for nights like this. Come back and do it again the next night. I have a great team that takes care of everything else. They do the buying, they do the sorting, they do the cleaning, they do the research, they do the tagging, they do the preparation, they do the photographing. I come in, I sell them. Everybody else comes in, they do the watching, the tagging again, the sorting, the keying in, the other sorting, the invoicing, the sorting again, the shipping, the customer service. We just show up and sell records. I just show up and sell records, and we're just going to try to get this year top priority, show up and have an amazing, mind-blowing show every single night for anybody that wants to watch. Incredible stuff. We're going to start going on another buying trip 1st of February to do all this again, and we're looking at a world-class Kiss collection. I might be exaggerating just to get your hopes up, but we're looking at a pretty dang big Kiss collection on Monday. If we're able to do the deal, it'll be like, I don't know, like a couple storage units full of Kiss stuff. A coin era, new stuff, records, memorabilia. This guy, I know him. He's been buying stuff for decades. So, saying I know some truly world-class Kiss collections. I'll say it's a bunch of Kiss stuff, okay? I think it's a bunch of good Kiss stuff, though. It's pretty insane. I know him. He's been buying from us for a long time. And if Paul does this deal, it's going to be crazy here for all winter, all spring. He has a house full, and he has 2 storage buildings full, from what I understand. And the stuff has to go, and we're going to try to go buy it. Oliver Magnum right here, the last bid on this was MK Lane at $15, and this is sold. MK Lane gets this for $15, okay? Now, Black Sabbath is at $850. Quiet Riot is an unofficial. That's Quiet Riot self-titled with Randy Rhoads, $80 on that. And then right over here, Rat, the last bid was Shane Lando at $85. $85, okay? $85 on that. Let's go through these newly priced records unmarked. Kiss Guy in Florida. Kiss Guy is 2 minutes from this building probably, maybe 10. He's local. Osley Brothers, Inside You. Osley Brothers is $9.99. We're talking about like we'll have to go take an 18-foot box trailer probably to go get it all. 2 large storage buildings and a house full. The Roar of Love, the second chapter of Acts, $19.99. The Osley Brothers featuring Fight the Power, $9.99. He's the kind of guy that would go back into a Spencer's back in the day, and when something new would come out, he would buy 2 of them. One of those kind of collectors. You know, Spencer's, you have all that cool Kiss stuff. He'd go in and buy 2 of them. Plus, he has vintage stuff, too. But he's one of these people over the years, he'd buy 2. A new Kiss release comes out, he buys 2 of them, sometimes 3. When some of those new Kiss boxes has come out, he's bought 2 and 3 of the same box set from us. Doubles and triples of stuff. 1 to open, 1 to play, all 3 of them to keep sealed. His decision. We have Loose Ends, A Little Spice, $9.99. And we have Lou Christie, Lightning Strikes, $9.99, okay? Rats at $88, still getting bids. Over here, Black Sabbath is at $850. Do I hear 1,000? Quiet Riot's at $81. This is a white label promo with poster. VG++ EX, pretty dang solid. It's a white label promo. White label promo. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. Over here, we have T-Connection, Pure and Natural, $19.99. And we have 6th Annual Louisiana Cajun Festival, 1976 sealed, $12.99. And Spade Cooley, this is Mr. Music himself, Volume 2, $9.99. The Temptation Surface Thrills, $14.99 on that. And Red, White, and Bluegrass, I love this really cool die-cut cover, $19.99 on that. And Smiles and Tears, Johnny and Jack, Decca, $9.99. And Nancy, this is Grandquist, Get Yourself Ready, $14.99. And The Thing, Pop-Tarts, is that what that says? Age of Thing, Pop-Tarts, 1988 synth pop, $9.99. Rat, right here in the middle, is at $88 of Shane Lando. Rat is the 1984 U.S. Time Coast Atlantic Club, RCA Music Club Edition. Black Sabbath at $875. And then Quiet Riot, are we done? The last bid on this was Christopher Lee at $81. Everybody else is out, including Solarplex. We have Cottonwood, 1979 sealed, $19.99. Walter Egan, The Last Stroll, $9.99. And I'm going to go ahead and put up another cassette. And the next one we're going to do is Chastain. This is the voice of the cult. Chastain is a $10 start. Also, the music of Mikis Theodoriakis, however you say his name, Z. That's the soundtrack, $19.99. Fred Carnell wants this synth pop. The Pop-Tarts, that sounds pretty good. Sounds tasty. The City Foundation over here, that's $14.99. And we have Harold Robbins' Stiletto. Stiletto soundtrack is $19.99. Spellbound, that is sealed for $19.99. And Rubber Rodeo, The Hardest Thing, $9.99 on that. We have Nick, what is this here? Nick Jameson, Already Free. This is Already Free, Nick Jameson, $9.99. Graham Parker and the Rumor, $9.99. And Roy Harper, I Like Mountain Music. Roy Harper, $12.99. Okay, let's go back up here. Black Sabbath, John Kaiser has it for $875. Going once, going twice. Are we done on Rat? The last bit I remember is Shane Lane-Doe at 88. Solarplex, it's up to you. And then right over here, Quiet Riot. The last bid on Quiet Riot was Christopher Lee at 81. That also means Solarplex is out. It's up to Solarplex on both auctions, okay? Was the second Isley, The Heat Is On. The Isley Brothers is in here. I have, this one is The Heat Is On. Yes, $9.99. Dust Gray on LA Festival. Let's find that for Dust Gray. I'm going to go through these fast, and then we're going to go right into another crate because I've got some new sealed stuff like metal and other stuff up front I want to get off the racks and bring back here and show you because I think we're definitely going to have some buyers for it. What was LA Festival? Is that something still in this bin? This one right here, that's sold to Dust Gray. Thank you on that. And then we have the Bluegrass Cardinals, $9.99. People's Choice Striking, that's $14.99. And then Radiance, Peek and Choose, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. Robin Lane and the Chartbusters, that's also $9.99. And Ellen McWayne, Everybody Needs It, $9.99. Okay. Now over here, Mike Ponder said sold, and that was on the Isley Brothers. Let's go ahead and pull that for Mike Ponder. And then over here, Quiet Riot, what was the last bid? Not showing up on my feed. The last bid on Quiet Riot was right over here, and that was with Christopher Lee at 81. You've been outbid. You've also been outbid on Rat. Shane Lane-Doe has it for 88. Nobody bid on Chastain. That's a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on Chastain. We might be done on Black Sabbath. JetBlue's out. The white label promo of poster, John Kaiser, $875, going once, going twice. What was Spellbound? Let's go find that for him. Spellbound was the name of the movie. It was a soundtrack. The actors was Ingrid Bergman, Gregory Peck, Alfred Hitchcock movie. This is sealed, $19.99. Al Cox on the Graham Parker. That's sold to Al Cox. And then we had today the Statler Brothers, $9.99. There's another Spade Cooley, Mr. Music himself, Volume 1, $9.99. The Isley Brothers, this is $9.99. Chastain sold for $10 to MK Lane. We have Steve Goodman Hotspot, $14.99. And Graham and West, a song or two, $9.99, okay? Solarplex has bid again on Quiet Riot, but he's out on Rat. Rat is sold. Rat over here is sold. Congratulations, and that's sold to Shane Lane-Doe for $88. We have a new bid on Quiet Riot, though. Solarplex is back in at $88, and we have an air horn moment here. Black Sabbath, white label promo, incredible. John Kaiser, $875. Go ahead and adjust your volume right now. We have another Black Sabbath promo on deck. Hope everybody's ready. Here comes the air horn for this one. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you on that. Let's go back over here and tag this away and put this away. Danny says I made an offer on Cajun first. Let's go back and see what I screwed up. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Honestly, they should be sticker price plus 40%, but right now I'll honor them at sticker price. Danny says I made an offer on Cajun first. I don't remember saying Cajun. This one right here, Danny, let me know if you want it for $12.99. If not, then it's sold to the other person I said it was sold to. Danny made an offer first on it. Chastain already sold to MK Lane. Fred, you were second. Nick Bargeron third. Fred Cardinell said he will take the Spellbound soundtrack. There's that. Can I show the white light? What is song on the Isley Brothers single? Let me find that right there. That's Brazilian Wedding Song, Whatever Turns You On. Dedicate this song, Morning Glove, Searching for a Miracle, No Axe to Grind, and Sensitive Lover. It is actually a 7-track promo for $9.99. Darren Ray was fourth on Chastain. I can't believe nobody was bidding on that one. Here's the Isley Brothers, Go All the Way, $9.99 on that one, and George Benson, White Rabbit, $19.99. Here's Quiet Riot. It's an unofficial pressing. Just has a basic white jacket here, has the lyrics on the back. I think the original was kind of colorized, and the label's obviously a bootleg. It looks like Ravers. We are the Ravers. They'd even put the right label on it. That's how a lot of bootlegs are done, though, on that one, okay? So there's that one. We'll see if Danny wants that at $12.99. It's totally up to him. Arlo Guthrie and Pete Seeger is $19.99. All right. Holy moly. These Black Sabbaths are insane. Here comes another one. And this one is a promo. Is it marked? Does this one mark promo as well? Oh, it is. Okay. I see it now. This one kind of gets blended in. I see what's going on now. Black Sabbath Sabotage. Wow. Now, they don't do these as a white label. They just mark them a promo. Not a gold stamp promo. I'm talking like the label actually says promotion, not for sale. Black Sabbath Sabotage. It gets blended in sometimes. Almost camouflage. A promo copy of Sabotage, also $125 start, pretty incredible, 1975. It has the original company inner sleeve, and this is a $125 start. Vinyls EX, a VG Plus cover with the promo sticker. Wow. Another promo mark Black Sabbath. That's now up for bid. Danny does take this at sticker price, okay? I did the full price on it after you offered 8 for Cajun. That means it goes back to Danny, but he has to take it for sticker price. No offers on anything tonight until we get later. We've got like 4 more crates of new arrivals, so everything will be sticker price. Danny offered 8. I think I actually skipped over it, and then somebody else claimed it. I didn't realize this is the one he made an offer on, and then he said, wait a minute, I made an offer on this, and then we got to go back and sell it to Danny for full price. Okay, let me make sure his offer did come in first. It did come in first, so this is sold to Danny at sticker price. These are all sticker price. Black Sabbath already has a bid for $125. Quiet Right's out. It's about to be sold to Solarplex for $88. Next is In Memory, Cowboy Copas, Hawkshaw Hawkins, $9.99. Mountain Ballads and Old Time Songs, $9.99 for Mountain Ballads and Old Time Songs. Bobby Rydell sings Wild Days, $9.99 on that. And then General Public, Hand to Mouth. General Public, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. How much was Roy Harper? Roy Harper was right back here, $12.99. Marilyn Manson is sold. Marilyn Manson sold. So is Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot is sold, and this is sold to Solarplex for $88, okay? Let's put that away. Thanks, everybody. We still got some crazy stuff over here to auction, and the first thing we have is Danny getting Roy Harper, and then Robert Warner on Mountain Ballads, and this is sold to Robert Warner, okay? Black Sabbath already has a bid for $125. Next over here, oh, wow. How about Merciful Fate? Oh, man. A 1982 Netherlands repress, a third pressing, black border around the cover. This is the third pressing, 82 Netherlands, distributed by Bertus Hauling. No insert, EX, steel, very tough to get. A 1982 pressing of Merciful Fate. $85 start, that's now up for bid. $85 start, that's now up for bid. Next thing is this. Fred Carnell on GP, and Fred Carnell on GP. Fred Carnell on GP for General Public. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Murphy Stillman's going to take the Isley Brothers promo here. That's sold to Murphy Stillman. And now we're good to go, okay? So there's Black Sabbath. There's Black Sabbath 125. And then over here, Merciful Fate. The last bid on Merciful, or the starting bid on Merciful Fate is $85, okay? Next auction. Don't miss out on another Chastain. Here's another one. For those who dare, Chastain's going to go up for a $10 start. Merciful Fate's in EX condition. EX condition. Scott Leach, the personal owner before us, said it's super clean too, played just a few times. All right. Anybody else on anything in this crate? I'm just going to go ahead and go right into a new one. And let me do that righty now, okay? Let me step up here and do that. So also for tonight, still got this incredible cassette collection. We've only knocked out a few of them. And for those that don't know, there's some pretty crazy stuff still to be had in this batch. I'm really just now getting down to the second layer. I've got to step up here and grab a few things right up here, just FYI. Hope everybody's ready for some of these. Some stuff I've been wanting to show tonight, some new and sealed stuff. And then I have a couple other pre-owned crates. I'm going to do some of those, and I'm going to show you some of this other stuff that has recently come in. I'm going to, somebody asked earlier about the Black Sabbath rhinos up here, and I said, I still got them. Let me go get them. And let me go put those over here. And then here, hope everybody can still hear me right quick. I'm going to grab a few things in here. I think somebody already needed a Rush 2112. I've already got those up here. I'm going to grab this, and then I'm going to grab these two, and I'm going to grab these last two of these, and there we go. All right. Let me see. This will be good for right now. All righty. Wow, fast paced tonight. I feel like I've been in a whirlwind since I've went live. An absolute whirlwind. Okay, so let's see what else we had here. And then Condition Merciful Fate and that. Okay, so here's the deal. Right now, there's 338 people still watching. We have another scarce Black Sabbath promo for auction. And surprisingly, crazily, it only has one bid for $125. Merciful Fate does not have a bid. I'm looking for an $85 start. It does not have a bid, and neither does Chastain. So final chance to get some bids on these, or they're about to be bought nows, and then you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I go ahead and bid when I had the chance? It was right there in front of me. Chad was basically begging me to bid. He went ahead and made it a buy now, and then 3 snipers just absolutely obliterated me. Just because I didn't go ahead and just place the minimum bid and lock it in. Oh boy. Okay. So, here we go. And Merciful Fate, condition one more time. What pressing does it have the insert? Merciful Fate is a 1982. There is no insert. No insert on Merciful Fate. King Diamond. EX on the vinyl, which that's conservative. So that is really, really nice. Conditional Sabotage. The promo copy of Sabotage is VG++ EX, just like Self-Titled and just like Master of Reality. VG++ EX. Merciful Fate is EX. Chastain has a bid for $10. Final call. Everything in this crate very quickly is new and sealed. Let's breeze through these right quick. And then I've got 2 crates that Paul's marked, and then I got another John Paul crate, a John crate, and we'll get through those in just a second, okay? First thing I have here is Suicidal Tendencies. Suicidal Tendencies is Controlled by Hatred. It's on Fruit Punch red vinyl, $29.99. Scorpions, Love Drive. This is a 180 gram remaster, soft touch sleeve, $44.99 on Scorpions. And Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer is $33.99 for Slayer, South of Heaven. And then also Scorpions, Coming Home Live. Another Scorpions. This is the 60th anniversary show they did in Hanover, Germany. July 5th, 2025 was 16-page book, $59.99. General Public's already sold. Chastain 10, Edwin bid 13. Did somebody bid against you? I'm just showing you bidding 10 and 10. John LeBeatty got Suicidal Tendencies. That's sold to John LeBeatty. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on Sabbath. I was going to make sure Chad said he was done. Merciful Fate did not get a bid. $85 buy it now. $85 on Merciful Fate, so that's a no bid. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to go ahead and put that away. That can be bought for the minimum bid of $85. Sold to Hessen Session. That's done. And then Chastain is sold for 10, and that's sold for 10 to Edwin Riviera. Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. Limited edition 1000 gold vinyl, $39.99. So Hessen got Merciful Fate, and then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Black Sabbath sold to JetBlue, $125, right? Yep, had it for 7 minutes, $125. That sold. John Kaiser just bid $130. Oh, man. I was waiting for some of y'all to bid for the last 7 minutes. Oh, no. That was bad. I was expecting that to get like up into the 200 or 300 range. Oh, my gosh. Well, too late, too sad. Black Sabbath is a 1989 U.S. Gloversville OG. It is in shrink. It's a top copy. Wow, this is not easy to get. A $250 start, headless cross, shrink wrap, hop sticker. A 1989 U.S. Gloversville OG shrink hop in beautiful. Hop sticker, $250 start on Black Sabbath. Kendall Hill, I'm out of Suicidal Tendencies, but if you want to go on a waiting list, let me know. Next auction is going to go up right now. Overkill. Under the Influence, a 1988 U.S. Specialty OG pressing in shrink with hop, a top copy, super nice. Inner sleeve, Overkill, a $75 start. $250 start, $75 start. The only no bid tonight is Extreme. Extreme 3 cassette, $10 on that. Next is Alice Cooper Killer, cut from the original Analog Master tapes, $34.99 for Alice Cooper Killer. Still got Faster Pussycat, still got Scorpions, Slayer, and Scorpions. And then Slayer again. This one's called Undisputed Attitude. Slayer is $34.99, and also Megadeth Dystopia. Megadeth is $34.99. Megadeth Dystopia, $34.99. And then Ozzy, Gods of Rock and Roll. This was new for last week with Billy Morrison. It's a picture disc. Ozzy is $24.99. And then, if you don't want a white label promo, here's one of the better sounding records ever made of this. Cut from the original Analog Masters tapes by Kevin Gray, $39.99. Black Sabbath, I'm looking for a $250 start. Right now, there's no bid. Overkill, I'm looking for a $75 start. Right now, there's no bid. Bob Doan on Scorpions Love Drive. Thank you, that's so to Bob Doan. And over here, I have the other Sabbath, which is Paranoid. Kevin Gray, all analog, $39.99. Those will blow your socks off. Let's put up another cassette, okay? Next cassette is going to go up right now. We're going to do two black and blues together. We're going to do two black and blues together. Black and blue self-titled and black and blue nasty nasty. $15 start for both of those. Both Black Sabbaths are the Rhino hi-fis. Yes, Paranoid and self-titled. They're both Rhino hi-fis, $39 and $39. I'll have to pass on wait lists. I just missed it. Okay. Scott O'Man wants one of the new Aussies. I've got a bunch of these still in stock if anybody else wants one on that. Okay. Give me 1 second over here. I got to do something. Okay, next, over here, sorry about that. Scott Allman got Ozzy, and then JetBlue on Black Sabbath Paranoid. JetBlue on Black Sabbath Paranoid. That is so. Do you have another Scorpions? I don't, but I can order you one. Mayhem Death Crush, details. I don't have any details. I can scan it right quick. It's on back on black label. It's $39.99. I actually mentioned your name earlier. I was like, where is Master Mall? Where's Sean Lee Hooker at? It's new and sealed out of new arrivals tonight, $39.99. Stephen Douglas on Faster Pussycat. And then what is the Overkill? What is Headless Cross? I better go over these again. And Overkill's at $75. No, not Cookie Monster. I'm about to. I had to send a text message. I can't give any details because we're in contract negotiations. But I'm going to tell y'all this. I'm working on an autograph signing for Coletco, a private autograph signing, and I'll just put it to you this way. We're 90% there, and if we're able to do this, it'll be it'll be incredible if we're able to get this deal done. I'm working on a private autograph signing from a legend, not just somebody, a legend. It is come to me. I knew somebody. I've been negotiating for about 2 weeks. I hope that it works out. Y'all will be all over this. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a private autograph signing for Coletco, and it's going to be incredible. We have Black Sabbath Headless Cross, a 1989 US OG Gloversville. It does have the insert with it. So let's take a look at it. It's in shrink. It's with hop. We have the original black inner sleeve, and it does have the insert. 1989. It does have the insert. It's super clean. I mean, it looks like it was just opened. It looks like it was just open. There's the black inner sleeve. There's the insert. It's in shrink. It's a $250 start. $250 start. $250 start. I mean, I just had a text come in from earlier that I missed from his agent, And, you know, that's kind of something that you don't want to ignore, right? So I'm trying to get this done for us. I mean, it's going to be big for us. It's going to be big for y'all. The opportunity to have signed albums from this person, it's going to be incredible. All right, but I can't obviously share anything at all. Nothing. Zip. Y'all not going to get anything out of me. Nada. Zilch. Nothing. Black Sabbath. Okay, $250. We sold Ozzy. We sold a Black Sabbath Paranoid. I don't have another Scorpions. We sold Faster Pussycat. And then Overkill. Under the Influence is in Shrink and Hype and the inner sleeve. It's an 88 OG top copy. An 88 OG top copy. Near mint minus. 88 top copy. Near mint minus. $75 start. Scott Leach said Headless Cross and Overkill both came from his collection, and they're super nice. Okay, thank you, Scott, for selling us your collection again. It's been incredible so far tonight. Overkill's at 75. And then over here, we have next. I got Slayer, World Painted Blood. Slayer is $36.99, but y'all know me, it's a teaser. I got to get everybody excited. I got to get everybody like, oh my gosh, so when the announcement comes out, we can sell about 500 pre-orders like that. Slayer, $36.99. So I got to keep the intensity building. Okay, that's my job. I got everybody going, oh my gosh, what is Chad doing? You know, you're getting all excited like Chris Farley. We have Korn, self-titled, $49.99. Overkill has a bid of $75 and now $80. Okay, I'm about to add a third auction. These have kind of, they're trying to get up there where they got bids, and now one of them does. And then Oz, third warning. Oz is $44.99. And Rush, $21.12. 180 gram analog, $36.99. This is sold to TSO Houston. Now, I wanted everybody to know that I took a wait list for this the other night, and I already have more on the way. So, well, wait a minute. Did you need one of these TSO heat? Before I tag you for one, did you need one of these if you're watching? Before I tag you, I don't have your list yet, but whatever you did want, I ordered them last night. But that is available if anybody wants it. Jay Nutra on Slayer. Thank you on that. World Painted Blood. Okay? There's that. And then over here, we have Black Sabbath, $250. And this is a buy it now. $250. This is a buy it now, okay? No bid on Black Sabbath Headless Cross. $250 buy it now. If anybody wants that, it is a top copy. It's going to go right over here in the no bids. It's going to go right over here in the no bids. Overkill, the last bid was 75 and then 81, okay? There's 75 and then 81, so that's still getting bids. TSO Houston does need this. Now, that also means when more comes in, I'm going to have extras. I need a 2112 so I can frame up the poster, okay? Well, what I'll do when they come back in, I'll sell you one of those. Black Sabbath over here is sold to John Kaiser for $250. Awesome stuff in this crate. That's why I went up there and got them off the racks. I was like, man, I got to show some of this stuff up here because I know we got metalheads on here watching. Well, guess what? One Black Sabbath down. Let's do another one. What is this here? A vintage bootleg of Black Sabbath, Hartford Civic Center, 1980. That will be with Dio. EX, a vintage bootleg, Black Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, a $35 start. Wow. Okay, Overkill's at 85. These two black and blues did not get a bid, right? So $15 buy it now for both black and blue cassettes. $15 for both black and blue cassettes. Let's put those right over there. And then we have Steve Vai, Passion and Warfare, a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Empty Matte on black and blue. That's sold to Empty Matte for $15. And Alter Bridge, One Day Remains, a deluxe 2LP, $44.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Hall of Flame. And this is called Guaranteed Forever. I'm trying to go through the cassettes that I don't know much about. Hall of Flame, Guaranteed Forever. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Hall of Flame, Guaranteed Forever, $10 start. Okay, and then we have DRI, Dirt and Rotten Imbeciles. That's $29.99. And then the Ramones Greatest Hits. These last two copies have very light seam crackles. This over here has two very light seam crackles, $29.99 for the Ramones Greatest Hits, $29.99. Let's go back up to the top. Overkill is at $85. MT Mac got the 2 black and blues. Black Sabbath, $35. Edwin next on black and blue. Black Sabbath, another $35. Alan Hagen next on black and blue. And let's go and read through these one more time, and then I'm going to go through another pre-owned crate, okay? Might grab one of these that Paul's marked. So what happened over here of Overkill? The last bid's $85 of MT Matt. If you're in and you want to be in for more, let me know. JetBlue on the Ramones. And here's what we're going to do. I'm going to read what's left in some of these advertised auctions. If you want me to put something up, it's kind of got to the point where it's not too crazy. I can take a request on some of these unsold auctions. I got Chris Poland. I got Queensryche, Crocus. I have Merciful Fate, Yngwie Malmsteen. I have Motorhead. Is this a bootleg? Motorhead Anthology. Masters of Reality, not the Black Sabbath album. I have another Black Sabbath bootleg. Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. And then I have Black Sabbath Live at Last. I have Shout. I have The Rods, Crazed and All Out Metal Assault. Mass. We'll run that one right now. Dokken, Metal. Oh, I forgot about Metal Massacre. Oh, no. We got to do that one, too. Let's do Mass and then Metal Massacre for sure, and then let me know what y'all want to see after that. Over here, I have Metal Fighter by Mass. The cover does have some damage. Really cool artwork on this one. We had to censor it, though. An 83 German OG VG Plus, a $15 start on that. Let's go back up to the top. First thing I had was Black Sabbath at $35 with Chad Sauls. Solarplex also bid $35. She got the Ramones, Black Sabbath $40. And then Michael Freiberger put Queens. I think that was a request, right? That was for Queensryche. And then Black Sabbath 42, and then we have a request for Metal Massacre and Crocus, okay? So Overkill, I hope we were done on this. The other bidder, MT Matt 85, was Steve Weaver. I lost Steve Weaver. Steve, if you're out there, hopefully you were already, he said out, sold to MT Matt for $85, okay? Sold to MT Matt for $85. That's done. See you later. Now, Bloody Sabbath, live Harvick Civic Center, a vintage bootleg, $50. Sean Miller wants the other Ramones. We're now sold out of Ramones' greatest hits. Thank you. And then Hall of Flame, buy it now for $10. I don't know a lot about that one. I'm just trying to grab ones I'm not too familiar with. Okay. Black Sabbath track listing. There's nothing on the back and there's nothing on the labels. I cannot be of any service to you. The labels are blank and there's nothing on the back of the jacket. I can be of no service on the track listing. Mass has one bid for $15, okay? Now, let's do Metal Massacre. Folks, this is a grail in the metal world. Yeah, the last one of these I think we sold for what, 800? I'm reading all the stats here from Laura. Okay, so this is a 1982 very significant album in metal history. The first time Metallica appeared on anything predates Kill 'Em All. They appeared on this compilation done by the New Heavy Metal Review magazine, Metal Blade Records, Brian Slagle. They decided to add Metallica. I think it was one of the last entries that he decided to put on here. They even misspelled Metallica. 2 T's. Metallica, Hit the Lights. James Hetfield, Dave Mustaine, Ron McGovey, Lars Ulrich, Lloyd Grant. Pretty cool dang piece. The grade on the disc is VG minus. No feelers, but there is heavy scuffing, okay? It's not pristine, but there's nothing that's going to cause major playback details or major playback errors, major playback problems, okay? VG minus. Oh, man, I'm trying to remember what the last one sold for. The last one, like, we sold a ton of stuff that one night, crazy Metallicas, and I was like, okay, I don't really want to sell this one, but I went ahead and put it up. This one's VG minus. I'm going to say, based on the stats and what Laura's got, I mean, there's been some low-grade disc without any jackets sell for $120. You know, broken in half copies, I think, sell for $200. I'm going to say a $350 start. And you don't have to bid, okay? No obligation to bid. Metal Massacre, $350 start. Steelers on here: Bitch, Malice, Rat, Avatar, Seraphim Gold, Demon Flight, Pandemonium, Malice, and Metallica. $350 start. I have been to the Metal Blade Museum out in Vegas, and if you book ahead, Brian Slagle will come out and give you a personal tour. He's got stuff from Metallica there. He's got stuff from Guar there, and he'll give you the whole history of the label. He's got memorabilia. It's really cool. And he's got one of these sitting in a showcase. The real deal. That's the first one with the mispressed Metallica. It already has a bid for $375. I think the last one I sold for $800, and I think I may even sold it to John Kaiser. He's bidding on this one too. Okay, sorry for the delay. Let's get caught up. Crazy auctions tonight. That's the focus. We've sold one Atrophy and maybe two. There could be some more left. Mass is at 17. Mass is at 20. Okay, and then we have Metal Massacre at $375. So the last bid on Sabbath over here was Victor Garrett, 50. Final call. Chad Sauls, you're out. You might have already set out. Metal Massacre's at $390, and then Mass over here, Red Cave Collections has it for $200. Of course, you could hold out for a mint one of these, but these are so hard to find. I think just owning it and having it in your collection is the check mark for most people. I mean, you probably don't want one literally broken in half, like I said, but I mean, just having a copy, I think some people's like, whew, okay, I got that one, especially if you're collecting Metallica. Wow, the first time that's just like, in comic book lingo, we would call this the first appearance of Metallica. That's pretty significant. Okay, and then everything in here is new and sealed. One more quick read-through. Then let's get back into some vintage pre-owned. Slayer, South of Heaven, 33. Scorpions is 59. Green vinyl. Faster Pussycat is 39. Alice Cooper is 34. Slayer, Undisputed Attitude, 34. Megadeth is 34. Ozzy's 24. Black Sabbath, Paranoid Rhino, 39. Black Sabbath, Rhino, 39. And Korn is $49.99. That is their self-titled Oz. Third Warning, 44. Magenta, that's a fairly new reissue. Steve Vai, 39. Alter Bridge is 44. And Dirty Rotten Imbeciles is 29. Done, okay? Metal Massacre's at $400. Let's do Black Sabbath. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Bloody Sabbath bootleg is sold to Victor Guerra for $50. Okay, and there's that. And then Mass is still getting bids. It's between Alan Hagen and Red Cave Collections. All right, let's move that down right there. Nice. Okay, let's pick out another cassette. Yeah, I need some of y'all cassette buyers to hang around late tonight because you just never know what I'm going to put up, like Artillery. Artillery, Terror Squad, Fear of Tomorrow. Artillery is a $10 start. Metal Massacre's at $400. Do I smell another air horn? Very well could be. Okay, I've got to make a decision. Do I want to go through one of these new crates Paul marked of probably some of the jazzy stuff, kind of like we did last night? Do we have some of those buyers on? We sold 2/3 of all of his new arrivals. Or do we want to see what this last crate that John marked is? Oh, Paul's marked some interesting stuff here. Yeah, let's go through this one. Let's go through this. Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's go through this first crate Paul's marked. I think we're going to have some buyers eat this stuff alive. Hopefully not literally. We have went ahead and filled up another crate. So let me get a good pause there. And awesome. Crazy night here at Collectco. One to remember. And I'm excited to see what Laura pulls for tomorrow and then what they're going to have on Saturday. Because y'all know when we get these fresh collections, we go for the throat. We're like, what do we have? What can we get out for sale? Let's get these sold and let's get ready to go out and buy even more. So amazing. Let's grab this right here and let's put this right over here. And thank y'all. And let's keep rolling, okay? So here we go. Artillery's at 15. And we have Metal Massacre at 400. I'm going to leave that up to MT Matt. He says he's done. And then Mass was up to Alan Hagen. Red Cave has it for 25. Alan hadn't said out yet. And Oso wants the Scorpions from the previous crate. The live one here. I got you. That's coming home. Hanover, Germany. Thank you, and that's sold to you. All righty. I need a drink before we get really rolling here. Crazy cassettes. What I'll do here in a minute is I'll read off some of the titles or set up the crate where y'all can see them on the camera. Give me 1 second, please. Man, we got close to an air horn. Looks like we're all done on Metal Massacre. Final call. Mass has a new bid, 28. All right, here we go. The Warm Sound, Francis Wayne, Atlantic, 1957 OG. Wow, I've never seen that before. 1957 Atlantic, Francis Wayne, Black Atlantic label, and OG no condition notes, $24.99. I think some of y'all are going to love these crates. Mass has a new bid. Alan Hagen's out. Artillery's at $18. We have El Chicano, the best of everything. That's sealed for $19.99. And Enoch Light, the best of Hollywood, movie hit 6869, Project 3, and Shrink, a 68 stereo. It has the original EJ Corvette price tag, $9.99. And Kenny Dorham Quintet, Jamone Kern Showboat, a 61 US stereo OG, $69.99. Another big one being sold. Thank you to Mr. John Kaiser on the Metal Massacre for $400. Thank you on that. That is incredible. That's something, I think the last time I had one, I said, well, we won't have one for a while. It has been a while, and that one's gone. Let's see if we get another one in 2026. I hope so, but we'll see what happens. Mass at 30, Mass is at 33, and then let's go ahead and knock out that other Queensryche. Lots of requests for this. An 83 USOG Jacksonville, VG++ EX, the 4-track EP, and Shrink. A $25 start on that, Queensryche. Next over here is J.J. Johnson, Kai Winding, Bernie Green, Willie Dennis, For Trombones, the debut recording. Sealed, 1981, $19.99. Okay, first record is sold to Danny D. LaO, and that was for Francis Wayne. Thank you on that. Queensryche 25, Mass is at 35. Alan Hagen, you're out. Are we done on Artillery? Kendall Hill has it for 18. And the Hessen Session, you have been outbid, just FYI, on the Artillery. Moving on in this crate, the Manhattan Transfer Live MoFi, original master recording, and this is sealed. 78 MoFi pressing, $39.99. Now Artillery's at 20, and we have Hillbilly Jazz, interesting. Sealed, $19.99. Bromberg, Vassar Clements, DJ Fontana. That is sealed for $19.99. Artillery, $20 of MK Lane, and that means Kendall Hill, you've been outbid. And now we have Queensryche at 30, and Mass is still getting bids too. The Steve Martin Brothers, wow, a sealed copy, $19.99, sealed with hop sticker. What is Queensryche? Queensryche is their self-titled debut EP. It's in Shrink, and it's VG++ EX, and that is now at $40 with Hoopy. Mass is at 45, and the Artillery cassette's at 20. Kendall Hill, you've been outbid by a new bidder. We have Hoagie Sings Carmichael, Art Pepper, Harry Edison. This is sealed, $14.99. And Button Down Brass, Cops and Robbers, 77 UK, $19.99. And Peter Dean in Fun City. What an interesting cover there. Peter Dean in Fun City, a 1976 US Jazz Pop, $9.99. Okay. So right now, Artillery has a new bid for 25. Queensryche is at 55, and then Mass is between two people. Red Cave has it for 45. Alan Hagen, you've been outbid again. Alan's out. Mass is sold, and let's get that one off the table. That's sold to Red Cave for $45. Now Queensryche is at $55. Artillery's at $25, and let's add another LP. Let's see what's up with this Merciful, Yngwie, Motorhead, Sabbath. Let's do Dokken. There's two still left in the high-end tab. I need to kind of do those first. Dokken, folks, is sealed. Dokken, Beast from the East, is an 88 US OG sealed copy, a $50 start. It does have a saw mark down here, but it's unopened and original sealed copy of Beast from the East live in Japan. A $50 start. Once again, SEALED, sealed. Moving on. Really cool stuff in here. So this is from that 30,000 collection. You know, we called it jazz, but as you can see, Paul said it had a lot of soundtracks. It had a lot of spoken word and just kind of different stuff in it. So these have been really, really cool here. We have Superstars, the 70s, Silver Bullets, Volume 4, a double LP comp, Where is Stacy Metternich? A double LP compilation, Superstars of the 70s, $9.99. Joy to the World, Three Dog Night, unopened. We don't call it sealed when the shrink wrap is torn, but it has never been opened. That's a greatest hits for $19.99. Artillery's now at $30. NK Lane, You've Been Outbid. Dawkins at $55 and Queens Rock is at $62. Michael Hamburger, You've Been Outbid. Wow. Okay, over here we have the Letterman Best 20. That's a Japanese pressing, a sealed Japanese pressing for $9.99. I mean, that's worth it just to see the quality of what the Japanese hype is all about. A sealed OG copy of Dire Straits Communique with hype sticker. The shrink is torn here, $44.99. And Fantasy by Mac Davis, a white label promo, $3,999.99. Mac Davis. Also, bass cooking, Japanese bass players. This is sealed, $74.99. An 85 Japanese import, $74.99. Over here, Michael Ruttman on Dire Straits. Thank you, that's sold. Queens Rock is at $64. Queens Rock is at $66. Dawkins is at $60. And Artillery is sold to Kendall Hill for $30. Josh Brown next on the Dire Straits. All righty, let's pull up another cassette. Look at some of these over here. I've got Kill, One Bad Pig. What is that? Onslaught, a bunch of Kiss. I got enough Kiss to make the whole bunch of y'all get all dizzy. We got One Bad Pig, Ice Cream Sunday. There we go. Ice Cream Sunday. One Bad Pig, I have no clue, but that's not one I don't see too often. $10 start on that. Over here, I don't think Stacy Metternich is watching. She might be already snoozing. So this is sold to Jackie Reynolds. Mac Davis is $9.99. Mac Davis, Fantasy, $9.99. A white label promo. Over here we have Junko and Barney, a tribute to the great Hollywood stars, Junko Mean, an 85 Japanese import, sealed, $49.99. Mega Blast on Mac Davis, sold. See, and you was talking bad about the Jazz collection the other day, and look what's in there. Mac Davis you didn't have. We have Horizontal Refreshment, Super Change, a 1976 white label promo, Jazz Funk, Jazz Rock, Disco, $9, and she's a little nude on the cover. $9.99 on that one. What about Queens Rock? The last bid was Michael Hamburger at 66, Hoopy's out. And then the last bid on Doggin was Danzig at 65, TSO Houston's out. And then we have Cat Stevens, Is It So? Cat Stevens is $14.99. Awesome, cool stuff in here. Miko Moon Dancer, look at that one. Miko, $9.99, Moon Dancer, 1979 with promo marked label. And NRBQ at Yankee Stadium. VG Plus, it has a promo strip on the front. NRBQ at Yankee Stadium. You might run into George Costanza there, $14.99. One Bad Pig is awesome, has Johnny Cash singing on one of the songs. Final call to get a bid on One Bad Pig, $10 start. Johnny Cash makes an appearance on here. One Bad Pig. Never seen that before. If it's on vinyl, I've never seen it. There's the cassette. $10 start on that. We have AWB. AWB, Average White Band. I was about to say, I don't recall seeing this one too much, though. What is this one? EX12. I thought, we see Average White Band like 3 times a minute. Cupids in Fashion. Weird. Hop sticker. That's a new one to me, I think. EX12.99. Let's jump over here and look at Queens Rock one more time. 2 people have asked to see the label. It's a 1983 U.S. Jacksonville VG++ EMI America, and it's in shrink, and it's up, meaning the hammer's up, and it's about to sell for $65, okay? And then the last bit on the dock and TSO Houston went out. Danzig has that for $65. We're about to sell it, okay? Danny D. La-O on the Miko or Miko. This one right here, the Miko. That's sold to Danny D. La-O. Thank you on that one. And then Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits, a white label promo. Oh, man. EX $17.99. With a little help from my friends, I'm feeling all right. Delta Lady's a cool one. High Time We Went. EX, $17.99. Alan, hey, make sure you bid. I was about to make it a buy it now, but if you for sure want it, I'll give you a chance to lock it in. One Bad Pig is a $10 start, okay? D-Kong on Joe Cocker. I'm feeling all right. And then over here we have the Love Unlimited Orchestra, EX $17.99, and KC and the Sunshine Band, EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Docking is sold to Danzig. Danzig gets Docking for $75. And then over here we have Queensryche. And I'm going to make sure Michael Mendick didn't want to bid, but I'm going to give it a few seconds. Let me look at that one more time. It was, I'm having a look at it one more time because I honestly don't remember. It was Queensryche. I need another hit of Monster. Michael Hamburger at 66. Okay, Michael Hamburger 66 and sold. Okay, sold $66. Alan Hagen, One by Plig, sold to Alan Hagen $10. Thank you. Stephanie Hill on KC and let's see. Danzig, you got Danzig for $65. Yes. He got Queensryche. Hamburger did for $66. All right, we need more new auctions. I have Possessed, one of the ones from the high-end tab. Laura has graded the following. VG looks pretty rough, but sounds VG Plus when play tested. Has been play tested. An 86 OG. It has this original Triptych jacket. How about the original, what I call a gimmick jacket? It looks like the gates of hell have opened and then it folds out. Oh no, and now you're immersed in. It's pretty cool actually if you've never seen how this works. It's a full fold out jacket and now you're possessed and now you're deep in the realms of hell. Oh no, that wouldn't be a good thing. Pretty cool jacket design there. And this is an 86 US OG, and it is a $50 start, Possessed. Okay? $50 start on that one. $50 start on that one. Moving on, we have Donnie Marie. This is featuring songs from their television show, a white label promo, $9.99. Walt Disney presents The Little Engine That Could, plus Casey Jones and John Henry. VG Plus, $14.99. Driving that train high on cocaine. Next auction is going to be from the cassette box. And how about we do Arched for the Sake of Mankind, ARTCH, $10 start on that one. Disney is sold to Vladarchek, and Danny D wants Junko and Barney. Junko and Barney. This one right here, sold to Danny D Low, an 85 Japanese import, sealed, $49.99. Possessed is a $50 start. And let's put up another auction. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll. Sabbath, a 76 Winchester OG compilation, EX Plus condition, a gatefold jacket, a $35 start. We sold our soul for rock and roll, a $35 start on that. Next is Munich Machine Body Shine. Munich Machine Body Shine is a 79 promo marked label, VG Plus, $14.99. And we have I Film della Valenze, Ennio Morricone. Interesting. It's a 1975 Italian pressing, Ennio Morricone. I'm not for sure of the English translation of the film, but that's a real Italian press of an Ennio Morricone soundtrack. $44.99 on that. We have Jazz Contemporary, Kenny Dorham. This is a 1960 US OG odd label variant. EX Plus, $36.99 for Kenny Dorham. Ennio Morricone is sold to Michael Ruttman. That's pretty cool. And then Like Bongos, a 1960 US stereo OG, Space Age Latin Jazz. EX Plus, $12.99. The Great Muppet Caper, that is EX $22.99. And Beanie Green is a, 1960 US stereo OG, also $36.99. If you want to bid on Possessed, right now's the time. Final call for a $50 start. Black Sabbath is also for bid. This is essentially a Black Sabbath greatest hits. Black Sabbath, The Wizard, The Warning. I mean, it's awesome. Tomorrow's Dream, Fairies Wear Boots, Sweet Leaf, Children of the Grave. That has a bid for $35, and Arch has one bid for $10, okay? Now, we sold Ennio Morricone. Thank you, Michael. MK Lane on Jazz. Jazz Contemporary, is that Kenny Dorham? Is that right, MK Lane? Jazz Contemporary. and then Lewis Kulik on the Muppets, the Great Muppet Caper. All right, awesome. I think that crate is worthy of another quick but thorough, or quick but fast read through, and then I have another one to do, okay? I have another one to do. Oh, man. What time is it? Oh, it's only 10:13. Golly. We are rolling. Laura is working on 2 days ahead of auctions, just FYI. Laura's working 2 days ahead on her auctions, so just FYI, no stuff marked. Now, later tonight, I can mark some stuff. I still have a tub over here I never did finish. We can do that later tonight. And then there's a lot of cassettes in here that I think we can do buy it nows that don't need to be auctioned. Here, I'll go ahead and do some right now. 1, 2, I'll do 3, and I'll do 4. Here's 4 cassettes at $6.99 each. Okay, I'll make these buy it nows for $6.99 each. Keel, The Final Frontier, Jafria, Axe Nemesis, and Living Color Vivid with the Cult of Personality. Okay, those are all $6.99. Back up the top, Black Sabbath 35. You said something about Latin Jazz for $12.99. Like Bongos, is that the one you wanted instead of Kenny Dorham? Okay, I think MK Lane wanted Like Bongos instead of Kenny Dorham. Yeah, Space Age Latin Jazz. Sell that to Kenny Dorham. I mean, sell that to MK Lane. Possessed, let's go over that again. Can we get the details on Possessed? What is Possessed? Black Sabbath 36, Black Sabbath 36. Danny D. Lowe on Junkie and Barney. Junkie and, what does that say? Junko and Barney. Did I already pull that for you? I think I did. Junko and Barney, I already pulled that for you. That was the Japanese. I've already pulled that for you. Junko and Barney, that's already been pulled. Okay. And then Arched at 12. Okay, MK Lane got Keel for $6.99. Arched is $15. Rat's already sold. Red Cave got Living Color. Ed Riviera got Jafria. Claymore next on Keel. Josh Brown next on Living Color, then Corey. And that leaves Axe Nemesis for $6.99. Arched has a new bid with MK Lane for $15. Edwin Riviera, you're out. Preston Rose wants NRBQ at Yankee Stadium. And the best of Three Dog Night, a greatest hits here, is an unopened original, $19.99. Okay, the details on Possessed again. Possessed is a 1986 OG with the original fold open jacket, a strong VG, a $50 start, no bids yet. The last bid that came in on Black Sabbath, that came in was 36 with Corey. Dust Gray tied them, and that means they outbid Red Cave Collections. Now it's at 38. Here's what's left in here quickly so we can do the other one. El Chicano, the best of everything. Sealed 1999, 1975 US. That's rock, Latin, funk, and soul. They're kind of all over the place there. Movie hit 68-69, done by Enoch Light. $9.99, cool cover there. And then Kenny Dorham Quintet, Dramone Kern Showboat. $69.99, a 61 US stereo OG. J.J. Johnson, Kai Winding, Beanie Green, Willie Dennis, 4 Trombones, the debut recording. Sealed, $19.99. Mega Blast wants Buddy, and maybe he was, never mind, he's trying to fix a comment. And then Manhattan Transfer Live, sealed for $39.99. Sherry Darnell on Three Dog Night. Let me make sure that Stephanie Hill doesn't want it. Stephanie, if you pass it, so does Sherry Darnell, okay? By the way, I still got Van Halen 3D light boxes in stock. Van Halen light boxes, you see this back here that's lit up, changing colors? That is $59.99. I have those in stock. Here, I'll change it up a little bit. You can sync this to music, and it has all kinds of different patterns. We'll do that one right there. It'll change colors. You can customize it. If you just want it to shine blue, you can get on your phone app and literally just have it set where it lights up green. It will just light up green, just like Peter Criss, and it will stay green the whole time, or it will flash green. You can do all kinds of different stuff with it. Just FYI. Sherry Darnell gets Three Dog Night. Thank you on that. Are we done on Black Sabbath? And Possessed has one bid with Jim Cooper for $50. It's about to sell for $50. Arched is at $19. Let's do some more cassette buy it nows. First, though, Hillbilly Jazz is sealed for $19.99. Bromberg, Vassar Clements, DJ Fontana, Sam Pruitt's on here. That's sealed. Steve Martin, an original Steve Martin comedy album with Hop Sticker, $19.99 on that. Hoagie sings Carmichael, and that is sealed $14.99. Did you get me one from Van Halen the other night? I will make a note. I'm pretty sure I read off your name, though, the other when I was pulling them last night from the pre-order. I'm pretty sure I did. Everybody that commented on the post got one, and then everybody that commented on the post got one. And give me 1 second. Why is it so hard to find? Yeah, Corey, you got one. You already got one. Corey already got one. These are no more, no less. Brand new price today. Arch is at 20. Michael Ruttman on Steve Martin. Where's Black Sabbath at? Black Sabbath is a final call to Corey Ross for $38. We have Button Down Brass, Cops and Robbers, 1977, 1999. Peter Dean and Fun City, $9.99. The Letterman, a 71 Japanese pressing, sealed, $9.99. Bass Cooking, Japanese bass players, first concert live, an 85 Japanese import, sealed, unopened, $74.99. Horizontal Refreshment Super Change, 76 watt label, promo, jazz funk, jazz rock, disco, $9.99. Okay, Arched is sold to, or Arch, A-R-T-C-H, Arch, and sold to MK Lane for $20. Possessed is sold one bid, Jim Cooper for $50. Let's put up some other stuff. Got some other cool stuff to put up over here. Let's do over here. Have you been done the cassette tapes, or when you be selling them? Thank you in advance. We're selling some individually, one at a time for auction, and then some are going up for buy it now. Here's our next auction. Paul Stanley, the solo album. That's going to be our next auction. $10 start on that, and then I'm about to show some for buy it nows. Cat Stevens, Is It So? In Shrink, $14.99. Average White Band was EX $12.99. The Love Unlimited Orchestra, EX $17.99. Donnie Marie Osmond, a white label promo, EX $9.99. Munich Machine, VG Plus $14.99. Beanie Green is EX 36, EX Plus $36.99. And Kenny Dorham was EX Plus $36.99. All right, nobody else been on Black Sabbath, and this is sold to Corey Ross for $38. Whoops. Paul Stanley's a $10 start. That one was laying on top. I'm about to get a handful to do buy it now, but let's go through another crate. If you change your mind, like, dang it, Chad, I'm feeling a little bit frisky. I just did 5 shots of Jack Daniels. Go ahead and give me everything left in that crate. I'm going to be like, holy crap, okay. And then after we do this, I've got another crate that John marked earlier tonight. We'll do a quick recap of our newest new vinyl that came in today, and then we'll start doing some discount crates. Paul Stanley has one bid, $10, and that's a final call. He don't want to stand up. He's a little off balanced. Okay, and then let's go over here. Let's do, let's do Chris Poland. Chris Poland is called Returns to Metalopolis, and it has a hype sticker, ex-Megadeth guitarist. Chris Poland is a 1990 Euro OG EX edition, a $25 start on Chris Poland. That is now up for bid. Final chance on Paul Stanley. Let's pick out 5 more to do for buy it nows. I'm going to do that one for a buy it now. There's not many. Most of these are very much auction worthy. I mean, some of them might just get minimum bid, but some of these are very much auction worthy. A lot of K's. A lot of these are sorted alphabetically, so I'm trying my best to mix them up. I'm almost to the second layer, and I'm going to photograph it and show y'all what's coming up, okay? So let me do 4 here, and this is going to be a big focus during part 2 tonight, okay? Or not really part 2, but for the rest of the show, we're going to have some sweet metal cassettes, okay? I mean, these are awesome. Y'all have only seen the top layer. There's 5 layers in that crate. Baron Cross, Atomic Arena. These are $6.99. Anvil, Live in Concert. Def Leppard, Pyromania. Aerosmith, Greatest Hits. And Kick Axe, Welcome to the Club. Okay, new crate here, never gone through. Cindy gets Paul Stanley for 10. Let's put up another LP and then another cassette auction. Let's go ahead and do another Black Sabbath, Live at Last. I think this was requested like 4 hours ago. Sorry, you got to keep reminding me if you've been waiting for it. A 1980 Netherlands repress, EX edition, Live at Last, Black Sabbath, $30 start. $30 start on that. I need to send a text message to my mother. She's maybe still awake. Let's see. Okay. So there we have it. Chris Poland, give me 1 second. First, on these cassettes that I just laid down for $6.99, I've got Hiram Aponte on Baron Cross. Thank you. I got Red Cave Collections on Anvil. Thank you. Edwin was next on Baron, then Richard Davis. And then we got Out, and then Kick Axe, so to Alan Hagen. And I left Aerosmith and Def Leppard, and I still got Axe Nemesis. And this one says, includes additional song available only on the cassette. Look, it was $6.98 when it came out. That's like $25 today, maybe $30, $6.99 right now. Chris Poland, ex-Megadeth guitarist. It's called Return to Metropolis or Metalopolis. Metalopolis. It's a 1990 Euro OG EX condition, and that was a $25 start. It's already at $40 with Devin Reese. Never had that one before to my knowledge. And then Black Sabbath, Live at Last, a 1980 Netherlands repress. This is a $30 start for live Black Sabbath. I know it's getting kind of later and it's a weeknight. For those that are new, we do this every night. You can expect this same kind of sale and activity tomorrow. We'll be doing this every night. There'll be a show on Saturday. I'll probably be doing coins. On Sunday and knives. That's my plan. We've got enough now for sure, and we need to move them. I've got cool stuff, okay? We're already kind of carding it up and getting ready. I got knives. We're a case knife dealer. We bought some stuff like this. It's really cool. Vintage original Swiss Army knives in box. I've got a couple boxes over here full of other older pocket knives. Make sure you're tuning in, okay? First thing is this is David Pokey on Def Leppard. That's so to David Pokey. And then over here, we have first time showing these. Sticker price, new stuff that Paul marked today. And then we have another crate to do after this. We have Starland Vocal Band, 1978 soft rock, sealed, $9.99. Over here, Sweet, level-headed. Sweet is sealed, $24.99. Sweet, $24. And that's sealed. This collection was loaded with sealed stuff. It's amazing. Casey and the Sunshine Band's greatest hits. That's the way, I like it. Sealed for $24.99. Get down, $24.99. Dunko, what does this say? Junko, another Junko. Junko and Sleepy, Junko Mine, I Wish You Love, sealed Japanese, $29.99. Did Chris Poland get another bid? Chris Poland did get a new bid. It has a bid for $45 now. Chris Poland, $45. David Pokey got Def Leppard, and then Black Sabbath, $30. The first one who bid $45 on Chris Poland, by the way, was MK Lane. Black Sabbath, $30, $31, $35. Rodney Price on Def. That's for the Def Leppard cassette. It's already sold. And then over here, Black Sabbath, $36, and then Sweet. Sweet over here is sold to Fred Cardinale. Kevin Cave of Rock put 4 question marks in the chat. And then Junko sold to Danny D. La-O. Chris Poland, 50. And now Black Sabbath, 36. And then Vitamin E, this is called Sharing. A 1977 Disco Funk Gold Stamp promo, $49.99. And Boz Scaggs, Middle Man. Boz Scaggs is sealed, $19.99. Andy Gibb, After Dark. Andy Gibb is sealed with hop sticker, $14.99. We need another cassette auction. What am I doing over here? We got all this stuff. Here's another Atrophy. Here's Atrophy Socialized Hate. This one is still available. We had 2 others already tonight. Atrophy is a $10 start. Good luck bidding on that one. How much for Swiss Army knife? Well, I was going to auction it Sunday night. Do y'all want to auction it right now? How about we sell it right now? Somebody says, hey, man, run that thing right now. In box, Swiss Army knife, the Vitrinox, the Vitrino, and its finest. We almost became a dealer of this stuff, but it's pretty hard to lock it in. I talked to Boker. I talked to Swiss. We only did case, and that's when I was really going to start doing a lot of knives, but I'm too busy. So Swiss Army knife, $10 start. Made in Switzerland. Made in Switzerland. $10 start. There we go. $10 start. Have fun. It's going to go to a new home right now. We have the Everly Brothers, Greatest Hits Volume 3, sealed, $9.99. This one is BIGOSD. I don't know what this one's called. What is this called? This is, does it say? It's a two-blader here. It's a two-blader here. It's got this. It's got the main blade. It's got the toothpick or tweezers. What is this? It's got tweezers. It's got a toothpick. And it's got 2 more blades. It's got the other main blade. No, wait a minute. It's got the other main blade. It's got the fingernail file, and that should be scissors, I think. Is that scissors? Yeah, scissors. Wow, you got a lot of stuff here. Scissors, you got the flip kind of blade with the fingernail file, the main blade, tweezers, and the toothpick. Okay? And it looks like it's new in box. Knife, put knife, $10 start. Robert Warner's already bid. He's like, heck, I'll bid on that. Swiss, that came all the way from Swiss. Over here, we have Cool in the Gang, Ladies Night, sealed, $29.99. Sealed OG, and if these records are sealed, most of these are vintage or originals. Anita Ward, Songs of Love, sealed, $14.99. And a vintage bootleg from the Salso Orchestra, or is this a test pressing? It's an advanced promo copy of Salso Orchestra, $29.99. Somebody wrote, Jim, this is the album I spoke to you about. Wow, it's even got a little note there from somebody. $29.99. Okay, well, now we got 4 auctions going. Here is the high bids, okay? I left off by saying Black Sabbath got a new bid for $36. Chris Poling got a bid for $45, and then Chris Poling got a bid for $50. Danny D already got Junko. Okay, Chris Poling out. Final call to Michael M. Mendick. He's a new buyer tonight. He has Chris Poling for $50, and that's a final call. Then I put up the Atrophy cassette. It opened at 13 and then 10, and then the knife got a bid for 10, then Atrophy 14, then 15, then another 15, then the knife 15, then Atrophy 17, then Atrophy 20, then 21, then 21, then 22, then 22, then 22, then 22. Doug Reeder was first. Doug Reeder has Atrophy for $22. Kendall Hill and everybody else is out. Chris Poland is definitely a final call. $40 on Chris, $50 on Chris Poland with Michael Mendick. Robert Warner, you're out on the knife. The high bid is now 16. Robert's back in, and Black Sabbath is sold. We can take that off the table. Duke Norman, $36. Duke Norman, $36. That is sold to Duke Norman for $36, okay? See a Black Sabbath live at last. All right, let's keep going through this crate. Crazy cool stuff in here. Salso Orchestra, Anita Ward, Cool in the Gang, Everly Brothers, Andy Gibb, Boz Skaggs, Vitamin E, sealed Casey and the Sunshine Band, Starland Vocal Band. A lot of those are sealed originals, too. Ooh, a Sandy Sandwich. This is called Sand. That's the name of the band. It's a 1973 U.S. country rock psych prog album, $49.99. The Swiss Army knife is at 16. Final call. Atrophy 23, Atrophy 25. Emerson, Lake and Palmer in concert, a sealed original, $24.99. Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, Me and Julio, Down by the Schoolyard. Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Something So Right, Slip Slide, No Way. 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. Paul, Anita Ward, Sweet Surrender, that's sealed for $14.99. And the Moody Blues, sealed with hop sticker, Live Plus 5, $19.99. I'm liking what I'm seeing in here. Atrophy, $25. Not done on that one. We have a new buyer, and that is Michael M. He's been watching most of tonight. You finally got you one. This is sold to you for $50. Michael Mendick, welcome. And if you are new, confirm and then make sure you message our page. I'm going to need your email address and I'm going to need your mailing address, okay? Mike Pierce on the Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. This is sold to you for $24.99. Thank you, Mike Pierce. The knife is sold to Robert Warner. Thank you, Robert. $16. Not bad. That came all the way from Swiss. And over here, we have Atrophy at $30. Now, let's dig around in the auction crate again. And the next thing I have over here is Crocus, the Blitz. Crocus is a 1984 USOG. It has the original on her sleeve with hop sticker. Crocus is a $20 start. The Blitz, $20 start on that. And then we have Badu and the orchestra, Eastern Man. That's a 77 white label promo disco, $9.99 on that. And Cecil and Capono, Night Music. That's a 77 US white label promo, $9.99. And Black and Gold. This is really cool. 2 LP soul compilation. I love how it has the original sticker. As Seen on TV. This was sitting in a bin somewhere. They used to run ads for this. $19.99. Then they marked it down to 99 cents, and somebody was missing out on all this great music. Paul even left a comp. Paul even left a note. Great comp. $19.99. Aretha, Percy Sledge, Sam and Dave, Jackie Moore, Green Onions is on here. $19.99 on that. Crocus, Atrophy still getting bids. Let me pick out another handful of buy it nows. over here, okay? Let's see what we got. Okay, I'll do that one for a bot now. Man, I'm running out. I'll do that one for a bot now. That's about it. And then we're going to have to do, that's about it over here. The rest of these are not really too much worthy of a bot now, honestly. Here we go. I'll have to get to the second label, the second layer. I'll do that one for a bot now. And we'll do that one. Some of this isn't metal, and that's why they're being bought now. So the other stuff is pretty desirable. I got all the Kiss stuff. I don't know if we should just save those for Monday or, you know, whatever y'all want to do. But here we go. And I have these for $6.99. Y'all ready? $6.99 cassettes. I have Rush, A Show of Hands, Tears for Fears, The Seed of Love, Robert Plant, Now and Zen, Helix, Walking the Razor's Edge, and Keel, self-titled. $6.99 each on those. Keel, Helix, Robert Plant, Tears for Fears, and Rush. Atrophy, the last bid, he's out. And this is, well, how we out. It should be at 28 with Kendall Hill. MT Matt bid 30. Sold to MT Matt for 30. All right, MT Matt, that's yours for 30. Let's put up some more albums. Let's move over here. Crocus, just one bid. Alan Hagen, $20, final call. Over here, we have Merciful Fate. We still got several advertised metal auctions tonight. This is Merciful Fate live from the depths of hell. An unofficial Benelux press. Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. That's Benelux. 1984 is when this was made. It's a vintage bootleg. The source of these recordings is unknown, but one commenter on Discogs suggested these are recordings from a show in London, UK, March 16, 1983. Sounds right to me. VG Plus condition, Merciful Fate bootleg, $35 start on that. These cassettes are $6.99. Helix is sold to David Pokey. Josh Brown got Rush, and Clay Moore got Keel. These are all $6.99. The Kiss stuff is part of the cassette collection. Typically, we do Kiss Monday nights. If you're new to our page, you missed about a whole year. 20,000. How many Kiss records did we buy, guys? We bought a lot. We sold Kiss stuff every Monday night for almost 9 months, maybe 10. And we've sold most of that off. If we have other Kiss stuff, it's memorabilia, collectibles, autographs, or cassettes, magazines. We do have other Kiss albums. They're kind of sprinkled in. They're kind of sprinkled in here and there and everywhere, just FYI. Okay, so let's jump back over here. And next is Barry White, No Limit on Love. Barry White is $9.99. Anthony White, Could It Be Magic, $99.99. A 1976 White Label promo, Disco Funk Soul. And then Supertramp, Crime of the Century, Bloody Well Right, a White Label promo, $39.99. Supertramp. All right, let's get back to cassette auctions. But first, Black Gold, so to Duke Norman. Great decision there. All right, let's get into other cassette auctions here. How about, oh man, look at this one. I'm going to get into some down here y'all hadn't seen. Savatage Sirens, $10 start on that. Savatage Sirens, $10 start. That's now forbidden. I might do some for $9.99 bot nails, okay? I got some stuff like Zeppelin and some of these Cinderellas. We might do some of these for and Kiss. $9.99 bot nails, because they probably will get a bid. They might sell for 10 or 15, but to go ahead and move them, we'll just do them for $9.99. That's coming up soon. Savatage is a $10 start. Barry White, Dave Mosley, that's so to you. Thank you. And then we have Enoch Light and the Light Brigade, Film Fame, Marvelous Moon Themes, a 67 White Label promo, cool cover. Where's Tracy Songer at? $9.99. There's that. Savatage is a $10 start. And then over here, Crocus. Crocus is done, and Crocus is sold, one bid, and this sold to Alan Hagen, one bid, $20, okay? Right now, the Merciful Fate bootleg, Hoopy has it for $60. Hoopy has it for $60. Savatage has 10 and 10. Merciful Fate's at 60 right now. Over here, I have Enoch Light, Action. This is Enoch Light's Action is happening, so let's dance. 67 White Label promo, another cool 60s cover. You can tell it's from 67, $9.99. And Enoch Light and the Light Brigade, Film on Film, great movie themes again. 66 US stereo. And by the way, everything from this collection is nice like this. I mean, look at these. I really hadn't shown you, but the jazz stuff, that's why we went ahead and bought this collection. It's really nice and clean stuff. Very, very nice. Let's go ahead and put up Yngwie Malmsteen for our next auction. Yngwie is called Yngwie Jane Malmsteen's Rising Force Marching Out, which is an 85 USOG sealed copy, a $30 start. $30 start on that. Fred Cardinal said he bid 21 on Crocus. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let me go over here and see if it's on my screen. If it's on my screen, I'll put it back up. You put K condition, K21. We got to put Crocus back up. Oh, no. $21 is the new high bid with Fred Cardinal. Alan Hagan, if you're watching, that all got blended in with his comment. He put right here, K condition. I didn't even see that. K condition, K21. It all got blended together. That's got to go back up for auction. The new high bid is $21. Alan Hagan, you've been outbid. Over here, we have Merciful Fate at 60. That's a final call. Savage is at 10. Samuel Kopech on Film Fame. This one right here is sold to Samuel Kopech. Sabotage 11. Sabotage 13. And Yngwie has a bid for 30. We have the best of the movie things of the 70. Enoch Light and the Light Brigade. And you got this man and this woman, and they're in the theater completely naked watching a movie. That's a 1970 US, $9.99. Sabotage is now at $14 with Kendall Hill. And Alan Hagan's right back in on Crocus at 23. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. Okay, let's move this over right here because I'm about to sell that Merciful Fate. And Enoch Light and the Light Brigade Spanish Strings, 66 US, $9.99. Spicy Cycle Vinyl on Enoch Movie. This one right here, right? That's sold to Tracy Songer. Hey, I summoned you earlier. And then Merciful Fate over here. Merciful Fate is sold to Hoopy for $60, okay? Thank you on that one. Yngwie is sealed. It has one bid for $30. One bid for $30. That's Yngwie Jane Malmsteen's Marching Out. One bid for $30, okay? And that is a final call. Crocus is still getting new bids. Fred, you've been outbid. Alan Hagan has it for 23. And now Fred's at 25. And we have Permissive Polyphonics Enoch Light. 1970 US, $9.99. That's an old Sam Goody tag from 1970. $9.99 on that. Sabotage is at 17. Alan Hagan, you've been outbid on Crocus. And Motorhead Anthology. Wow. A 1985 UK OG compilation from Motorhead. Never seen this one before. I love how it has the ace of spades in the corners. It's a gatefold jacket, and Motorhead is a $35 start. $35 start on that. All right, let's visit some cassette buy it nows. I'm going to pick some out to do for $9.99, okay? Here's some we can do for $9.99. Let's do this one. These two go together. Infectious Groovies is still available. I'll do that one in just a second for auction. Okay, let's do that one. That's 1, 2, 3. Let me pick out two more. All right, let me pick out two more. We'll do this one, and we'll do this one. These are all $9.99, okay? $9.99 for these. Ace Frehley, Fraley's Comic Live +1. Kicks, Blow My Fuse. Kiss, Destroyer. Zeppelin, Song Remains the Same, both volumes together. Sold together, of course, $9.99. And Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. Those are all $9.99, okay? $9.99. Over here, we have Sabotage at 18, Sabotage 20, Motorhead 35, Crocus 25, Crocus 28, Motorhead 37, Crocus 30. Richard Davis got Kicks for $9.99. Michael Ruttman put Kid. I bet he wanted Kicks. And then Rock Show put Kicks. I think we're done on Sabotage. Do I see an out? No, I don't. Cindy has it for $20. And then I think we can sell Yngwie. David Pokey got Cinderella for $9.99. Yngwie needs to get off before it gets too late. And that was only one bid. Solarplex Studios, $30. They're still bidding on Crocus. They're still bidding on Motorhead. And they're still bidding on Sabotage. Next is Enoch Like Movie Hits. That is $9.99. Moody Blues, $15. These are, of course, all sticker price. If that's an offer, I'll have to pass. Moody Blues is sealed, $19.99. Motorhead's at $40. We have Hit Movie Themes, Enoch Light. We got the entire Enoch Light collection here, $9.99. And Hollywood's Best, Rosemary Clooney James, Harry James. This is sealed, $9.99. Scott, make sure these two Zeppelins go together. A rubber band would be helpful. That's sold to Scott Markheim for $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, a MoFi pressing, gold stamp promo, $69.99. An 84 MoFi, rare gold stamp promo, $69.99. This is It's Now or Never Emil Nargi. And this is a Disco Funk 12-inch single from an unknown year, $9.99 on that one. And the Tony Bennett, Bill Evans album, $24.99, a 75 USOG promo clip corner and a promo sticker on the back, $24.99. Gerald Whitworth said he will take Moody Blues. No problem, thank you. Mega Blast put Holly Holy. Hollywood is sold to Mega Blast. And we have Motorhead at 41, Motorhead at 45. That Sabotage get another bid. Ed and Riviera bid 21. Cindy Yarborough, you're out. Cindy Yarborough, you're out, just FYI, okay? And then she's out. This is sold for $21 then. That is sold for $21 to Ed and Riviera. What about Crocus? What about Crocus over here? They were fighting. They were punching. And then Alan Hagen went out. That's after Fred bid what? Fred bid 31st. He got it, okay? The MoFi was Linda Ronstadt. Gold stamp promo. What's new? $69.99. Over here is Motorhead. This is called Anthology. EX on the vinyl. VG Plus jacket. Never seen it before. It's a 2 LP gatefold. And the last bid on this that came in was $45 to 007 Platinum over on Twitch. Shane Devers has that at $45, okay? The unsold cassettes are Kiss Destroyer for $9.99. And Ace Frehley for $9.99. The $6.99ers are Tears for Fears, Robert Plant, Errol Smith, and Axe. Those are all $6.99 each on those. And then $9.99 for Ace and Kiss. All right, let's put up another auction. Infectious Grooves. This is going to go up for a $10 start. The jewel case is cracked. That needs, if you were to replace this, it would look great. Some of these cassettes, a lot of the buyers on here, as soon as they buy them, they replace them. And they look amazing. So this one needs a new jewel case. I mean, I don't think that at all affects the value. Actually, I think it would increase the value if you put them in new jewel cases. Infection Grooves is a $10 start, okay? And then over here, we have Richard Davis on Ace Frehley. That's $9.99. Motorhead 50, Motorhead 50, Motorhead 55. And Infectious has a bid for $13. Surely, but quickly, we're going to read through those one more time. Just one more time. That's a guest appearance from Phil Collins. He's sitting right over here next to me. One more time. One more time. Okay, here's Master of Reality, not Black Sabbath. This is called Masters of Reality, Deaf American. This is a 1988 USOG Gold Stamp Promo, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. A $35 start. That's now up for bid, okay? What crate is up next? The one you want to stick around for. Motorhead is at 75. Infectious Grooves is at 14, now 15. Also, we have Starland Vocal Band. If you need a price, let me know. Casey and the Sunshine Band was sealed. Vitamin E. Boz Scaggs Middleman, Andy Gibb After Dark, Everly Brothers Greatest Hits, Cool and the Gang Ladies Night, Anita Ward, Salso Orchestra Advanced Promo Copy, Sand, Paul Simon Greatest Hits, Anita Ward, Badu and Orchestra Eastern Man, CeeLo and Capono Not Music, Anthony White, Supertramp, Enoch Light, Enoch Light, Enoch Light, Enoch Light, Enoch Light, Enoch Light, Emil Vargy, Tony Bennett, Bill Evans, and Linda Ronstadt promo. Okay? So Motorhead, the last bid was Corey at 75. 007, you're out. Infectious Grooves is at 15. Masters of Reality is a $35 start. $35 start. All right. Okay. And Cindy wants Destroyer for $9.99. Yeah, let's get another handful of cassettes ready. Might start doing 2 of those at a time. There's about 5 advertised auctions left. I hadn't even mentioned the bonus crate in hours because the other stuff was so busy and so big. Sold, what, now 5 multiple $500 plus albums tonight. Awesome. Cool stuff. All right. This next crate is priced as marked. New vintage stuff, never shown before. New vintage stuff, priced as marked, never shown before. I'm going to make sure that 007 set out on the Motorhead. Corey Ross has it for 75. Infectious Grooves is at 17. Next cassette auction is Metallica. The 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited. Metallica's a $10 start. Infectious is sold to Terry Lee Watts for $17. Motorhead has a new bid for $76 with Debbie Laster. Masters of Reality is a no bid, a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on this. Really surprised I didn't get a bid. Oh yeah, there's two other bids. I'll reduce these to $6.99. Hall of Flame and Extreme 3. Those were no bids for $10. I'll make those $6.99. Extreme and Hall of Flame. Metallica has a bid for $15. We'll put Masters of Reality right in there. We lay that up there. All right, new vintage stuff, never shown, price is marked. 2 records, then 2 new auctions. Little Feet Dixie Chicken, super clean on these, $26.99, and Rodney Dangerfield, $24.99, Rappin' Rodney. David Polkey got Extreme for $6.99, Rodney Dangerfield, $24.99. Our next auction is another Black Sabbath bootleg. Black Sabbath Live at Hammersmith Odeon with Dio, a 2011 limited edition numbered, number 316 EX, $195 start. Wow, this is how many LPs? A 3 LP, must definitely be a full show. 2011 US. This is not a bootleg. This is official. It doesn't say, is this official? It is. This is official. Wow. Okay, this is real. Black Sabbath Live, Hammersmith Odeon, $195 start. Fred Carnell offered $29 for Masters, and then Fred claimed it, or John, let's see here. So, Fred, this is yours, but it will be $35. If not, Kaiser wants it. If not, Alan Hagen wants it. Final call, Metallica for $15. Debbie Laster, you've been outbid on Motorhead. A triple LP official live Black Sabbath Hammersmith, $195 start. The Robert Cray Band, False Accusations, $14.99. And then Eric Clapton, another ticket. Eric Clapton, $24.99. Stars is $14.99. And Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99. Boy, Laura just sent me the pictures for tomorrow. Wow. And she went ahead and sent me the pictures for Saturday. And wow again. Oh, man, we got some cool stuff we're going to be selling. But first, here is Steve Goodman, Artistic Hair. Steve Goodman is $14.99. John Kaiser does get the Masters of Reality. Thank you. And that was $35, okay? Black Sabbath does have a bid. They're still bidding on Motorhead. And Metallica just got one bid, sold to Hessen Session for $15. Next is going to go up right now. Let's see. Okay, we'll do that for $9.99. We'll do this for $9.99. I got this one for $9.99. And we're going to put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right here. This is a $10 start. Possessed, The Eyes of Horror. $10 start. Possessed, The Eyes of Horror. And then here are, first of all, though, this cassette jewel case definitely needs a redo. This one's kind of janky looking. Yeah, this one's kind of, if you take it out of this, it looks great. Look at that. Cassette's nice, artwork. This has done its job protecting it. pretty gross almost. Possessed, though. Everything else is okay. It's done its job protecting it. $10 start on that one. Over here, we have the new Blue Bloods, the Next Generation Chicago Blues, $19.99. Chicago Blues, the Great Gatsby soundtrack, Nelson Riddle, $19.99. And T.G. Shepherd, finally, in Shrink, $9.99 on that. Speaking of $9.99, these 3 cassettes are $9.99. Cinderella Night Songs, Kiss Crazy Nights, and Masters of Reality, the album we just sold. There's the cassette. Those are all $9.99. Over here at the top, Motorhead got a bid for $78. We're about to sell Sabbath for $195. Can we get a teaser for the lower picks? Yes, a little bit later. And then a Motorhead 80, new bid. What is the Black Sabbath? Where was it recorded? What's the condition? What's the label? What's it look like? Can I see the outside, the spine, the labels, upside down and backwards? And then Possessed 10, Possessed 15. And then Possessed 10, Possessed 15, and Preston Rose put Steve Goodman. In here it is. That is sold to Preston Rose. And then over here, Rock Show on Night Songs. That's Cinderella for $9.99. John LeBeatty was next. Okay, so let's look at Black Sabbath again. This is Black Sabbath Live, Hammersmith Odeon. This is Dio. This is Live. Hold on. It's 3 LPs. It's a 2011. It's a 2011 limited edition, 3,000 numbered copies. This is official. This is Hammersmith Odeon, which would be with Dio around 80, 81, 82, 83. That's got to be somewhere right in there. Iomi 3LP. The vinyl is EX. The jacket is nice. I'll go ahead and take it out of the sleeve. It opens up as a trifold. January of 82. There you go. January of 82. It has one bid for $195. I think I've said it about 3 times. Every time I say that, somebody's like, wait a minute, what has a bid for $195? What is Black Sabbath and how can I own it? You can own it potentially by bidding more than $195 in the next 60 seconds. If not, it's sold to John Kaiser. Then we put up a Possessed cassette, one I don't see too often, The Eyes of Horror. It got bids out the yin yang. 10, 15, 10, 12, 15, 16, 18. Steve Weaver has it for 20. Now, we have Possessed at 22. There was 2 questions. Condition of Rappin' Rodney. Rodney Dangerfield is $24.99. Okay? $22, $24, near mint. No condition notes. Great Gatsby was $19.99. The Cinderella cassette is long gone. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $200. Motorhead was between 2 people. The last bid was Corey Ross at $80. Debbie Laster, you were next. I haven't heard back from Debbie since he bid $80. That's all up to Debbie. Okay? What is the Rodney Dangerfield? How much is Rodney Dangerfield? $24.99 on Rodney Dangerfield. All done? Have I answered everybody's request? I hope so. I got to keep showing records. If you need anything else, you can ask me right now. We have Rough Mix, Pete Townsend, Ronnie Lane, $14.99. Dave Edmonds, Subtle as a Flying Mallet, $19.99. Rick Serginko, the first person to ask about Rodney, gets Rodney. Tracy Songer gets the Great Gatsby. Possessed has a new bid for $30. Black Sabbath has a new bid. I'm going to make sure Debbie's done on Motorhead. Final call, though. What is Motorhead? Stack, above all. Stack is $19.77, $39.99. Michael Rudolph gets the Master of Reality cassette. That just leaves Kiss for $9.99. We have Party My Pad After Surfing, the Spinners, $19.99 on that. And Boz Borer Between the Polecats, $24.99. This is called Motorhead Anthology. Motorhead Anthology, a 1985 UKOG compilation. The vinyl's in EX condition. It's been a long time coming for Corey Ross. He's had it for $80. There was 2 other people bidding that I've lost contact with. They have fell off the face of the earth. He has it for $80. Boz Borer is sold to Robert Warner. Thank you. The Possessed cassette's at $30. That's going once, going twice. And now Black Sabbath is between 2 people. I've lost Fred Cardinale. John Kaiser has it for $205. Fred, you've been outbid. As soon as you bid, he bid like 10 seconds later. Tortilla Flat, Every Kind of Women. Tortilla Flat, Every Kind of Women. $14.99 on Tortilla Flat. John White Leather, Tequila Hangover, $12.99. And Beach Boys Little Deuce Coupe. That is a Beach Boys comp, $9.99. And On Campus, Doug Clark and the Hot Nuts, $14.99. I think there was just a nationwide service outage on internet, because there's some people that have all of a sudden come back from the dead on a couple of these bids. I've lost Fred Cardinale, though. That's a common occurrence. I think we're done on Possessed. Final call to Steve Weaver for $30. Next is Charlie. Lines, $14.99. There's a new bid on Motorhead, Corey. Debbie Laster bid $81. Nick Bargeron wants the Beach Boys. We have Chicago Southside. Chicago Southside is $9.99. Earl Father Hines, Harsel, Tiny Parman, those kind of artists. Alan Clark and his Rockabilly Band. Alan Clark, $19.99, and Gladys Knight and the Pips, A Little Night Music. This is sealed. The shrink is a little torn here. Gladys Knight is $14.99. Possessed is sold for $30, and that's sold for $30, Steve Weaver. And I've lost Fred Cardinale. Black Sabbath is sold for $205 to John Kaiser. $205 to John Kaiser. Fred will probably hop back on in about 30 minutes and say, did I get the Black Sabbath? This is sold right now to John Kaiser for $205. Corey, are you still out there? You've been outbid on Motorhead. Debbie Laster. Now, we gave Debbie 6.5 minutes. We'll have to give Corey 6.5 minutes. Debbie has Motorhead at 81. Corey says he's out. So did Debbie Laster for $81. Now we're ready for all new auctions. Adam Bernardi, these are all new arrivals, sticker price. We're going to be doing some buy it now, best offer in just a second. But right now, these are all sticker price. First thing is the next thing. What is the next thing? We got Shout and we got the Rods and Crazed All-Out Metal Assault. Crazed All-Out Metal Assault. Let's do these. So over here, we have Shout In Your Face. We have a 1988 USOG, a promo-only EP, EX, Shout, a $15 start. We got Crazed, an all-out metal assault. Quiet Riot, Crocus, Queensryche, Dio, Helix, Scorpions, Rush, YT. An 85 USOG EX edition, a $15 start. Adam Bernardi said he will take Gladys for $14. There's that. Oh, I've offered to pay Fred Cardinale's internet bill. He refused. I told him I would call. I know I have his address. Fred, it just bid $210. That's about 17 minutes late on Black Sabbath. I've offered Fred Cardinale, I would call wherever he lives and I would say, go install fiber to Fred Cardinale's house. Even if he doesn't have it, I would pay to have it done. It would probably cost a few $1,000s, cut a line, install fiber at his house. That $3,000 investment plus the $180 a month would probably generate an extra $90,000 in revenue for Coletco this year. Fred said, please don't do that, because if I had more better internet, I would spend another $100,000 at Coletco this year. So what I've got to do is really convince Craig. I told him, I said, Fred, I will call your local internet provider and have fiber installed. We can negotiate. We can negotiate. We can get in with these people. I have political connections. Especially here in the state of Tennessee. We can get things done, I promise. Other states, I might have to make some phone calls. We can get fiber installed. You have to guarantee you'll be on every night buying more and more stuff. Some of y'all's internet connections have cost me thousands and thousands of dollars. Here's our next two cassette auctions. Y'all are going to like these, Prong and Obsession. Over here, we have Obsession, Methods of Madness. That's a $10 start. And we have Prong, Prove You're Wrong. Obsession and Prong, a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay, let's go back over here. We have Sheldon Bergenheyer, Crazed, 15. His bid on Black Sabbath just came in like 17 minutes late. Shout is at $20. Shout's at $25. Can he do this for that? Y'all don't have any internet connection problem. Y'all are usually first on everything. Fred has a problem. And then over here, Danny D. La O on Stack. I'll take it. I think Xfinity is here now or sooner. Fiber, man. That's what we have here. We pay a lot of money for it. I had to call our local internet provider. They actually come down the road further and installed fiber here at Coletco. I was like, what do we have to do? I was like, come on, just a little further down the road, we'll pay double. I'll pay double whatever y'all are charging. We got to have it. How much was the spinners? The spinners back here is where? Spinners. There is no spinners. No spinners left in here yet. If there is, I don't think so. I don't see any more spinners left in here. And then next thing over here, Michael Hamburger bid 15 on Crazed, and then over here Crazed is at 16. These cassettes are $10 starts. Prong and Obsession. Put on my wait list for fiber optic service. Todd, will you promise to bid? Now Fred bids on almost every auction every night. So if you promise to come in and bid on every auction every night, I'll look into it. Okay? There's evidently a spinners in here. Let me figure this out. It must be one I don't familiar with the cover. Oh, here. Party My Pad After Surfing. $19.99. Okay, back to the buy it now stuff. Back to the buy it now stuff. We have Lee Marvin, Clint Eastwood, Paint Your Wagon. Wow, this is cool. It's the soundtrack, but it has the book with it. I don't see that too often. Paint Your Wagon soundtrack with book, $19.99. Danny wants Stack. I think I skipped something for Danny. He wants something in here called Stack. This right here. So did Danny D. La O. Thank you on that. Now, Fred bid on about every auction, and he pays for them, so it's worth the upgrade. It's worth the upgrade. Paint Your Wagon, and so did Mike Pierce. Nobody's bid on Obsessed and Possessed, or Possessed and Prong yet, right? Crazed is at $20. And then Shout, I think, had a bid for 25 of Clay Moore. Clay, you've got that for 25. I'm about to sell it to you and spell it to you. S-H-O-U-T. Shooting Star, Third Wishes, or Three Wishes. Shooting Star, Three Wishes is $19.99. Fred Carnell, second on Paint Your Wagon. And Uncle Dave Macon, the Dixie Dewdrop. Uncle Dave Macon, $19.99. And Roy Buchanan, $19.99. Roy Buchanan, $19.99. This is new stuff, priced for the first time tonight. The 41st anniversary of WSMN's Grand Ole Opry, a 15th annual country music disc jockey festival, Andrew Jackson Hotel, 1966. Interesting. A Grand Ole Opry promo, 1966, 1999. No one bid on Prong, $10 buy it now. No one bid on Obsession, $10 buy it now. And then over here, Shout is sold to Clay Moore, $25. Thank you, Shout. $25. There's that. Fred Carnell, you're going to get Paint Your Wagon. Mike Pierce is going to pass. So actually, your bad internet actually won you a record there. Tag this to Fred Carnell instead of Mike Pierce. MT Mac got Obsession for $10. 007 got Prong for $10. That worked out good. And then Crazed, Michael Hamburger has it for $20. Final call on that. We have Chris Gantry. Chris Gantry's $29.99. Introspection, $29.99. Let's grab two more cassettes over here. Anybody ever heard of Megadeth? Man of War. Let's do Man of War and golly, let's do. There's some tough decisions to be made here. Oh my gosh. Ooh, Sepultura. Man of War and Sepultura. Golly. Okay, Man of War is a $10 start, and Sepultura. We have Sepultura, Morbid Visions, and Bestial Devastation, $10 start, and we have Man of War, Fighting for the World. Man of War is a $10 start. Next thing is David Bromberg, Demon in Disguise, $14.99. Dave Mason, Alone Together, the original splatter vinyl. This is actually pretty tough to get. This first pressing came with this really cool fold-out Dave Mason cover, and it's on the splatter vinyl. That's original from 1970. Yes, they were doing colored vinyl like that. There was one guy on here one night, he's like, there's no way they did that in 1970. You were mistaken. They didn't start doing splatter vinyl till a few years ago. I was like, they've actually been doing colored vinyl since 1948. Songs of the Humpback Whale. Wow. You listen to this and it will be trippy. This is whale sounds. $19.99 on that. Tracy Songer on Dave Mason. And over here we have the Blues Busters, Except No Substitutes, sealed $14.99. Crazed is sold, and Crazed is sold the metal comp to Michael Hamburger for $20. Dave Mason was $34.99, already sold to Tracy. And then over here we have Sepultura and Manowar. Sepultura and Manowar going up for auction. Van Halen's $59.99. That's the only lot I have in stock right now. We've sold a couple tonight live, maybe one, maybe two. And the pre-order came in already. We have about 10 or 9 left in stock. I'm not for sure. Okay, here's the bids. You ready? Sepultura 10, Sepultura 10, Sepultura 10, Sepultura 10, Sepultura 15, Sepultura 16, Sepultura 15, Manowar 15, Sepultura 20, Sepultura 17, Sepultura 25. So Sepultura is at $25, and Manowar has no bid, one bid. Cindy has it for $10. Billy Price and the Keystone Rhythm Band, They Found Me Guilty, sealed, $9.99. Orchestra Sympathetes, something. Orchestra, $9.99. Sympathique. The last advertised auction, and we got more. I have the bonus crate, which I'll pull a teaser out of there right now to let you know there still is some cool stuff that can be pulled from the bonus crate, okay? So here's the last advertised auction. The Rods Live, a 1983 OG EX condition, a $15 start on the Rods Live. Okay, there's that. And the Ramones Road to Ruin. This is from the bonus crate. So I told you there's some cool stuff happening. Ramones Road to Ruin is a 2011 Rhino, which I think is remastered from the analog tapes. EX Plus condition, inner sleeve, a $25 start. The Ramones Road to Ruin. Good luck bidding. That was a great neck adjustment right there. Okay, so first thing I have, Man of War did not get another bid. Put down Steven Tuttle for a Van Halen lot. Whoever's watching, make sure we pull these out and tag them. This pen is out of ink. I don't get to the bottom of many pens without having to get without them actually completely drying out. That's amazing. Let me get a new pen over here. I thought that was somebody's cell phone laying there. That's an iPad, Chad. Look at all these waiting lists. Oh my gosh, I'm busy tonight. Well, I'm busy for the next 7 hours. Holy moly. Okay, so we got earlier it was Jamie Sotar and now Steven Tuttle. Okay, anybody else? That should leave us with 8 or 9. Well, it depends on if somebody needed one. We got to figure that out, okay? Man of War sold to Cindy Yarborough for 10. Tool Undertow. There was no Tool Undertow advertised for tonight. And then Ramones, $25 start. Sepultura getting lots of bids. Did the Rods have a bid? No bid, okay? Moving on, we have Santo, A Night in the Life. Santo is $9.99. Al Ferrier and the Showtimes at the Natichitos Festival. There's a lot of words in here I don't know how to say. $19.99. Robert Cray, third one we've had of his tonight, Strong Persuader, $12.99. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, $24.99. And Pointer Sisters, Hot Together. The Pointer Sisters is $9.99. Steve Goodman, Affordable Art, $14.99. And Lolita Golden, what does this say? Lottie Golden, 1971, $19.99. The Hawk in Winter, Ronnie Hawkins, $19.99 for Ronnie Hawkins. And The Secret Policeman's Other Ball, $19.99. Sting, Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, Bob Geldof, The Police, etc. The Secret Police, $19.99. Okay. Up at the top, Sepultura 30-31, Sepultura 35, Ramones 25, Ramones 27. Black Sabbath lights are a waiting list, but we can put you down. Ramones 25, Ramones 30, Sepultura 40, Adam Bernardi on Robert Cray, Adam Bernardi on the Pointer Sisters, sold to Adam Bernardi, Steven Tuttle next on Cray, Preston Rose on Steve Goodman, and Sepultura 42. No one bid on the Rods, right? So this is going to be a buy it now. Last advertised auction of the night. Combat, $15 start. $15 start on the Rods Live, okay? Let's put that right over here. And then the Ramones is now at 30 with Matthews Hendon, and the Sepultura cassettes at 42. Looks like there's 2 or 3 more over here from Sepultura. So when that one's down, we'll put up another one. All right, let's do buy it nows on Kiss. Make sure you comment the name of the album, okay? These are going to be $9.99, but comment the name of the album, okay? Or abbreviate it. Of course, you know we still got Crazy Nights. That's $9.99. And then Rock and Roll Over, Revenge, Creatures, Animalize, and Asylum. All the Kiss cassettes, $9.99 each. Fred Carnell got the Rods. Thank you, Fred. Sepultura is now at 45. And the Ramones is not a gatefold. No, this was the Rhino pressing from back in 2011, not the new Rhino Hi-Fi. This is the 2011 they did, remastered from the original analog. And now it's also part of that High Fidelity series, okay? And there's this very cool Sepultura cassette, Morbid Visions. Now, all the Kiss cassettes are $9.99. And if you want them, just let me know. We have John LeBady on C for Creatures, or C for Creatures, right? Let me know if that's right. Chaz, my name on the wait list for the Black Sabbath light. Let's pull that up right quick. I've got access to that information right here. I have Black Sabbath and Brussels Symptom. And let's see here. There's not an entry. There should be, though. I don't see anything wrote down. I probably should then. Let me search One More Way. Let me type just Black. Black Label Society, Black Sabbath, Testament, Symptom. Yeah, so let me start a new one. Okay, let's see here. I think they're ordered, but I've kind of said let's try to do the newest one. So they're kind of waiting to do the old ones. So, but I'll follow up on that tonight and see what we can get. So if I search Light, we have Kiss Light. I still got Larry Gonzalez, Patrick Francis, 2 for Patrick Francis, Jerry Rock, Adam Alvarado, Mark McCready, and Alante G. I still got 7 people waiting for Kiss. I still got 4 people on Metallica, Patrick Francis, Aaron Andrus, and Jerry Stone. And then I have Iron Maiden, Oh So Adventure on the Iron Maiden list. Nobody on Zeppelin, but that's one we can do. Kiss, Metallica, Iron Maiden, and Van Halen and Sabbath. Yeah, I don't have any other waiting list. So, of course, y'all know we have pre-orders out for some, okay? Let's go back up the top. Ramones 35, John LeBeatty wanted C for Crazy Nights, okay? He gets C for Crazy Nights, $9.99. That means Cindy gets Creatures for $9.99. And that leaves Asylum, Animalize, Revenge, and Rock and Roll Over, okay? And then Sepultura, $47, and Sepultura Al. Sepultura is sold to Kendall Hill for $47. I'm going to go ahead and set these over here so we can put up some more cassette auctions. That's done. And Scott Markheim, I got you down for Black Sabbath. What I need to do then, except for Kiss, it sounds like I need to tell them I need 5 of every Light. Sounds like I need 5 of every one we've ever had made, right? Metallica, Beatles, and definitely 10 Kiss, because there's already 7 people on a waiting list. Okay. MT Mac got Asylum for $9.99. Okay. And then, let's see here. Ramones is sold to Chris Knapp. No, y'all are tied. Sean Miller bid 35, and Chris, you tied him at 35. Let's do another Sepultura. Put down Scott for Black Sabbath. Put down Sean Miller for Metallica. Put down Hiram for Metallica, Iron Maiden, and Zeppelin. I'll have the taggers do this. And then Van Halen, I'm writing these down so I can keep up with how many we have in stock. That's that one. That's in stock right now. That will be billed Monday, $59.99. We have about 8 or 9 left. Okay, next Sepultura is Beneath the Remains. And then let's do, I don't know what to do. There's so many interesting metal titles I'm seeing in here. Good gosh. All right, here, we had this on vinyl earlier. It was really popular. Chris Poland, Return to Metal Op. We just sold the OG album of that for $50, I think. There's the cassette, $10, and there's Sepultura, Beneath the Remains. Wow, I don't see those too often. $10 start, okay? Not going to read through those again. I think it's time to find a crate of something to go through best offer, show some other new in-stock titles we have, take offers on some stuff maybe from the other night that Laura marked. Some cool, because I know we got some hard rock, metal, and stuff like that in there. And we can get Wings on the list. I think Wings was on my list last night. The last thing we did last night is I went through the entire list of stuff that I'm working on having manufactured. And it's quite the list. We're talking about enough to get us through summer. So they'll all happen eventually. But we got quite the list. Pink Floyd's up for pre-order. We're about to post Elvis. Alice in Chains is up for pre-order. Those are pending. Those are about to... Pink Floyd's probably going to be here next week. Just FYI. Okay? All right. So it'll happen eventually, believe me. Plus, I want to do 007 and Seinfeld and stuff that I want. Okay. Ramones over here. I lost Chris Knapp. He was tied with Sean Miller. We got to go ahead and sell that. That's sold to Sean Miller for $35, okay? Do you still sell metal CDs? Whenever we buy them. As soon as we get them, we show them all. They're all gone, and then we wait till we can buy more. Todd Saw wants on the wait list for Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. Make sure we write all this down, please, whoever's watching. All right, so we put up 2 new cassettes. I'm trying to filter through them so I can pick out some buy it nows too, because not all of them are going to be auctions, but a lot of them are. And then Chris Poland 10, Sepultura 20, Chris Poland 10, Chris Poland 12. And there we go. They can have their moans. Okay, we're done. Are you guys hiring your store? If you have knowledge about records and collectibles and you want to price stuff and help us list stuff on our website and in our private Facebook group, that is our next hire. We're looking for a strategy position. We're looking for somebody that is already knowledgeable about records, music, and collectibles. Yes, you can come in and start right now if you wanted to. If you have some basic skills on operating social media, operating, listing stuff on website, photographing, if you don't mind talking, to doing some flip videos. I really need somebody to do these flip videos for me. I'm about to start recording them in advance. It almost is every night when I do these sales, sometimes I need to go right home so I can sleep and come back. I get caught up an hour or two trying to find records for these videos and waiting for them to upload. Then I get distracted. So I need some help with that. I need help posting pre-orders. We miss out on tens of thousands of dollars every year, every month, every week sometimes on pre-orders, all this new stuff coming out. We got new stuff coming out that we miss and we miss and we miss, and then we just can't sell it because it already comes out and everybody gets it somewhere else, or they already have it ordered. So we are got to get we got to get up on the pre-order game. So anybody out there, I've been saying this almost every night, if you're very knowledgeable and you don't mind taking orders all day from me every day around the clock, I will be texting you at 3 a.m. demanding you to reply. No, I'm joking. I text people at 3 a.m. They start replying to me in the morning. So it's a full-time position. It's a full-time position. New Megadeth is up for pre-order. We got that out immediately. I posted Lamb of God today too. All right, let's do another bonus crate pull. I'm about to go through a lore crate that's never been offered. Best offer, best offer. I think it was actually, some of these were shown last night, but we just got to get some stuff sold. So let's do them best offer, okay? We have Ramones Leave Home. The Ramones is another 2011 Rhino remastered. $25 start. There's another Ramones, okay? Let's go back to the top and see what happened. We had Chris Poland. We had Sepultura. Chris Poland 12, Sepultura 21. Chris Poland 15, Sepultura 25, Sepultura 26. Sean Miller, you did get a Van Halen light. It's a full-time position, okay? It's a full-time position. Do you offer room and board? No. There's some people I think that would consider moving to Tennessee for such a position, but you talk to Tanner. He does all the hiring, and I hate usually announcing this stuff to our customers because I've had several great customers apply at once for stuff, and I'm like, oh no, this is bad. Now we gotta make a decision. We gotta start picking. I'd almost not want to have to pick a customer because we've had one time like 3 or 4 great customers all applied at once for one of our shipping positions. I was like, oh no, we're gonna make somebody mad. I'll let Tanner do staffing. I'll sit in on an interview, ask him some questions, get to know him. I'm a pretty good judge of character. I'll find out pretty soon if you're honest and trustworthy. Otherwise, you won't be working here very long. Or if you put in effort. If you're honest, trustworthy, if you get the job done. If you're not, you won't be working here very long. You'll be on to your next job. You handle a lot of valuable stuff here every day. So background check. And I can probably tell in about 10 minutes if somebody's a BSer. If somebody's a BSer, I'll be like, yeah, we don't need them working here. I don't hire BSers. I'm like, on to the next person. A&E, white vinyl reissue, spiritualized. A 2014 reissue, white vinyl, sealed. I will take offers on these now, okay? I will take offers on these. Sepultura is at $30. Sepultura is at $30. Ramones at $25. 007, you're out on Sepultura. And then Chris Poland over here, we were done on that. That's sold to MK Lane for $15. Back to selling. A&E is a buy it now best offer. So is this right here. This is Yaysayer. Synth Pop Indie on blue and white splatter. $14.99 on that one. And we had this last night. Titus Andronicus, which was a punk rock opera, 2015, 5 acts, $24.99. Seems like a great Seems like a great price for something of that deluxe packaging. The Smiths Meat is Murder, $24.99. A 2009 reissue, just $24.99. All these are buy it now or best offer. We have Matthew E. White, Fresh Blood. This is a folk rock indie, $14.99 on that. Sepultura is still getting bids. Kelly Vlodacek on the punk opera. These are some that I was going to post in the group in a video, and that's what I'm talking about. We have approaching 11,000 people in our private group. We could pretty much sell stuff in there all day, every day, just like we're live almost, and maybe do live streams in the mornings. You know, we need somebody, kind of maybe outgoing that wants to do live streams. Maybe come back here and do this a couple nights while I'm up front doing coins. Whatever we need you to do. Prong, Primitive Origins. Prong, I haven't seen this before. It's a cassette. Prong is a $10 start. Sepultura 32. Fred Carnell wants the Yaysayer. Thank you, Fred Carnell. Sepultura 35. Yaysayer already sold to Fred. Victor, you were second. Ramones 28. Sepultura 26. Fred on the Smiths. Now Fred's internet's cooking. Prong already has a bid for 10. Neil Young, everybody knows. This Is Nowhere. That's the name of the album. That's also the name of one of the songs. And you get Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, $34.99. Always Ascending. Pink Vinyl, $19.99, Always Ascending. And over here, we have $24.99, Turbo Fruits Butter, $24.99. To anybody that's like got a kid about to go into college or a kid in high school thinking about college, one thing right now that's going to change in this next wave of employment, if you can just develop some sort of skill or you can find an employer that could use you for your skill, that's what you need to find. They're not going to teach at any university the history of vinyl, matrices and dead wax, where you could come here and have a great career, paid well, to probably do something you love. So, I mean, what I'm doing right now, I wouldn't even had to have went to college, just saying. Some people want to do it just to say they did it, but man, right now, from what I'm seeing, I mean, we're just looking for people that have knowledge about stuff, and this is a very niche thing here. I mean, this is something you either grew up in, or if you're kind of younger, you just kind of got into it, but it's a lot to learn, and you kind of have to be around the stuff. By the way, someone asked about Mayhem. Mayhem is $39.99. Prong has a bid for 10, the Ramones 27, the Ramones 30, and then over here we have Prong at 15, we have Turbo at 15, and Prong at 16. Next thing is The Streets Remixes and B-Sides. This is a 2018 Record Store Day exclusive, electronic grime hip-hop, $29.99. All these are buy it now best offer. And Jim James Tribute to. Jim James, $14.99. Prong is at 17, the Ramones is at 32, and then over here, Sepultura out, and that last bid was Empty Mat at $36, and that's sold. Now the Ramones 32, now Prong is at 17. We have Thompson Family. Thompson Family is Sealed, a folk album, $19.99, and Jorge and Matias, Os Angios Canton, and this was what we found out, a Brazilian album, sealed for $9.99. Prong is at 17 right now, the Ramones at 32. Here is our next cassette auction, and that one is going to be Tank. And Tank is just self-titled. I don't recall seeing this one too much with that cover, black and red kind of stripe. Tank or Split, $10 start on Tank. Over here, we have Ramones at 33. And Dan Mangan, Oh Fortune, Folk Indie EX, $9.99. And Theophilus London, that's Electronic House, $9.99. And we have Harold Land, Westward Bound, Harold Land with Carmel Jones at 2021 Record Store Day, $29.99. Turbo was an offer for $15. Turbo was an offer for $15. Oh, I missed that. You got mixed in with Prong bids. Turbo Fruits. Yeah, the one that was signed. I'll do it for $18. It was marked 24. It is fully signed by the band. I'll do it for $18. We have a bid on Tank for $10, and Cynthia Herdron on Theophilus London, that's sold to Cynthia. And I think we were done on the Ramones. William bid 33. It was up to Sean Miller. Sean Miller. Prong is pretty scarce. I don't think I've seen this one too many times. Primitive Origins cassette. And that is a final call to 007 Platinum for $17. Tank already has a bid for 10. Fred Carnell on House. And let me find that. House. House was... okay, first, this is sold to Victor for 18. Ramones 38. That was probably... What was that? Theophilus Delixia. What was House? What was House? Let me see if that's a little bit further back for Fred. I don't see anything, Fred. We'll move on. And then I have Phil Collins, no jacket required. $24.99 for Phil Collins. And Lana Del Rey, NFR, $34.99. The Phil is London. House music. Okay, that's what it was. Prong sold for $17 to 007 Platinum. There's that. And then Tank, one bid. MK Lane. Let's go ahead and sell it. $10 sold to MK Lane. The Ramones, 35. William Drugovitz out. Sold for $35 to Sean Miller. This was Phoenix Bankrupt, and that's $19.99. Let's do another Prong. There's a couple other ones in here I don't recognize. I know that one. The Peel Session. I don't think that's available on vinyl right now. Maybe originally, but that's a $10 start for Prong. All right, let's do some more buy it nows. This is going to be a buy it now. That's a buy it now. That's definitely an auction. That's a buy it now. And let's see. Here we go. All right, these are $9.99. $9.99. I have Scorpions Blackout, Keel, Lay Down the Law, Cinderella Long Coat Winter. We already had one of those earlier. And Kick-Axe Vices. These are all $9.99, okay? Prong's a $10 start. Let me show one more record, then we'll put up another auction. My Morning Jacket, blue and I think orange vinyl, $24.99. And then we had Light in the Attic and Friends, $24.99. Cool stuff in here, and it's best offer. Next auction is, what about... well, let's kind of keep it with metal. I just almost picked up a Meat Puppets. What about Saint? Saint here. This looks interesting. Too Late for Living. $10 start. Saint, Too Late for Living. All those I just showed were $9.99. Hoopy put K for Keel, $9.99. MT Matt put K. If that's for Keel, you're second. If it's for Kick-Axe, it's yours. Clay Moore, either second or third on Keel. 007 got Cinderella. Cynthia Herdron got The Light in the Attic. All right. And then Cynthia Herdron got My Morning Jacket. Oh, wait a minute. Lewis Kulik was first. Lewis, this is yours, but it will be sticker price. If not, I'll sell it to Cynthia. And that leaves Kick-Axe, and that leaves Scorpions Blackout. Those are $9.99. The Kiss cassettes are also $9.99. Animalize, Revenge, and Rock and Roll Over. Okay. Prong has one bid for $10 final call. Saints a $10 start. MK Lane's in. And let's grab something else from the bonus crate over here. And we're going to do, let's see what I can find. Ooh, Icon. That's a good one. Icon coming from the bonus crate is a 1984 US OG Jacksonville press. Let me see if this sticker, there's an old retail sticker on the cover. It's actually going to peel off nicely. Okay, there we go. So that made it look a lot better. This is a 1984 US OG VG Plus Icon. A $25 star. So, Cynthia, you do get My Morning Jacket at sticker. That means, Fred, you were next in line. And then Saint has a bid for 10. And MT Matt does want Kick-Axe for $9.99. Okay? So, first thing I'm going to do is what's the details on the Streets? Streets. Which one was that? Prong, Saint. And my crate's full. Let me swap out right quick my sold crate I keep next to me. Let me do that right there. And then let me grab a new empty one, which has actually been a challenge to find tonight because they told me they needed to order. We got to order some more pallets of crates, and I said I'm okay with that. They're trying to slowly phase out all these gigantic tubs unless they go on buying trips. Then we move stuff from tubs to crates. Eventually, we'll have so many crates in this building, we won't know what to do with them. But right now, I'm having trouble finding one. We've invested. You could have bought a new house for what we've paid for crates, probably. Oh, my gosh. But it's changed our business. These crates are amazing. These crates you see us using, they are amazing. We got to have them. Okay. Let's see. I didn't see a poster and icon. Seth didn't mention one, and there's no poster. Okay, here we go. So let's go back up here. Details on Streets. All right, the Streets, remixes and B-sides. Original pirate material compiled on 180 gram for the first time. It's a Record Store Day exclusive electronic grime hip hop. Sealed $29.99. Buy it now or best offer. Okay, so we have Saint 10, Icon 25, Saint 12, Victor Guerra on PPPPP, and PPPPPP was for what? Prong Peel Sessions. I'm not for sure. Saint Icon, Phoenix 12, Poster and Icon, Saint 17. All right, I got to get all this worked out. Prong did not get another bid, right? It only had one bid, and that was 007 Platinum. I'm scrolling. One bid on Prong, sold to 007 for $10. Now, Saint is with Hiram at 17, and then Icon has one bid for 25. If there's anything else in this crate that you've asked about, I may have missed it. Jeff Litz on Phoenix for 12. Go ahead and sell it to him. Sold to Jeff for $12. Moving on. Youngbloods Against the Grain, a 1999 USOG, $29.99. And this was Quaker City Nighthawks, which is a Texas Blue Southern Rock, $19.99. TV on the Radio is $34.99. A 2004 USOG, $34.99. And then City Music, Kevin Morby. Avonomy Please Club, $24.99. Streets is sold to JetBlue for $19.99. Icon has a new bid for $30. We got Caleb Claude for $24.99. And JJ Kell Rewind, unreleased recordings, $34.99. Okay, let's see what I can do over here on the cassettes. Let's see here. All right, that's an auction. I'll go ahead and make that one a buy it now. We'll say auction. I mean, we don't have to get through all these tonight. We got enough here for like 3 shows worth. I'll be doing them again tomorrow. I'll probably stack up another handful for tomorrow. But we're going to be doing them until we probably say, okay, that's it for tonight. And there's some good ones. There's enough in here definitely to do some more buy it nows. Like these artists right here, for sure. There's 4 more. I'm getting the auctions for sure pulled out. There's some in here I've never seen before in my life, and that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a really good thing, actually. Okay, why is there 2 of these? Okay, that's good. Well, that way we can get one for everybody. All right, and I'm about to do a bunch of buy it nows right here. And we need at least one more auction, right? Yes. Okay, we're going to knock out this top layer before I pull a single one from the next one. Okay, so there's a lot to get to. Let's go ahead and pull right now. What do I have up? I have Saint. Okay, here we go. Next cassette auction is Mordred. M-O-R-D, Mordred. Mordred in This Life. $10 start. Okay. Icon out. City Music for $19.99. Sold to Cynthia Herdron. Kiss Destroyer is sold. Yes. Okay. Here we go. These are $9.99. Barren Cross, State of Control. I've got 2 King's X. Faith, Hope, Love. Crocus, Heart Attack. Raven, Mad. Rainbow, Bent Out of Shape. Scorpion, Savage Amusement. And Cinderella, Heartbreak Station. Those are all $9.99. Okay. Any Motley Crue? Possibly. Any Badlands? Possibly. Any Sabotage? Possibly. Any Bullet Boys? Possibly. Are we done on Icon? He said out. So to MK Lane for $30. I'm assuming we're done on Saint. Hiram was the only bidder. Or Hiram was the last bidder at 17. And MK Lane went out. So that's sold for $17. Thank you. Mordred is a $10 start. These are $9.99 over here. All these I just read off. Cinderella sold to 007 for $9.99. Hiram on Barren Cross for $9.99. And that left Scorpions, Rainbow, Raven, Crocus, and 2 copies of King's X. I'm going to put those in the $9.99. The Mayhem is new from new arrivals tonight. Mayhem Death Crush, $39.99. Mayhem Death Crush, $39.99. That was new from new arrivals tonight. Okay. All right, anybody else want to make an offer on anything? Final chance on Mordred. And let's go ahead and put up Heretic. And let's go ahead and put up Sabotage, okay? These are $10 starts. Heretic is a $10 start. Sabotage is a $10 start. And let's grab something from the bonus crate for vinyl, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the $9.99 cassettes. Whoops. I'm going to keep the $9.99 cassettes right here. Okay, and the $6.99s are next to them. Awesome. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything else in there? Let's keep some auction LPs rolling too. Let's find another crate like that to go through. That one was pretty fun. And let's find something to go with more of tonight's theme. Here's Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. It is a 2011 remaster, a $25 start. $25 start on that. Alex Kane wants Mayhem. Thank you. That's sold to Alex Kane. It sounds like we need to go through tonight's new arrivals, which is what I plan on doing in just a second. Here's what's left in here if you want to make an offer on anything. JJ Kell, Caleb Claude, TV on the Radio, Quaker City Nighthawks, Youngbloods, Lana Del Rey, Phil Collins, Harold Land, Dan Mangan, the Brazilian record is what I'm going to call it, Thompson Family, Jim James, Always Ascending, Neil Young, Matthew White, and A&E. I don't know a lot about this. Spiritualized songs and A&E. New to me. Heretic has a bid for 10. No bid on Sabotage. Mordred is a no bid. Buy it now for $10. You can get Mordred for $10. Some of these, I'm like, maybe I've heard them before, but it's worth me grabbing and saying, all right, let's throw it up for auction. One second, please. Okay. So Heretic is sold to MK Lane for $10. MK Lane also gets Mordred for $10. And Sabotage is a $10 buy it now if anybody wants it. Okay? $10 buy it now on that. Let's look at Ozzy again. Ozzy is a 2011 near mint. That's the 180 gram remaster. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. There's that and TV on the Radio and Brazilian. Sure thing. Give me 1 second. I had to do one thing before I can continue over here. I got to do a couple things. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. This is a good time to see where everybody's watching from tonight. A quarter till midnight or 20 minutes till midnight. I'm still showing 180 people watching. Still got a lot of stuff to get through, including cool, awesome, sweet, cool metal cassettes. Stand by. And okay, and now let me grab the next two and then another one. There's people still shopping from the last crate. Okay, so next auction in the cassettes over here. Probably going to take these to midnight, and then we'll probably need to put a pause on them because there's still some cool stuff over here. Let's go ahead and put up some more, like Rigor Mortis versus the Earth. That sounds crazy. And what about Shotgun Messiah? Oh, man. Here's two awesome cassettes. Shotgun Messiah, $10 start, let the bidding begin, and Rigor Mortis versus the Earth. Don't ever think I've seen that before. $10 star. Those are both kind of vertical artwork on there. Okay, then we need to find Brazilian, TV on the Radio, and the other thing over here was Spiritualized, okay? So give me 1 second on that. over here. So we got TV on the radio. We had a question on that. We had the Brazilian record. And then we had something here called Spiritualized, evidently. This one right here. Okay, so let's take a look at this. TV on the radio is Desperate Youth, Bloodthirsty Babes. That is a 2004 USOG with an etched D-side, $34.99. Over here is Jorge and Matias, Os Angios Canton, 2K15. That is sealed for $9.99. And then Spiritualized, Songs in A&E. Spiritualized, Songs in A&E, sealed, $29.99. Sanctuary. It might be a band called Sanctuary, sealed, $29.99. Okay? All right, so Ozzy, there was a question. Gatefold and insert an Ozzy. To my knowledge, I've never seen a gatefold jacket on Blizzard of Oz. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's a 2011 US remaster, no bid, looking for a $25 start. Hess Session has Rigor Mortis for 10 and no bid yet on Shotgun Messiah. And then what was the Young Blood and how much? The Young Blood was not Young Blood. You probably heard Young Bloods spelt with a Z. Young Blood spelt with a Z, Against the Grain. That's a 1999 USOG, $29.99. Okay, there's that. Okay, I'm ready to find our other crate. Let me go in reverse here. Let me move this. Time to restack. Almost time for a fresh new monster, eh? Oh, yeah. That was new stuff there. Let's get those condensed. Now I got new crates. I hadn't been doing that tonight. Don't stand so close to me. Sorry for the delay. Over here working on a few things. I can do it after sale, but right now is a pressing time. I think I'm done though. Okay. And now we have Rigor Mortis at 10. Hiram bid 10. Hiram's out. MK Lane bid 15. Hessen bid 16. Nobody bid on Shotgun Messiah. $10 buy it now. Nobody bid on Ozzy. Ozzy's a $25 buy it now for Blizzard of Oz. Crazy. That's how it goes. Millions of people. All right, there's that. And then what do we have next? Okay, we had a few claims. So I'm assuming we have a pass on Young Bloods. I'm assuming we have a pass on Spiritualized. I'm assuming we have Brazilian sold. Brazilian is sold to Christina Curtis. I'm assuming we have a pass on TV on the radio. Ozzy sold to Hiram Aponte for $25. Cinderella Heartbreak Station is gone. Rigor Mortis is at 18, and now it's at 20. Okay, and I'm putting those back in that crate. I would love to sell those, but we got to find somebody who wants them first. All right, and then let's get through these. I've got Erasure. That's live, England, Brighton Dome, BrGHTION, 1987, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Erasure, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Back to the Future. There's one. There's another one. $33.99 on Back to the Future. Let's put up another auction. Slaughter. Slaughter is called Stick It To You. Really clean one here. Slaughter's a $10 start. Cynthia Herdron on Erasure. Thank you, Cynthia. That's so to you. Erasure so to Cynthia. And then we have Madonna, The Party's Right Here, 1990. Madonna, Dallas, Texas, $29.99. Classic Back to the Future soundtrack. Madonna's an unofficial. Rigor Mortis is sold to MK Lane for $20. Slaughter's a $10 start. And then this is all analog. It had been out of print for years. Yes, 90125, $38.99, Rhino Reserve. Fred, these are new arrivals for tonight. These are new and sealed sticker price. I've got one more Erasure if you want it for $29.99. Okay, so we got Slaughter. Let's put up another auction here. And let's do Man of War, Hail to England. Cool one here, cool artwork. $10 start on Man of War, Hail to England. $10 start on that one. There's that. Okay. And then let's pull another LP from the bonus crate. No bid on Ozzy. That was surprising. But don't fear. Chad's here. And he's got Judas Priest on a edition I've never seen before. This is, whoops, I just smacked the camera with it. Limited edition, 180 gram vinyl, Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. A 2008 U.S. limited edition. 180 gram EX Plus. I've never seen that particular version with this written at the top. $30 start on Judas Priest. Fred gets the last erasure. Thank you on that. That's so to Fred Cardinale. There's Yes 90125. And I have Kraftwerk. King Biscuit Radio Hour. 1975. That's live Kraftwerk, $24.99. And then Yes Big Generator. That's orange vinyl. The 1987 Platinum Classic, it's the Rhythm of Love, $29.99. Man of War's 10. We're about to sell Slaughter. And we have Smashing Pumpkins Gish. This is a gatefold jacket, $36.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. And Iggy Pop, I've got two different offerings. Iggy Pop Live in New York and Iggy Pop Live in Paris. Paris is April 1979. New York City's the Ritz, 1986. They're both $29.29. Priest has bids for $30. 33 and 35, now 40. Slaughter did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $10. And then Man of War, one bid was Cindy Yarborough for 10. Final call. All right, I've got next going up then. Let's see here. Let's do. This looks interesting. Well, here's another Sepultura. Definitely need to do that one. Sepultura Arise. Sepultura Arise, $10 start on that. Slaughter sold a 007 Platinum for $10. Judas Priest is already at $40. And then Michael Jackson Bad, $24.99 for Bad. MJ's a gatefold jacket, $24.99. Smooth Criminal. Cynthia wants both Iggy's and the Kraftwerk. Thank you. Those are also to Cynthia Herdren. All three sold, and sold. And then Forrest Gump soundtrack. Life is like a box of chocolates. $39.99. Awesome soundtrack, 32 tracks. Elvis, Dwayne Eddy, Clarence Frogman Henry, Rooftop Singers, Wilson Pickett, Joan Baez, CCR, Four Tops, Aretha Franklin, Bob Dylan, Beach Boys, Mamas and Papas, Buffalo Springfield, Jackie DeShannon, The Doors, Simon and Garfunkel, Jefferson Airplane, Youngblood, Scott McKenzie, Bird, Fifth Dimension, Harry Nilsson, Three Dog Night, The Supremes, B.J. Thomas, Randy Newman, Leonard Skinner, Doobie Brothers, Gladys Knight, Willie Nelson, Bob Seger, and then, of course, Alan Silvestri doing the score of the Forrest Gump Suite, $39.99. Hope everybody has a copy of that. And The Police is $34.99. Man of War got a new bid for $12 of MT Matt. Cindy Yarborough, you were outbid on that one. Sepultura is at $15. Cindy back in at $15. And the last bid on Judas Priest was Kevin Voitosh at $45. MT Matt, you've been outbid. Okay. MT Matt, you've been outbid. Nose is killing me. I'm talking about like the outside of my nose. Whew. Okay. Right back into another crate. Here we go. Here we go. Moving on. Moving on. Let's do it. Do it. Go. Go. Faster. Faster. Master. Master. Master of puppets. God name. All right. Here's a few more. I have Now That's What I Call Country, Volume 17, $29.99. Luke Combs, Jelly Roll, Stapleton, Morgan Wallen, John Party, Riley Green, Jason Aldean, Cody Johnson, those kind of artists. And then Smashing Pumpkins Adore, $34.99. And then Merciful Fate, Melissa, Black and Yellow Marble, Thunderstorm Colored Vinyl, $34.99 for Merciful Fate. $34.99 for Merciful Fate. Cannibal Corpse, Hammer Smash Face, $39.99 for Cannibal Corpse. That's usually not available. And I have Mayhem. We just sold one off the back wall. There's another one, Death Crush. Mayhem is $39.99. Over here we have Sepultura at $26. We have Man of War. 15 was Cindy. MT Matt's out. And also, are you out, MT Matt, on Judas Priest? Kevin Voitosh had it for $45. Okay? And then over here, we have Cannibal Corpse, Hammer Smash Face, and it should be on clear and red splatter. I got to scan a couple of these. A couple people have asked color. Let's see here. Well. Oh, no. Discogs is being difficult. Okay. Yeah, clear with red splatter. Yeah, the median on this on Discogs is $39, and that's the new retail price, $39.99. And Boontar wants the price. Boontar wants the price for TV on the radio. Boontar wants the price. He's like, dude, I'm waiting for a price. $34.99. $34.99, Boontar. Okay, and then Judas Priest is sold. Let's get up some more auctions. Whoa, I just deleted all my stuff. There we go. Judas Priest is sold to Kevin Voitosh for $45. Okay, Sepultura is at $35. Back to cassettes. Let's do a quick little run of buy it nows, okay? I've got 1 buy it now. I've got 2 buy it nows, 4 buy it nows, and let's do 5. Okay? These are $9.99. You ready? $9.99. Scorpions, Face the Heat, $9.99. REM Green, $9.99. REM Eponymous, $9.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure. Rush, Signals, and Raven, Life is a BITCH. Those are all $9.99. Sepultura is at $35 with Red Cave Collections. 007, it's up to you. Let's find another great cassette auction. Another great cassette auction, and that one is going to be let's do Megadeth Rust in Peace, but the artwork is damaged. So let's pull it out and take a look at it. It's a little worn and torn, but it still exists. Megadeth, a $10 start. Very cool. I wish that was minty. Unfortunately not. All right, what crate is next? We're probably about to do a $6.99 closeout crate. How many do I have left over here? I got 6 $6.99 closeout crates left to do to continue this blitz of on-sale stuff. And maybe John Barry or maybe Chris Knapp will do some bundles. Rock Show wants Rush, which is Grace Under Pressure for $9.99. Sepultura is officially sold for $35 to Red Cave Collections. Megadeth is a $10 start. Still got Raven, Rush, REM, and Scorpions left. And we have a $6.99 crate, which is awesome. You never know what's going to be in those. Our next auction is Onslaught in Search of Sanity. Onslaught is a $10 start in Search of Sanity. I will resume here after we're done tonight, of course, more of these crazy cassette auctions tomorrow. They did a good job here in our store. Tanner's put in new shelving. This place is really starting to come together. There shouldn't be many reasons this place ever gets into a mess anymore. I've implemented some policies, and they've got this place looking pretty good. There's been some people here working almost around the clock. Whew. All right. So here's what's left. Cannibal Corpse, Merciful Fate. Can't believe none of those sold. Mayhem, Smashing Pumpkins. Now that's what I call country. The Police, Forrest Gump, Michael Jackson, Smashing Pumpkins. Yes, Yes, Back to the Future, and Madonna. Okay? And it sounds like I got to do some more ordering, which I did. Rock Show also wants Rush Signals as well. Thank you. I did a lot this morning. I knew I had to rest for tonight. I went home and basically went to bed. Woke up at 10, did a couple orders, and then went back to sleep. And then I think that's why tonight's been so good. TV, Boontar, man, I'm not ignoring you. I keep forgetting. TV on the radio sold to Boontar for $25. All right. Thank you. That's sold to him. Appreciate that. All right, that's done. And let's get one of those $6.99 crates. Before I do that, I've got to go move some stuff on top of them. It's going to take me about 2 minutes. And I've got to bring it over here, and then I got to get a refill, and I got to get a snack, okay? My head has got that feeling. It's got that intensity feeling where I've been basically talking nonstop, and my head's like, dude, let's chill out for about 60 seconds, okay? Let's chill out for about 60 seconds. Man, I didn't show. I had some awesome silver stuff. Not just like bullion. I'm talking about like other cool silver stuff. I could show it maybe here in a minute, but I'm trying to get enough saved up where we have a killer show on Sunday. And I mean like a slobber knocker. Oh my gosh. Paul will be doing the show on Saturday. Thank you for Paul to doing that. I texted him and said, you can work it out with Laura however y'all want to. I just need one of y'all to cover. My business partner here, his daughter-in-law passed away suddenly, tragically actually. So left behind a husband and 2 small kids. I got to go to that funeral down in Chattanooga on Saturday, spend some time with that family, which is like family to me. So Paul's going to be holding down the fort. I'm going to try to squeeze in tomorrow as much as I can, and that means I'll definitely be doing a show on Sunday. So let me pull some of this out. And these are going to be $6.99 records. I'm going to pull enough out where I have some room to operate. Don't let me forget about the ones that I pulled out. And let's keep rolling here. Oh, I had a few more new LPs I didn't show. I have Jerry Cantrell, Degradation Trip, $76.99. Lenny Kravitz, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Lenny Kravitz, $38.99. And then Smashing Pumpkins, $34.99. So I got Jerry Cantrell, Lenny Kravitz, and Smashing Pumpkins, $34, $38, and $76. Jerry Cantrell, $76.99. Lenny Kravitz, $38, and then Smashing Pumpkins, $34. Okay, there's that. Yeah, crazy situation down there in Chattanooga with them. You just never know, do you? You just never know. Let's see. One second, please. Where's everybody watching from tonight? We need to do that right now while I'm in transition mode. Megadeth, Cindy, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for 10. And are we done on Onslaught? Hessen Session has it for 16. And we're about to do some cool $6.99 stuff. Let me know where y'all watching from tonight. But if y'all missed me talking about this last night, Henry's my business partner. He basically invested here in this company with me about 6 years ago and totally changed our forecast because I was about to start law school. If y'all don't know the story of how all this came to be, I was about to start UT Law School. I took the LSAT. I had did a campus visit, and I was about to start law school up at UT Knoxville. And I was going to be an attorney. That's what I took pre-law class up at Tennessee Tech. And I was about to be a lawyer, or at least try to be one. And I found out, I was working with Henry. He's a local businessman. He ran a very successful business back in the day down in Chattanooga. And he invested in us here, and the rest is history. So he's been like family for the last 6 years. And we're close. If I say I'm going to play golf, I'm going with Henry. If I go to a football game other than Tennessee, it's probably with him. We've gone to the college football playoffs. And so they're like family. And then his son, little Henry, whose wife that passed away, I've played golf with him. Like I said, they're like family. So probably without Henry, I'd probably be a district attorney right now. I'd be Chad Williams, attorney at law, district attorney, because I would have already been out of law school probably last year. So I'm glad I didn't, because I love this a lot more, and honestly, I'm probably making a lot more. So I'm glad I'm not a lawyer right now. That sounds like a headache to me. I don't mind reading law briefs, but I'd rather much be doing this, right? I have a lot more fun doing this. While I'm up here, I'm going to grab a bottle of water. I'm going to find some snacks. I got pistachios around here somewhere, and I got dark chocolate. Who sent me these? Does anybody want to speak up that bought me these bars? Does anybody know who sent me these before I eat them and it kills me? But somebody sent me something, and I don't know who it is. I got to give credit. And then maybe we can, if I don't like them, we'll share them with staff. So let's see here. Does anybody know who sent these to me? Somebody sent these to me. It says to Chad. I don't think it was Mike Massey. It looks pretty interesting. I might try one right now, especially one of them's for stress relief. I think you're supposed to eat that before you go to bed. It doesn't say who bought it, though. It shipped from the company to me. There's our store address, but it doesn't say, it doesn't have a note. It's Lit Schlitz. Okay, thank you. Now, what's your normal name? I don't recognize your handle on YouTube. Bob Cobb? Bob Cobb. Okay, thank you. So we might have to crack one of these open right now. Protein, active nutrition. Boontar, yeah, did Ed, I'm not for sure, did he not get that to you yet? I need to ask him about that, I forgot. So what is these gonna do? Before I bite into this, what is this gonna do to me? What is this? A delicious, ideal, milky protein fiber, gluten-free. And then this one here, stress, something. Okay, I'll tear into that in just a second. It sounds like I don't need to eat one of those till I'm going to sleep. And let's see what's going on. And I've got my favorite here, dark chocolate covered raisins. Okay, I'm going to go for these first. All right. I got to throw this drink out. Sorry, y'all are on break time. You got two options. You can spend break time with me, or you can go ahead and go to bed. I hope you don't go ahead and go to bed. Whew, it's cold outside. It is cold outside. I got to get a fresh Monster, man. I mean, if we're going to sell $6.99 records, we got to get focused. We got to get focused. Plus, I got a ton of other work to do here. The amount of work I have to do tonight, oh my gosh. My mom bring something? What did my mom bring here? Cherry Delight. I got Hamburger Helper. I got Cherry Delight. This Dixieland Delight. Oh. All right. Watch Shell Gophers, man. Well, I don't want to make any promises, but if I said I was going to go live on Sundays and everybody could go through my mail with me, I bet I'd have some viewers. Coconut with dark chocolate. I like the sound of that. What did I do with that? Oh, right here. You know, it's not too bad. I like it. I mean, it doesn't taste like a Kit Kat or a Snickers, but it's better than most. Yeah, I can eat these. That's good. I bet the other one tastes even better. I'm in. I'm not just saying that either. I'm in. I might share. I don't know if I can finish the whole box. I'll share them with a few other people here if that's okay. I'll give one to Laura, Tanner. People I actually like. Did Racer X get a bid? All right, let's get going here. Racer X, back to cassettes and other craziness. And Racer X did not get a bid. $10 buy it now. Onslaught, Heston Sessions out. Sold to Steve Weaver for $25, okay? Sold for $25. And let's go ahead and take this stack of cassettes into the room. All right. And let's get a new tower started. I still got buy it nows and auctions to run. Awesome. Let's put those right there. That's a big tower. Now, we had an anonymous buyer. I want to shout out for somebody that willing to pull the trigger like that with Collectco. But we started off the sale tonight with 80 1-ounce silver rounds at 92 each, which was a little over a $7,000 transaction. That was a good way to start the night. So thank y'all for that. Racer X is sold to MK Lane for $10. And then over here, we got Guardian, and this is called First Watch, $10 start. Guardian First Watch, and Anacrusis Reason. Anacrusis Reason is a $10 start. There's Otis, everybody. Hey, Otis. Good to see you, buddy. We have 178 people still watching. Unbelievably, after all that. Here we go. Everything in this crate is $6.99, no more, no less. Tartaglia Theorem. That is a 1968 press, $6.99. Interesting. $6.99. There's our next two cassettes, Guardian and Anacrusis. Those are $10 starts. Ian McLaughlin, bumping the night, $6.99. We have Rabbit, spelt with a W, gold stamp promo, $6.99. Final call on these, because whatever's left will bundle. And if not, if they don't sell in a bundle tonight, I'll show it to the next person. Also over here is, hello, my name is Blotto, what's yours? That's also $6.99. Great Speckled Bird, also $6.99. $6.99 for Great Speckled Bird. Ampex Records. Guardian has a bid for 10, going once, going twice. And this is Bobby Bloom. The hype sticker says, inclusive smash hit, Montego Bay. That's a sealed original for $6.99. And John Stewart. And this is the Lonesome Picker Rides Again. John Stewart, $6.99. And $6.99 for Boyce and Hart test patterns. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, $6.99 on that. I'm going to add a third cassette auction. And that is going to be Queen's Rock, their self-titled album or EP. We had that album earlier on vinyl. Very desirable. $10 start on Queen's Rock. More $6.99. Here comes Gene Wells. And this was a, wow, here we go. Originally $59.99, 1968. These are closeouts at $6.99, and I have not filtered them. They're just, I grab them, and this is $6.99. Bill Williams, Low and Lonesome. Originally marked $49.99, $6.99. Wow, that is pretty cool to see that in there. GMB on Gene Wells, he just made some money off that one. And then Cycle Vinyl on Tartaglia Theorem, that is sold for $6.99 to Tracy Songer. Shakedown on Bill Williams for $6.99, and GMB was next. The Alpha Band, Spark in the Dark. The Alpha Band is $6.99. Same price for Deborah McClinton, Love Rustler, $6.99 for Deborah McClinton, and Mighty High. Gold stamp promo, $6.99 on that. Guardian had one bid for $10 sold. Nobody bid on Anacrusis. That's a $10 buy now. Final chance on Queen's Rock. Also have Folks, and this is a 72 Spain press, $6.99 on that. And New Triumph presents Pompeii, $6.99. Question, did you have a no bid on a Merciful Fate earlier this evening? No, I had a Merciful Fate album, Melissa, $36.99 or $34.99, new and sealed. I have 3 copies left. They did not sell tonight. We have Heston Session on Anacrusis for a $10 buy it now. Alex Kane gets Rabbit for $6.99. Those are all sold. And also $6.99 is Juice Newton No Flame, $6.99 for Hudson. Damn those kids. And also for Bob Wills and his Texas boys, for the last time. 1973, $6.99 on that. All right, our next auctions are Brainchild and David T. Chastain Within the Heat. These are $10 starts. Queens Rock does have a bid for 10. Final call on that. And Faith Band, Rock and Romance. Faith Band is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Adam Hood, Somewhere in Between. Seal, that's a country album. Now just $6.99. And also $6.99 is Betty Wright, Traveling in the Circle. Betty Wright. $6.99. Didn't I get a Merciful Fate? John LaBeatty. I have not tagged anybody for a Merciful Fate tonight. No. I still got all 3 copies to my knowledge. Where are those? They're right behind me here. Let me see. I still got 3 copies of Merciful Fate Melissa. Unless you bought one on auction. Did we have one for auction tonight? We did have a Merciful Fate auction that did not get a bid, but then somebody bought it. Yes. We did have a no bid. It was their self-titled, the one where the nude woman's being crucified. That one is did get a bid. But far as Melissa, I have not tagged anybody for one tonight. They're new and sealed, $34.99 on Thunderstorm colored vinyl. Cindy, you did get Guardian. Yes, you did get Guardian. Also for $6.99 is Ava Cherry, sealed, a 1987 OG. $6.99 on that. And we have Hokey Pokey, Richard and Linda Thompson, $6.99 on that. Queens Rock is sold for $10 to MK Lane. Final chance to get a bid on Chastain or Brainchild. And then we have Florida Festival presents Star Song, 1982 US, lounge music. Nice. Love me some lounge music. Also, we have 500 Miles to Memphis, 2019 Country Rock Punk, sealed or not sealed, but near mint on red vinyl, $6.99. Over here, we have Moving On with Andre Williams, Greasy and Explicit Soul Movers, $56.70. This should be at a great price now. Yep. Originally marked, it's a compilation of Andre Williams, a soul artist, now just $6.99. Brainchild. All these cassettes right here are $10 starts. Chastain's a $10 start. Brainchild's a $10 start. It's called Brainchild Mind Warp. Those are $10 starts. We're finishing up the last top layer of these cassettes tonight. We're going to finish this whole layer, and that's going to leave 2 layers for tomorrow. We did about 2 layers tonight. I'll show all the no bids in just a second. I think y'all are going to pick some more out of that. Some of the no bids over here, or some of the no claim. These are all buy it nows, actually. Those are buy it nows. Mega Blast got Andre Williams, then Jim B, then Steve Biddlecombe, then Chris Knapp, and then Christina Curtis wants Miles to Memphis. So did Christina Curtis. Brainchild does have a bid for 10. Then I'm going to go ahead and make David Chastain a buy it now. Brainchild's a final call. And then House Safe for Tigers, Lee Hazelwood. Wow. Yep. Originally $29.99. Lee Hazelwood now just $6.99. I think that's part of that Light the Attic stuff. Okay, let's do this and these for $10 starts. Okay, Meat Puppets. Meat Puppets Monsters is a $10 start, and CJSS featuring David Chastain, World God Man, that's a $10 start. Okay, all these are $6.99, $6.99. We have Jamie K on Lee Hazelwood, thank you, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. I don't care what it was originally marked. It is $6.99. The Runaway Boys, Too Shy, maybe. A 2005 Rockabilly, originally marked $34.99. Yeah, Too Shy. The Runaways, that is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Tailgaters Tore Up. That is Texas Blues Zydeco, Tailgaters, $6.99. And $6.99 for It's Me, Jimmy Lee Mason. Jimmy Lee Mason is Rockabilly, 79 sealed, $6.99. Chris Knapp, second on Lee Hazelwood. Thomas Clark got Brainchild for 10. Thank you. That's so do you. That leaves Meat Puppets Monsters and CJSS. Could be some good cassettes pop up. We had some. I think, the most we sold one tonight for? 80, maybe? Oh, no, we had some good ones tonight. Pretty scarce metal stuff. I'm going to mute my mic for Monster. Monster was good. I got a piece of ice in there. Okay. Fred Cardinal on Too Shy for $6.99. Thank you on that, on the Rockabilly. And somebody wanted Merciful Fate. Somebody wanted another one. I got one for John LaBeatty. Did somebody else want one? I got one for John LaBeatty for sure. I got one for John LeBeta. He's tagged for one. Tavares in the city. Tavares is $6.99. And Tavares, again, Love Storm. That's $6.99. Same price here for Sue-Ann. Sue-Ann's a 1981, $6.99. And Fred Carnell also wants Jimmy Lee. It's me. Sell that to him for how much? $6.99. What is else is $6.99? Charlie Lines. Charlie's VG Plus for $6.99. And Sweetwater just for you. Sweetwater's EX $6.99. And we have Naked on the Vague, the blood pressure sessions. Naked on the Vague is sealed $6.99. Okay, nobody been on CJSS, nobody been on Meat Puppets. Those are $10 buy it nows. Fred Carnell on Jimmy Lee, and next is Betty Wright. And Betty Wright was, there's a Betty Wright in here? Right here, that's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Thank you. And thank you again to Bob Cobb for sending me the protein bars. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's do another Saint. That was pretty popular earlier. And let's do Mass, okay? Two more here. Saint and Mass, $10 starts. We got Mass, New Birth for a $10 start. And we got Saint times N. Now, somebody asked a long time ago. It just now kind of hit me in the heat of the moment. They said, are the cassettes guaranteed? So here's how I do cassettes and CDs. We don't really have time to check these. A lot of these I've been glancing at, if anything, to make sure it's the right cassette, right? I've been glancing at most of them. So here's what I've done. Here's my guarantee on cassettes. If you buy a cassette and one or two things, if it ends up being the wrong cassette or it won't play or the tape's broken and I didn't notice it, let Ed know. He'll send you a refund back. Everything we sell is guaranteed. And I try to look at them too to make sure they have the pad. But y'all know a lot of these sometimes have to be replaced, et cetera, et cetera. So FYI, okay? Now, over here, we got CJSS, so Ed Riviera. Thank you. We got Naked, and that was in here for Fred for $6.99, and Saint has a bid for $10, okay? So everything's guaranteed. If you ever have a problem with one of these, just let Ed know. But I think some of y'all that do work on cassettes, you kind of know sometimes that pad has to be replaced almost, not every time, but a lot of y'all, regardless, go ahead and do some, tinkering with them. So, but they're all guaranteed. Cowboy is autographed from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Boyer and Talton. I think that's signed by Jimmy Webb. I forgot what this was. Somebody that played on this Cowboy album. $6.99. Laura said, just so you know, there are a few grails going up at auction Saturday night, including a mint copy of Mad Season Above. Wow. So, yeah, let me go over here and see what's going on. $6.99 as well to Johnny Rivers Realization. Johnny Rivers is $6.99, and Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 13, $6.99 on that. And then Van McCoy, My Favorite Fantasy. Van McCoy is $6.99, and Scandal Warrior featuring Patty Smythe, $6.99. Final call on those two cassettes. They both have bids for 10 and 10. And yeah, don't let me forget. Over here, I have Laura's hot pictures for tomorrow. I will show those on screen, okay? I'll go ahead and download them right now. Over here for $6.99 is Atlanta pictures, $6.99 on that. Hiram, you've been outbid on Saint. Cindy has Mass for 10. We're about to sell that. The Hometown Band Flying. Hometown Band is $6.99. And we have Mass Production, 3 Miles High, $6.99. $6.99. And Jim Post, Look Good to Me. Jim Post, $6.99. Jim Post looks good to me, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Let's put up another cassette. Queens Rock, Operation Mindcrime. Queens Rock, Operation Mindcrime is a $10 start. Queens Rock, Operation Mindcrime, $10 start on that. Also $6.99 is Peter, Paul, and Mary. No Easy Walk to Freedom. $6.99 for Peter, Paul, and Mary. And Welcome to the Dance, Sons of Champlain. $6.99 on that. Let's go ahead and sell Mass to Cindy for 10. Saint is still getting B. It's $10.15. There's Queens Rock for a $10 start. And for $6.99, we have Do the Hustle. This is $6.99. This will actually teach you how to do the hustle. We have Michael Butler on Sons of Champlain, $6.99. And we have Lacey J. Dalton, Dream Baby, Gold Stamp Promo, $6.99. I think somebody had a good design. I'll have to figure out who to give credit to. We're going to try to do Otis as the RCA Victor dog. You know, the Otis RCA Victor dog, looking into the big horn on the phonograph. We got to figure out how to do that. But yeah, that's coming soon. We have Graham Parker, another gray area. Graham Parker is $6.99. Michael Butler got Sons of Champlain. Thank you on that one. And then Jean-Luc Ponty live, $6.99 on that. And we have Tom Paxton 6, a 1970 Pittman press, $6.99. And Sherry Darnell on Do the Hustle. Sherry's going to be doing some hustling there. First thing we need to do is see where we're at on St. Al. Hiram gets that for $15. Queens Rock is a no bid for $10. And then Rough Cut is a $10 start, okay? And then we have Larry Hart. It's a 78 US Disco Funk EX, $6.99. And Mimi Farini and Tom Yans Take Heart, $6.99 on that. And Tribe Ethnic Stew. Tribe is $6.99. And the Suns Follow Your Heart. And that's also the Suns, $6.99. I don't know if that's the same as the Sons of Champlain, but there's your chance. Okay, next auction. House of Lords and 24/7 Spies. These look good enough to definitely auction. House of Lords and 24/7 Spies. Okay, $10 start on those. They're now up for bid. There's the Sun, $6.99. And we have Tracy, the cufflinks. Tracy is $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Time Lapse. What does this say? It's a 1992 German garage. I just had a great neck adjustment, by the way. Time Lapse DMS. Disintegration Machine Strikes, maybe. It's a garage album, $6.99, German press. Also $6.99 is the Runaway Boys, 2005 Rockabilly. Stories is $6.99. The Improbables, not a 2007 US Garage Punk. That's sealed for $6.99. Ace No Strings is $6.99. And Long John Baldry, $6.99. Okay? Spike McVeigh says he'll take the German Press Garage album, sold for $6.99. And Chris Knapp was next. I think the Merciful Fate situation was taken care of. Steve Weaver asked earlier, I could have swore you said there was a no-bid Merciful Fate. Well, there was, but somebody immediately claimed it. I think it was Hessen Session. And then when that conversation got brought up, it confused somebody because they also bought a Merciful Fate of the new vinyl bin. But to my knowledge, the no-bin Merciful Fate has been claimed, unless for some reason they don't want it anymore. And then I've got 2 copies of Melissa still in stock. And then Chris Knapp on IMP. That was the Improbables, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and do 3 no bids here. Rough Cut for a $10 bot now. 24/7 Spies. This is 24/7 Spies. And House of Lords. Those are all $10 bot nows. Okay? Now, I still got a handful of records to put back in here. There's not much space for them still. We didn't sell much out of here. But I'll try my best and show you some more $6.99 records. I'll go ahead and put them in here. Ego is not a dirty word. Skyhooks. Tony Orlando and Dawn, He Don't Love You. The Fabulous Mariel Matthew. Buzzman's Holiday, Popular Cycles. That was a 2006 Indie Purple and Orange Splatter, numbered to 500. Originally marked $29.99. Mike Adams at His Honest Weight. A 2006 Alternate Rock Red and Silver Splatter. That was marked $22.99. These are all $6.99. Here's another one. Crusaders, Street Life 300 South, $6.99. I wonder if John Barry's watching. It looks like we've got a big bundle coming up. Also, we have Lanny Hall, Sundown Lady. Roy Ayers, Ubiquity. That should be a big markdown. Even for a reissue, it was marked $35. And then David Vandervelde, Waiting for the Sunrise, a 2008 U.S. Country Rock Indie, $6.99, okay? Jackie Reynolds on Johnny Rivers. That sold for $6.99. That was back here, Realization. Let's go ahead and pull that for her. I know that one well. Very cool cover. That sold to Jackie Reynolds. Matthews Hendon on Skyhooks. Let's go ahead and pull that for him for $6.99. And then Jim B on Roy Ayers for $6.99. And then Fred Carnell wants the one that was Purple Splatter. That was this indie record here, Orange or Purple Splatter, numbered to 500. Buzzman's Holiday. That sold to Jim B. Or excuse me, sold to Fred Carnell and Chris Knapp next on Roy Ayers. All right, let's see what else we got in the cassette department. Let's see here. All right, here's another pronged. This one looks interesting. So we'll start with these two. I have these two right here. I have Nocturnus, the Key. Nocturnus, the Key. That sounds interesting. $10 start. And Prong Cleansing, one of their big ones. $10 start on that. Okay. And then watch the Vintage Buds, Mackenzie Bud Light, Dog Light sell for $5,000 of the night. What was the Crusaders? Crusaders Street Life 300 South. That is $6.99. 300 Street Life 300 South. There's a few more over here. There's a few more over here. British Traditional Ballads, Child Ballads, Volume 1, $6.99. Mackenzie Spring, Get Me to the Country. Bobby Mack, Night Train. The Rock Spurs, Getting Off. Rock Legends, pay tribute to Jack White. Not Jack White paying tribute to Rock Legends, the other way around. Wanda Jackson, Gary U.S. Bonds, they're covering Jack White music. $6.99. Buzz Martin, A Logger Finds an Opening. Lee Hazelwood, Requiem from an Almost Lady, that was originally marked $50. And Bazin, sealed, $34.99. Now, there's really no reason that some of those should be $6.99. They're probably pretty fairly marked. They've just didn't sell. We didn't take them out and list them elsewhere, and now y'all can get them for steals. The Bolt Thrower cassette was one of the first ones sold tonight. Yep, that was sold about 6:30 tonight, almost 6 hours ago. I think it sold for, that was one of the more expensive ones we sold tonight. I think around $80. All right, so next is Prong got a bid for 10. Nocturnus got a bid for 10. Steve Biddlecombe on RL, Rock Legends. Is that right, Steve? And then Jim B on LH for Lee Hazelwood. Christina Curtis on Scandal. Jim B has paid a lot of bills tonight out of this crate. My gosh. He's bought 5 records for $35 that have a retail value of about $500. Scandal was sold to Christina Curtis. Chris Knapp was next on Lee Hazelwood. What Bazin is sealed $34.99 of 2009 US. David Bazin, Curse Your Branches. Christina Curtis next on Rock Legends. The Van Halen lights are $59.99. $59.99. Final call on those two cassettes. They're both at $10 right now. Final call. Okay, Jim B wants Bazin. Make that 6 records for $42 now of a retail value of $550. That's a whole lot of. That's why we call our groups a whole lot of records. Okay, I'm thinking off a bundle deal here. Let's go ahead and sell these. Prong and Nocturnus. Nocturnus was sold to Hiram. Prong sold to 007 Platinum. Let's pick out 2 more here. I have Guy Man Dude and Slaughterhouse Face Reality. Wow, that sounds interesting. This one looks like it could be pricey. Slaughterhouse Face Reality. $10 start on that one. And Guy Man Dude, Sleight of Hand, $10 start on that. Okay. I'm going to count these and offer them as a bundle and see how fast Chris Knapp buys them. Unless John Barry's watching. Come on, John Barry. Let's see if we can get him on the chat. He'll buy any bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. 57. This will determine how well the show goes for the rest of the night. 357 or 57 records, 375 each, a steal, 213.75, 215. 215. Everything in here, $215. Bundle deal. Come on, Jim B. Just once, Jim B. Just once, Jim B. Just once, Jim B. Just once, Jim B, on a bundle. You got $215 probably laying in your couch cushions. Just once, Jim B. Chad, I picked the Versatile Fate, but if Kaiser wants it, he can have it. Otherwise, I'll keep it. John Kaiser, do you want the no-bid Merciful Fate for $85? Chris Knapp gets the bundle, $215. Boom! Now, Jim B wants to know, can he have Ava Cherry for $6.99? I doubt Chris Knapp lets you have that, but we'll leave that up to Chris Knapp. I highly doubt he lets you have that one. I mean, he wants that one. You were just a little bit too slow, my friend. You just missed out on an Ava Cherry once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is what you just did. Wow, that's a heck of a bundle. Chris Knapp, you're going to be like John Barrett. Y'all going to have to buy more shelving. Holy moly. Nobody on Slaughterhouse, nobody on Guy Man Dude. Those are about to be about now, folks. There's nothing left in here, and guess what we can do? We can go on to another crate. The next crate's already halfway filled up with that sale. Thank you on that one. Golly, did y'all hear that? That was the sound of vinyl. Sitting on the park bench. And I've got crab chips over here. Love those crab chips from Craig Thomas. I might get some Popeyes chicken tomorrow. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Bojangles. Ooh, Bojangles. Slaughterhouse and Guy Man Dude. Nothing like a big Whataburger, In-N-Out Burger, McDonald's, Burger King. Fast food, I love it. I want some more of it. We have Vinnie Moore, Mind's Eye, a $10 start. We got Overkill Horoscope, a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Whataburger, 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 Whataburger. All right, let's see what's going on in this $6.99 crate. I gotta move some stuff down. What is in this box? Copper. Michael Rudolph watching. I finally found more copper for you, Michael. Copper. Oh my gosh, a signed master. What did I just see right there? A signed. Paul's been pulling out signed albums. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Let me ask my mom what kind of food is here. What kind of food is here at the store right now? Because it's getting that time, folks. I am getting hungry. Okay. What do we have to do? I got to put a sticky note around the end of this bundle. We got more $6.99ers to do. There's 2 more metal cassettes. I'm trying to figure out what I just caught what caught my eye right over here. What is this? This is what happens when we buy new collections. Looks like we got signed Shinedown, signed Amanda Shires. I showed those last night. Porcupine Trees. I saw something though. Hold on a second. Signed Brittany Fox. Another signed Brittany Fox. Signed UFO. That's cool. Who signed this Metallica? It's not on the front. Ooh. Lars, James, and Kurt. Oh, yeah, we just bought this from somebody, didn't we? Is this what we just bought from somebody? I think we just bought this from somebody. Yeah. Wow. All right, that's in my JSA pile. That's in my JSA pile, which needs to go honestly right here. I found a book signed by Ray Riley Hubbard. Some cool stuff. All right, I'm ready for more $6.99 as soon as I eat more crab chips. I don't think somebody would forge Brittany Fox, but we like to go ahead and have them authenticated. We like to just know that they're real. But yeah, there's a good chance. We've had people scribble on stuff, and you know, our buyers like to know what exactly they're getting. All right, make sure I didn't miss anything else. Okay. Michael, just remind me here in a second. I'll show some of those. These are no bids, Vinnie Moore and Overkill 10 and 10. Those are buy it nows. There's like a handful left. Racer X and Savatage. And I'm going to finish this top layer. I'm on a mission. We have Racer X Street Lethal for a $10 start and Savatage Power of the Night for a $10 start. More $6.99. Let's see what's in here. Departure Truth, a 1978 Gospel and Soft Rock. $6.99. That's going to be the price for any record in here. Honestly, let me pull out about this many right here. And then don't let me forget about them. Okay? Auction teaser tomorrow. Let me airdrop them right now to my Mac Mini, okay? I got barbecue and hamburger helper. All right, Mom. Thank you. All right, let's go over here. Chad Williams. Whoops. Nope. That was it. Oh, there they are. Hopefully they didn't cancel it. There it is. All right, save to downloads. Laura, are you still here? I think so. Oh no, where did those go to? Downloads. I think I erased them. Hold on a second. There it is. Okay, Laura's still here. I thought so. You're quiet. Laura's very quiet. Okay, I got them pulled up. Let me go ahead and wake up my keyboard. All right, so $6.99. We've only shown what? One record? Okay, $6.99 for Manaheim Steamroller, Saving the Tiger. $6.99 for Manaheim Steamroller. We got Joyous Noise, $6.99 a 71 US, $6.99 on Joyous Noise, and Toucan Can Do It Too. The Amazing Rhythm Aces, $6.99 for Toucan Can Do It Too. Burning Sensations, a gold stamp promo, $6.99 for Burning Sensations, and Farmer John Live by the Premiers. That's $6.99 Farmer John Live. We have Joe Ely, a gold stamp promo of Down on the Drag, $6.99 on Joe Ely, and also this is Duke and the Drivers, Cruising, $6.99 for Duke and the Drivers, and Stephen Bishop, Bowling in Paris, a pop ballad, $6.99. No bid on Racer X, no bid on Savatage, $10 if anybody wants those. Those would have brought collectively $40 earlier tonight, so take advantage of the deal. Shadow Fax, The Dreams of Children, that's New Age and Jazz, $6.99 on Shadow Fox, and this is Evita soundtrack, the double LP, $6.99 for Evita. Also $6.99 is Billy Price and the Keystone Rhythm Band, Is It Over? This is $6.99 for Billy Price. And Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets. This is a UK copy in shrink, $6.99. Dave Mosley on BPEN. Is that for Acclaim, Dave? If so, you're using some weird font there. And then we got Ed Riviera, got Racer X for $10. And Leslie going to get the Evita out of here for $6.99. So there is more to do. Let's do this for a $10 start, and let's do this one for a $10 start. I've got these two right here for $10 start. I've got Reverend, World Won't Miss You, and I have Mortal Lucis, Lusis, Mortal and Reverend. $10 start, and we're almost through the first half of this cassette collection, and the other half will resume tomorrow whenever I go live, and I will give you a teaser of the next layer. It looks awesome. Okay, Vinnie Moore also sold for $9.99 to Ed Riviera, and I'll go through all these one more time because I'm going to leave them right here whenever I end the show, and there's going to be some people definitely want them, or when I start the show tomorrow. The Face I Love, Sylvia Tellis. Mono, Bossa Nova, originally marked $29.99. $6.99 on that. Let me move my camera up a hair like that. There we go. And then we have Boohoo's, Moonshiner, $6.99. Reverend and Mortal are 10 and 10. Los Carayos, Carayos. And this is a 2001 alternate rock, $6.99. And we have Spicy, which is Tracy on Sylvia. Thank you on that for $6.99. And then also $6.99 is who? Flight, Dawn Dancer, 1994 South Korea reissue, $6.99 for Flight. And then Shasta and the Astro Traveler, sealed, $6.99, Modern Fixations. And then Harry Deal and the Galaxies at the Beach, 1980 Private Press, EX, $6.99 on that. And the Donatone, Shameless, $6.99 on the Donatones. And Tony Orlando and Dawn, too. Tony Orlando and Dawn is $6.99. No bid on Reverend, no bid on Mortal. Those are $10 buy it nows if anybody wants them, okay? Also, $6.99 is Andy Pratt, Fun in the First World. And Handmade, Mason Williams, $6.99. $6.99 for Dan Mobley, No Way, and it looks like he signed it on the back, EX $6.99, and for Juan Levy's Wild Kingdom, Safari to New Orleans, signed $6.99 on that one. Ed Riviera does get Reverend for $10. That's sold to Edwin Riviera, okay? Awesome. All right, let's do Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil, and let's do Riot, The Privilege of Power. Now, Motley Crue does have some discoloration on the label. Looks like it's sun bleached, maybe set in the back of a 87 Firebird too long. And then there's Riot, The Privilege of Power. Those are $10 starts on that. Also, $6.99 is Dear Enemy. Dear Enemy is $6.99. And then L. Shankar, Chapellery Dream, 2020 red vinyl, Psych Prague. It does have cover damage. It's from Cleopatra Records, VG Plus on the vinyl, $6.99. And then Iron Butterfly, Metamorphosis. That's VG $6.99. It was $9.99. And then Rockets Live at the Ritz, $6.99 at the Rockettes. And we have Grand Alliance. This is VG Plus, $6.99 for Grand Alliance. And Jake and the Family Jewels. That's VG Plus, $6.99 for Jake and the Family Jewels. And Ambitious Lovers, that is a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Boontar is going to get the one that was on Cleopatra Records, this L. Shankar. Thank you. That's sold to you for $6.99. And $6.99 for New Regime. New Regime. In shrink, 1985, $6.99. Looks very pop, new wave to me. Also, we have Rational Youth, Hereditary, $6.99. Rockettes, as in Radio City. No, that was Rockettes, as in a rockabilly group. Live at the Ritz, $6.99. And then Iron Butterfly was Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. And it looks like if you don't want it, Patrick Francis does. Cafe Jacques, International, and Red 7, gold stamp promo, $6.99 on that. Okay, Motley Crue and Riot are $10 buy it nows if anybody wants those. $10 and $10. And Johnny Rivers, Wild Night. Johnny Rivers is $6.99, and same price for Flo and Eddie. You may know them as members of the Turtles. The Turtles. Very quickly. My keyboard still hadn't turned on. Very quickly, here is a teaser for tomorrow night's auctions. We have
I don't know how to say that. It's a hip-hop rap artist. King's X, It's Love, Outfield Bangin', Jeff Lynne, Armchair Theater, King's X, Dogman, Madhouse, Prince related there, Queen at the Rainbow, King's X on the Silent Planet, Van Halen, Bob Marley, Thin Lizzy, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, Velvet Underground, Dwight Yoakam, U2, Autograph, Bang Tango, Run DMC. That's the soundtrack to Less Than Zero. Train, Death Wish, Post Malone. Yeah, that's his tribute to Nirvana. Nerverve, Spoon, Bone, Thugs and Harmony. Oh boy. Outkast, The Roots, Rush, Run DMC, Fleetwood Mac, Beck, Wild Beck looking there, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Best of OMD, Buckingham Nicks, Tears for Fears. Cool stuff. I got Saturdays already too. Already got Saturdays too. So that's some cool stuff. Over here, we got Hiram Ponte does get Iron Butterfly for $6.99. Jackie Reynolds on Johnny Rivers for $6.99. Raekwon. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That didn't help much. Paul Desmond Quartet Live, $6.99. And Zappa. He's talking about Flo and Eddie. Yeah, Flo and Eddie, the Turtles. And they worked a lot with Frank Zappa. Paul Desmond Quartet, $6.99 for Paul Desmond. Amy Grant is Sealed, Age to Age, and Mother Focus. $6.99 for Mother Focus. Joey Scarborough, Greatest American Hero. Believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message after the beep. I must be out or I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home. $10 start for Mind Funk and $10 start for Racer X. That's our next two cassettes. $10 starts on those. We have 10 Angel. 10 Angel is $6.99. And we have Here Comes the Judge, Shorty Long. EX, that's $6.99. And James Handy wants Mother Focus. This is the $6.99 bargain bin stuff we've put out. They've probably been shown once. They probably were shown best offer. They probably were even shown half off. And now probably the best I can do on them, get them all the way down to $6.99. And if they don't sell, then they're going to be bundled or put out even cheaper in the store. So here's your last chance. They've all been cleaned, they're sleeved, and they're checked and inspected, graded if they needed to be. This is EX, Bill Nelson's Red Noise, $6.99 on that. And Street Noise is VG minus $6.99. She almost had one page of black and white photo covers. Really, I didn't even notice that. Oh, this right here, yeah. Yeah, Laura gets pretty artistic with the hot pictures. I've noticed a lot of cool... She's done some cool stuff with them before, yeah. Yeah, that's some cool stuff. Buckingham Nicks, the Run DMC there. I'm trying to think if there's any more like that. I'm sure there is. There's something I'm thinking of right now. But I can't, it's not coming to my, I'd have to think about it. I see a lot of album jackets every night, as you can imagine. Y'all do too if you watch with me. Over here, we have $6.99 for Rockettes. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Thank you on that. Also, $6.99 is Ravi Shankar. Every time I see one of these records, I probably say, I bet George Harrison listened to this at some point or another. The Exotic Sitar and Sarod of Ravi Shankar. $6.99 on that. Indian music, cool. The White Lines, Ready to Rock. That's a 2002 German press. That's Rockabilly. $6.99. Tracy Songer on Ravi Shankar. Thank you on that. And then the Lynn Rockers, Move Your Feet. 89 German press, more Rockabilly, $6.99. Steve Biddlecombe on White Lines. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. We also have the Lynn Rockers, and I have the Bobcats. Wild Jungle Rock, more Rockabilly, 82 Canadian. $6.99 on that. A Rockabilly Festival. A Festivus Miracle. We have Wild Wind, and this is $6.99. $6.99. And Lee Scott's Post-Bop Opera. Le Scott is Free Jazz, VG $6.99. Chris Knapp was next on Ravi Shankar. David Johansen is $6.99. And Chip Taylor, some of us, Chip Taylor is $6.99. Mind Funk and Racer X are buy it nows for $10. $10 and $10. Fred Carnell, you were third on White Lines, but I also have Gary U.S. Bonds on the line, $6.99, and $6.99 for Union on Strike. Union, sealed $6.99. Now, there is a Union with John Corabi, This is actually Union with Randy Bachman of Bachman Turner Overdrive. Sealed $6.99. Jim B wants the Los Caerios. That's a while back. He must have done a big calculation on that one. Holy moly, Jim B. Los Caerios. Carguerarios. That was back here. This one right here. Oh, man. Jim B's like, yes, sir. $6.99. Thank you. And also $6.99 is Gato Baribi. I just found an autograph of his in the back. $6.99 for Gato. And then the Golden Seal soundtrack, music by John Barry. That's $6.99. And Fred Carnell wants the last two Rockabillys. That was these. Well, actually, there was three. There was the Lynn Rockers. There was Wild Wind, Bobcats, and Lynn Rockers. Why not just all three? What's free jazz? Are you talking about what it sounds like? Wild. It's just it's all over the place. Liz Scott post bop opera $6.99. Patrick Francis on Union $6.99. Nick Serenjenko on the Paul Desmond for $6.99. $6.99. Paul Desmond Quartet. Thank you, Nick Serenjenko. New buyer. Also $6.99 is Ginger and Fred. That's another soundtrack. $6.99. You have a John Barry record. That was the Golden Seal. John Barry, the composer. There's also a song on here from Glenn Campbell and Dana Koproff. Leslie said she's going to take it. Okay, she's going to try the free jazz. And then these three Rockabillys are also to Fred Cardinale. And then also $6.99 is the Manhattan Woody Allen film. $6.99 on that. Johnny Kinson, the new Motive Band, 1976 Holland. Also, Guess Who Flavors is $6.99. Be Proud Johnny Little, $6.99. Oh, yeah, John Barry. The Bundler, David Peel on the Lower East Side. That was originally marked $34.99. The American Revolution. I still need a couple more cassettes to do here. I've got David T. Chastain and Havana Black. There is Havana Black, and this one's called Indian Warrior, a $10 start. And we have David T. Chastain, Elysian, Elegant Seduction. Chastain and Havana Black, $10 starts on those. And I've got more to add to this crate, so let me do that right now. I've got more to add to it, the ones I took out. So $6.99, Billy Vera and Judy Clay, Storybook Children. All these are $6.99. Josh White Jr., it's sealed from '78, that's $6.99. Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac. Ian Hunter's VG Plus, $6.99. Gary and Randy Scruggs, All the Way Home, 1970 Country Rock. And then Duke Jupiter, Sweet Cheeks, $6.99. We have Lake, $6.99. Roy Looney and the Phantom Movers, $6.99. To Bonnie from Delaney, Delaney and Bonnie, VG, $6.99. Tom Robinson, Sector 27, $6.99. Candy Staton, House of Love, $6.99. The Phil Woods Quintet, Bob Stoose, 88 US, VG Plus, $6.99. White Lady, Badger, Badger's VG Plus, $6.99. And Randy Van Warmer, Terraform. All right. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. I can't believe no one bought that one. That's a cool record. Everybody wants to roll. All right, let me refresh this. Here comes the judge. James Handy on Delaney and Bonnie. Okay. Got it. Patrick Francis on Lake. Got it. Anybody else on anything in here? These are all $6.99. No bid on Chastain. No bid on Havana Black. $10 buy it nows on those. Okay. Let's count these. I'll do it from the front. Easier to count that way. Let me show you cassettes that are still available. Great titles for $9.99. Okay. Shotgun Messiah. Savatage, Hall of the Mountain King. That's crazy. Scorpion, Savage Amusement. Rainbow, Been Out of Shape. Raven, Mad. And Crocus, Heart Attack. King's X, Faith, Hope, Love. We got 2 of them. Scorpions again, Blackout. Kiss Animalize, Kiss Revenge, and Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Those are all $9.99. Others for $9.99. Another Sabotage, Power of the Night. Overkill Horoscope. Guy Man Dude, Sleight of Hand. Slaughterhouse, Face Reality. House of Lords. 24/7 Spies. This is 24/7 Spies. Rough Cut, Wants You. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime. Meat Puppets Monster. Another Chastain, Within the Heat. Raven, Live Say, BITCH. REM Eponymous. REM Green. And another Scorpions, Face the Heat. Here's the most recent ones. David Chastain, Elegant Seduction. Havana Black, Indian Warrior. Racer X Live. Mind Funk. Riot, The Privilege of Power. Motley Crue, Shout the Devil. And Mortal, Lucis, Lusis. And then $6.99ers. These were just $6.99. Hall of Flame, Guaranteed Forever. Tears for Fears, The Seeds of Love. Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. And Axe, Nemesis. Bundle deal. Maybe we're down to 131 people. Just maybe. Chris Knapp will buy these. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, roughly. I think I got them all, though. 59, 375 each, 221.25. We'll call it 220. I'll go down this time. 220 divided by 59 would be a grand total of 372 each. Darren Chrisman wants Kiss Animalize. This is sold to him. Thank you. And he wants Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Okay, done. Anybody else? I'll add the last ones here. And this is the last new arrival cassettes for tonight. Rough Cut, self-titled. Imperletti, Stand in Line. Impleeittery. Billy Sheehan, The Talus Years. Dave Sharma, 1990. David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. And Keel, The Right to Rock. Stanley Richmond, I saw your comment earlier. I'll get that pre-order going tomorrow. Ace Frehley tribute pre-order. I'll get that going tomorrow if the info is available to us. If that is available to us, I will get that going tomorrow. $220 on this bundle. Chris is passing. That's fair. He's bought the last 4. That's okay. We need somebody else to rise to the occasion. But here's what I'm going to do. Let me see if I can do this and y'all can see it. Here are the cassettes that we're going to start with auction tomorrow. You can't see them that way, but luckily, look, I have another camera. Can y'all see down in there? You can see most of them. I got Quiet Riot, Forced Entry, Grim Reaper, Ingve, Metallica, MOD, Agnostic Front, Anthrax, Celtic Frost, COC, Cro-Mags, Danzig, Dead Brain Cells, Death, DRI, Exodus, Flotsam and Jetsam, Hearing Aid, Judgment Night, YNT, Snow White, Zoetrope, Dude You Rock, White Tiger, The Who, Widowmaker, World War III, Centrix, YNT, White Line, White Snake, Wrathchild, Tennyson, Tesla, TNT, Tiamat, TKO, TNT, Tonkix, Trickster, Van Halen, Violence, Wasp, White Line, Striper, Sweet Sleazebees, and Sweet Pain. Those will be auctioned tomorrow as soon as I go live and the show starts rolling. And there's another layer underneath those. Very similar type stuff. So those you do not want to miss tomorrow. I probably put some up tonight a little bit too late, but that's okay. Keel is sold to Darren Claymore, and that might be the last cassette claim of the night. Okay. Now, as far as vinyl, we probably need to pause there. Is the couple people who was wanting to buy some silver and copper still watching. I also have a few books, and Tanner's got them over here on a shelf where I can get to them and show them better. I got books on Sinatra. I got books on Elvis, the Grand Ole Opry. I've got books on jazz. I've got books on Sinatra again, World War II, Texas Rangers. I've got some cool stuff over here, and I've got a few other miscellaneous items I could show. But I really don't have much more vinyl to show other than discount stuff like this. This bundle didn't sell. I think I'll pause on this. No half-off nonsense. No, I don't have any. I don't really have a crate like that to go through. The crate would literally be new stuff from Paul yesterday. Can't do those half-off. We hadn't even took offers on them. So I don't have any other really crates to go through. I could do 4 more of these, but let's just wait. Buy Violence right now. If you want to buy any one out of there right now and break my creed of not waiting until tomorrow, $500. I'll sell you anything you just seen right now for $500. If not, then a $10 start auction tomorrow. So $500 now or $10 start. I didn't see Exoscope tonight. We sold Exodus. I'll say anything that was just in that picture for a $500 right now. Or you can wait and start it out $10 tomorrow. I bet you're going to wait, right? What's the Elvis book and what's the Elvis book? Let's show them. Okay? And I was going to make sure Michael Rudolph, before I started dragging out coins, he was watching. I got copper. People's been asking for that, and I was going to show you what's left with the bullion. 1 a.m. I need to stop. I got to go get some clothes tomorrow. I don't think I've wore like dress clothes to like a funeral type thing in 2 years. I don't know where my stuff is. I don't think it honestly even fit me anymore. So if I do stop about an hour earlier than normal tonight, I have to go. I'm going to go to bed and then wake up, and I got to go. I'm probably almost into Nashville. Okay. All right. Twist tomorrow for tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think you'd buy it on the 500. I didn't think you'd buy it on the 500. Okay, so here's what I can do on Morgan's. I bought these. These are amazingly beautiful, okay? And I'll break out the first roll right now of 17 because it's an odd number. Because we had somebody, the person who bought all the bullion from us today, he wanted to buy these, and I was like, well, I really need to auction these. So I'm going to show them right now. Probably won't have time tomorrow. And then Sunday, we're going to start auctioning them in lots of 5. And the starting bid will be $85. You can buy them now for $85. These are $85. The guy who bought these, I helped broker the deal when he bought these. These were purchased back from a coin dealer in 2019. And he invested a lot of money. And he wanted one thing. He wanted extremely fine or better pre-1900 Morgans. So that's exactly what these are. They're pre-1900 extremely fine or better Morgans. They're $85 a piece. And I will read them off one at a time. $85 a piece, and I'm going to sell them in lots of 5 on Sunday, and that's going to be the starting bid. I bet some lots will bring 100 or more for certain dates. For example, 1899 New Orleans. The O mint mark on the back means New Orleans. $85 on these. 1899 New Orleans. 1896 no mint mark means Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This was the standard back in the day. This is a Morgan silver dollar, 90% silver, a little less than an ounce, and these are incredible. This is some of the most collectible. This is the most collectible American coin, the Morgan silver dollar. They're beautiful. There's a lot of dates and mint marks. Some are extremely rare. Some are better than others. I would recommend, if you're interested, purchasing these now. Leslie wants an 1889. 1889 or 1899? I got 1889, if that's what you meant. New Orleans. Comment the year, and I'll sell it to you, okay? 1896. I have 1885. Oh, that's a nice one. 1895. Hey, there's Otis. Hey, Otis. Nice to see you, buddy. He's got a cool Coletco shirt on. This is 1885 New Orleans. I have 17 here I'll sell tonight. 1885. No mint mark on that one. Some of these have really cool patina. She wants the New Orleans 1889. This is sold to Leslie Holt for $85. Thank you. Let me get these lined up. Hold on one second. Let me take these cassettes in here. Very cool coins. Really cool. I've bought some people that's almost built complete sets. Of course, some certain mint marks can be worth thousands, and some of these uncirculated can go for hundreds. Okay. So we have 1889 sold to Leslie, $85. Danny wants the 1885. 1885 sold to Danny, $85. And then over here I have 1882. That's a Philadelphia. No mint mark means Philadelphia, of course. You may see some others. Ooh, I like the color of that one. Look at that. That is 1896. No mint mark. That's got some cool color to it. Wow, $85 on that. These should be bargains. $85, 1897, Philadelphia on that one. Over here I have an S, that's San Francisco, 1890 San Francisco. Okay, let me pause right there because the first comment was 1889 for Leslie, New Orleans. Then Danny put a 5 for 1885 New Orleans. I've got that tag for you. And then Chris Knapp says, I'll take the 4 oldest and best. Well, right now, so all of these are going to be pre-1900. The first year was 1888, I think. So all these should be 1888 to 1899. Chris Knapp's next. I'll take the next best 4. Okay, that will be, let's see here, oldest. So oldest on the table right now is, let's see here. That would be 1885, 1882. No, these were first 1878. Yeah, 1878. 1878 was the first year. I got to get my book. It's 1878. Yeah, I think that's the first 2. All right, so $85. There's get 4 for Chris Knapp. 1882, he wants the oldest, and then we'll show what's next in just a second. Okay, then 1897, 1896, there we go. All right, so these here, 1, 2, 3, 4. I got you 4 right there. Now, Michael Rudolph said 1897. That, I think I gave that one to Chris Knapp. That was the one, this one here, because he was first. That was the one that kind of had some tone. So Michael was second on that one. And then Stanley on the next best 2. Well, that leaves these 2 right here. So the coin dealer, like I said, I helped my friend curate these. And these, that includes the 1896. So all these are extremely fine or better. You're not going to see many worn. I mean, some of these get up to AU grade. They're all really nice, okay? Everyone in here. They're all extremely fine. Some of them got up to AU because the dealer I worked with trying to get this investment done for this guy, and he bought these at a great, folks, when he bought some of these, that's why he sold them back to me, or that's why he decided to sell them. He bought them from another dealer. Silver was like at $22 an ounce. He made a great return on these. I mean, and he had I told y'all we bought over 300. So, okay, let's keep reading them off. 1889, first come, first serve, no mint mark. 1889. 1889, no mint mark. So that is two 1889s there, both Philadelphia's. 1896, no mint mark. This is a $125, $150 coin. 1890, no mint mark. Look at that. That is half off at $85. 1890. That is amazing. Look at that. Wow. And let's pause at 1896. Some people like this dark look. Look at that. Some people like that dark patina on these. That is at 1896, okay? Those are all $85 on that. 1890 sold to Tracy Songer. That's what we call rainbow toning, and that looks natural. So if you look these up, rainbow toning is a natural occurring thing. It's a natural occurring thing, but it can be synthetic. So you can synthetically tone these. You can synthetically do this. A lot of people can tell that looks natural to me. You can take like a torch to them. I think you can hold a torch and like warm them up and they will tone like that. But that looks natural. That is a awesome deal. That's the best one I've seen out of the whole roll. That's incredible. That was sold to Tracy, then Michael, then Stanley, then Black Sabbath. And then here comes the next ones. 1889, no mint mark. 1896, no mint mark. 1882, S. And then 1880, no mint mark, Philadelphia. That's all I'm going to sell tonight, because Sunday, you might want to grab these while you can. I'll show you. I can sell some peace dollars for the same price. We can go through those. I bet there's some different dates, but I have a feeling the average price of these, the floor is going to be 85. Some of the choice lots will get up over 100, and definitely no less than 95. So, or no less than 85. Some of them are going to bring 90, 95. So buy these while you can. And the good thing about these, spot price affects a little bit, but you're talking about a 150-year-old coin. In some cases, in incredible condition, they always carry a premium. You know, so these always move up with silver. So like right now, these are selling for spot plus $20 or $30. And they've always been like that. And a couple times silver got really cheap and you could bought these like a bargain, but not anymore, man. And unfortunately, some of the low-grade ones are going to the scrapper. Some of the really low-grade ones, which is a shame, but it happens. Michael gets the 1882S. Anybody else on any of those? I'll show you the peace dollars. They're really cool, too. I bet some of theirs are really nice. I'll do those for $85 right now. So one more time. The most desirable one of the lot. This one right here looks pretty dang clean. I like these dark ones. Most people don't, though. But a quick note on here. So when I... oh, the Elvis book. Dang, y'all should have reminded me. The Elvis book. Right here. My bad. I forgot. Whoops. Elvis Presley, The Man, The Life, The Legend. $14.99. Pamela Clark Keogh. Danny, I think I would go with... Man, they're all so similar. What I was going to show y'all, the first thing I look for is the chest feathers on the eagle right there. That's the highest point of the coin. You can almost see it if you look it down at an angle. It's the highest point of the coin, and that is where it rubs first. So when you start getting a full chest of feathers, that will get it up there around that extremely fine grade. And then the details in Liberty and the details in her hair. That's the next thing that rubs off. If you kind of look, you can just imagine that's the highest point of the coin. So I would say this 1896 and this 1889 here, Danny. I'm going to give you those 85, 85. Got it, perhaps the other. Levi, are you still awake? I bet Levi went to bed. I teased the books and then I got into coins and I forgot all about them. Y'all, I mentioned Elvis. Oh, wait a minute. Here's another one. There's another one called My Boy Elvis, the Colonel Tom Parker story. It's kind of buried, but I think I can get it out. And then here's one called That's All Right, Elvis. Let me get those out. I wonder if Regina's watching. Oh, here's another one. A rare Elvis. Here's another one. I found some more. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Here's 3 more. There's probably no telling how many in Fred's collection. Elvis in Hollywood. Rebel Elvis. No, it's called Real Elvis, the ultimate trivia guide to the King's movies. That's All Right, Elvis, the untold story of Elvis's first guitar and manager, Scotty Moore. And My Boy Elvis, the Colonel Tom Parker story. Okay. Nobody else on any of these last ones? One more read through. 1889. I like the colors on that one too. But some people don't like the dark. Some people like them with more of the shine. $18.89, $18.80, and then $18.96. So there's 4 more books. Make 2 most desirable, take me the rest to 80. Oh man. It may be in your dreams. Maybe you're having a dream right now wishing that. No way. Maybe more like tag them for $95. Maybe tag them for $95. $80. This is a gift at $85, Danny. This is already the gift price. This is I love y'all at 1:18 in the morning. Scotty Moore. Tanner was supposed to check these for autographs, but let me look. Yeah, I think he's went through and looked for autographs. Danny, this is another Christmas gift. You should have said earlier, I'll just go ahead and take all of them. Let's see, Peace Dollars, 1924, 1922. Some of these are really nice. Look at that. 1923. Look at that one. 1925, 1923, 1922, 1923, 1924, 1923, 1926, 1923, 1924, 1928. Wow. 1923. Ooh, 1922. That one may be polished. 1922, which is not a good thing. 1923 and 1924. Let's see. Elvis. That's all that I can see right now. I got several books on Sinatra. That's all that I can see right now. Piece for 70. Okay, Danny, I think you need to go get some sleep. I'll see everybody tomorrow. I'm going to line these up so I can take them in here. I'm going to line these up in here so I can take these right in here and keep them in order. I think Danny needs to get a good night's sleep. He's starting to talk loony, everybody. Danny's starting to talk a little loony. Put these right here. All right. And, of course, I still got the 1 ounce bullion. We almost got cleared out today by one buyer. Somebody else is supposed to let me know. Somebody else is supposed to let me know tomorrow on the rest of our 1 ounce bullion. And the buyer that bought all the 1 ounce bullion, he said he would let us know tomorrow if he wants the rest of these. So I'm not joking when I say this. So we have about 300 We got about 300 silver dollars left. There's a good chance they're going to be sold tomorrow to one person for $85. If they don't take them, I'm going to show them Sunday, okay? So if there's about, I think he's probably going to buy 300 of them. And that's a big buy, but it's well worth it right now for the market. So if anybody decides you want any right now, there's a good chance somebody say, any more Morgans? And I'm going to be like, they're gone. Same way with the prospectors. Okay. All right, I think that's those. How many do I have here? 18 piece. That goes to this. And junk silver. The only thing I have is, let's see, what do I have left? I have let me see here. I've got quarters for $16.50. I've got at least that many, maybe more. I got quarters for $16.50. Your pick. I like to sell at least 5 at once, but I'll sell it a minimum of 1. Cougarans. This is the official silver bullion of South Africa. We have silver eagles. Canada has maple leafs. South Africa has cougarans. $95 for cougarans. 1 ounce silver. They're 2022 government issued. Very cool coins. I'd like to sell this whole roll. I really don't want to break them up. I'd rather sell that whole roll. $95 on those. That would be $95.20. That would be $1,900 for those. $1,900 for those. Quarters are $16.50. That's melt. That's definitely a no-brainer if you're looking to buy junk silver. Somebody should have already said, I'll take all the quarters. Otherwise, I may have to test your brain. And I'm going to put these last Morgans back in a tube. I'm very excited. So we got like, 300 more of these to go through. I bet some of them are beautiful condition. And toned and stuff. So that's going to be fun to go through. Cougaran, silver. There's only 1 roll of prospectors left. We had 160 the other day, and now we have 20 left. $95 each on those. $1,900 for a roll of those. $1,900 for a roll of those. There's the piece. Okay, there's the rest of the Morgans. And then halves. Do I have any halves left? I think we almost got obliterated on those. Let me go over here and check. I had a little tub somewhere. Some of these little 1 ounce statues, as y'all know, before long, some of these 1 ounce statues are about to be melt. Some of these collectible 1 ounce statues I have. Silver halves should be $33.50. Let me see here. No. I'll do them for 33. Yeah, 33 on halves. Still got some of those. I was calling the peace dollars junk silver. You probably wouldn't call them junk silver if you were selling them though, right? Do you have any for sale? I'll give you $50 a piece for them. Do you have any for sale? They're just a bunch of junk silver. Nobody wants them. So let me know if you want to sell any. I'll take 10,000 at 50 each if you got any. I'll take 100,000 at 50 each. Since they're worthless junk, Let me know if you want to sell any. They're probably just taking up space in your house. $50 a piece. Just let me know. I'll take 100,000 at 50 each. Full dates. EX fine or better if you got them. Fresh out. I had a feeling. Okay, all done. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Any last requests or comments? I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go eat. Facebook is down. Really? Has it expired already? When did I go live? Yeah, it just expired, I think. It shouldn't have. But yeah. What time did I start? I started at 6, a little after 6. Yeah, it's expired. It has. I probably are talking, I thought maybe some more Facebook people's on here, but maybe not. Just looking for an invoice. You know what I'll do, Boontar, for you? Mr. Boontar, I'll leave a note right now for Ed, because I got to figure out about these drafts. They got to really clean up. They got to really clean up Square if there's a bunch of drafts, because I use that number to figure out what my receivables are, to figure out how much we've done in a week in sales and how much profit we've made. I judge week to week how we've done to make sure we're on track. I use receivables as a big number because at any given time we got tens of thousands of dollars in unpaid invoices, and if that number gets too high, then we get a problem. If it's too low, that's really not a bad thing, but that also tells me I need to be selling more. So if there's a bunch of drafts in there, it's probably a bunch of nonsense we need to clean up. So I will write this, and I'm going to go to Ed's desk. I use his printer, and I'm going to use his printer, and I will leave that, and I've got to text him and Tanner in the morning, okay? I will take care of you. I promise I want your money, okay, Boontar? I want your money. I'll make sure you get an invoice. I don't know how to do it myself without maybe messing it up sales tax-wise, or if you're sales tax or if you're no sales tax. So we'll take care of you there. Laura's handle was traversing infinities. Hey, that's a pretty cool handle. Traversing infinities. My first email address was Scarface2014, because when I was 10 years old, I wanted to be Tony Montana, and I created some Scarface usernames. That's what I think that's what I think we still use it for pop sock, don't we? Scarface. I had an obsession with Tony Montana as a kid. My mom was like, "You need to stop watching that movie. You're going to end up being a drug dealer." And I was like, "Mom, but look at all the cool stuff he's got. He's got a big mansion. He's got all those guns. Maybe I do want to be a cocaine dealer." Scarface. Then I found out about The Godfather, and I thought he was a lot more cooler. I was like, I like Vito better. He just kind of kicked back, let everybody do all the work for him. He's not as stressed out. He's got to be watching over his shoulder, but I was like, I like Vito better. Okay. Now, instead of a cocaine dealer, I'm a record dealer. Same thing. It's pretty much the same thing as crack cocaine. Thanks, everybody. Good night, and I'll be back tomorrow about 5:30 to 6 or a little after 6 to do this again.